just pay to see the fighting. Who's there? With the one dude. Oh, that's why I need to look up Juneteenth.
Hello.
What's happening?
Oh, not much. I'm just finishing up my finishing up a biology assignment here. I've already done all the math. I just have to transcribe it, so I might not be paying the most attention for a bit, but I'll just be here occasionally
That's all
for
right.
about 25 minutes as I get this in, and then I'll start talking while
What are you studying in biology right now?
what am I doing right now? Presently the nervous system, where I just have to transcribe all my results from a lab, and then
That's fucking
it
pretty
won't
cool.
take space because I've already done all the actual math, so
Yeah, dude. That's pretty fucking sick.
yeah, it'll be pretty chill. How's it been?
It's been going good, man. I'm currently in Minnesota where we're having a fucking snowstorm, kind of. It's like it's about to have like 6, 7 inches of snow, so it sucks. But
That sounds horrifying.
it is horrifying. For the next, luckily it's my
Oh,
weekend, so I'm not planning on fucking driving or doing anything, so it's perfect for me.
lucky you, it's exam week for me.
Is it? I guess, yeah. What are you guys doing on your second semester right now? About to be done?
Well, first,
Oh, you're still in
starts
the
in
first?
September.
Oh yeah, I guess yeah.
Yeah, so that'll be my thing, finishing up my finals for this term, and then excuse me, then gonna start up again January 6th, I think, is when we start again.
What are you planning? What are you going to school for? Like, what's your?
Biology degree.
Oh, you are going for biology?
Biology.
Hell yeah.
Yep, hopefully med school's the goal. We'll see how that works.
Oh, really? That's big goals. I hope you get
Indeed.
there.
Thank you.
Mm.
Canada has very limited med school spots, so that's
Does
one
it?
of the speaking. Yeah, that's the one thing your healthcare system does decent is that you actually have the space to train some fucking doctors. We just don't have any.
True. Uh, yeah, which is funny because like we don't have enough like doctors and like people coming up in the school system to replace the ones we need. Like we need so many more workers here,
Hmm.
even with all the infrastructure and shit. Hmm.
Yeah, we just don't have enough space for anybody. It's really frustrating. We get like 400 people in per school every single term, and there's like 1,800 applicants.
Why don't they just like? You would just think like they'd make school like a whole like just medical school. Just
Well, there are medical schools. The problem is you need people to staff them, and not everybody who's a doctor wants to spend their time teaching a bunch of 25-year-olds.
I mean, that's not necessarily. See, like at least like I know with like Harvard and like the big schools like here, it's usually like the retired like lawyers, retired doctors and stuff that are usually the teachers of those schools. You know.
Ah, yeah, we don't. To be fair, it's less necessarily the schools and more the fact that the residencies don't have any spaces as well.
Okay.
So yeah, so we'll see what happens.
Mm-hmm.
So what exactly was it that the person wanted to discuss again? I actually hadn't looked. It was
It was Revelation 17. I read it. It was basically like the seven heads and the 10 horns.
oh goodness, we're
That
gonna be here for a while. Revelations is hard to understand at the best of times.
true, and it's all just allegories and shit. Honestly, like my thing is like
It's also very
that John Patmos wrote that like what like 300 years after the fuck or like 200 years after all the Jesus stuff and stuff. You know, like why we
it's also very clearly about the fall of the Roman Empire.
correct. Hmm. So that's what I always try to go into.
So
But like her thing was because like I don't know that one chick. She's been. I mean, the last couple of times I talked to her, she's going down like a lot of conspiracy theory roads and shit. So she's like, Charlie Kirk's people are trying to use this part of the Bible to implement something, something, and I'm always just like, are they really though? Like, is this really what's happening, or is it just like you're just going down
was
rabbit
she the
holes?
person talking about Utah the last time around?
I'm not
Was it
sure.
her? Like, there
Might
was
have been.
talking about this
She came
like
in. She
labor
came in.
camp in Utah that turned out to not be real or something.
Maybe yeah, because she came in way later the last time. Like we had like five of us here, and then she came in probably like the last like hour.
I think it might have been her then, but yeah, I remember that.
Might have been. But yeah, she's been. Last time I talked to her, we were talking about like Klaus Schwab and the fucking.
I don't know who that is actually.
That's what is it called? Basically, I can't remember what is. There's a name for it. Klaus Schwab. What's his fancy term that he makes up? He's a World Economic Forum. Oh yeah, the Great Reset. That's the phrase. He basically is talking about how all of humanity is going to reset, and that we're like humans aren't going to be able to own property anymore, and that we're all going to be forced to get like the chips and all the basically all these things. And she's like super scared of it.
Okay.
I'm like, hey, this is just a person, so like he doesn't run like all science and shit. Like just trying to stress like this is just one person's opinion on a whole grand scale of the whole world. Like it's tough to get people
Yeah.
to do. It's tough to get masses of people to do horrible, evil things. I think that's what I tend to believe.
Yeah, it is.
There's always gonna be some. Like I always get like I'm not stupid. Like there's always gonna be some, obviously, but like it's like anything. It's like you're gonna tell me like with all like the conspiracy with science people. It's like you're gonna tell me 40,000 people around the world they're all in on it. Like that's big,
It's like when people say professors are indoctrinating kids. It's like, dude, they can't get people to read their fucking syllabus. They're not indoctrinating
That's
anybody.
what I'm saying. I know, right? If they get them to listen in class, they'll be fucking happy. Let alone fucking sway their whole fucking being
Exactly.
or whatever. Yeah, no. That's what I'm saying. People think like people are like the students are like best friends with the teachers. Like, oh, they hang out, they fucking talk about politics and religion and philosophy all the time and shit's like, no, they probably don't. They just probably just go to their class for an hour and leave and don't see them until the next day. Don't talk about anything
Exactly.
else. Well, especially like like think about like your math teacher. What is your math teacher ever going to be like? You know what? Trump sucks, or like that shit's never coming up in his classroom. Like or whatever. Like these politics shit's not coming up in only class maybe is social studies classes, like that shit. Like the history classes, that shit. Maybe that kind of shit. Those classes they might come up, but everything else, like I said, I can't imagine a biology teacher
Exactly.
or whatever. But I guess did you see that big crazy story with the Oklahoma student chick that fucking used the Bible?
I saw that. That was among the worst essays I've ever seen because I actually went and read it. It was only 650 words, which for a third-year student is fucking astonishing. But I went and read it. Yeah, it was about the worst things I've ever read. Just
Yeah.
just functionally. It was not an essay. It was just formatted like garbage. I don't know why she turned it in, frankly. I would be embarrassed of that.
That's funny because I obviously more like what the science is behind it, so you probably could dissect it way more than I could. But even my like rudimentary level of science, it seemed fucking
It
silly.
wasn't even a science essay. I don't think it was a science class. I'm pretty sure it was like some social class. I think they were studying like social stereotyping or something. I'll be honest, I don't remember. I just read the essay and then just went, oh well. Oklahoma proves again why it's one of the last places in education, and I just keep living because I don't really think about Oklahoma very often.
Yeah, that's true. And I think it was like I think if I recall, I'm trying to find the exact story, but I think it was like a biology thing, and she was using the Bible as like a reason to be anti-abortion or something like that. Like that was like the topic, I think.
No, I think she was being pro-bullying, and she was talking about how something gender stereotyping doesn't exist, and if it does, it's fine because it keeps people in their gender roles, I think. That's why I said I don't think it was a science class. I think it was some sort of a social class or some sort of like an anthropology class. I don't remember though, to be honest.
Hold on, test. Let's see if I can find it. Like I said, let's see here. Instructor fail leave. Okay, what was the what? Failed to play in the flashpoint.
Yeah,
Oh yeah,
it'll be interesting to try.
it was about ending DEI
Mm-hmm.
basically.
Wait, what? I thought it was something else. Who knows? I don't really pay attention
Yeah, it was an
to.
ongoing debate over academic freedom on college campuses amid President Trump's push to end DEI and restrict how campuses discuss issues of race, gender, and sexuality.
Yeah, but the essay, I mean, I'm pretty sure the essay was for like a sociology class. I just do not remember, to be honest.
Oh no, it says right. The assignment was for a psychology class about
That's what it was. Yep, thought so.
lifespan development. Students were asked to write 650-page response to an academic study that examined whether the conformities with gender norms was associated with popularity or bullying among middle school students.
Yep, and bullying, gender roles, something, something. Yep, I remember now.
No,
Yeah, that sounds about right.
okay. Here, actually, now I can read it too. Now, yeah, it's only like 2 pages.
It's like It's like 3 pages. There's nothing to read.
It's literally like I'm saying the file they sent me is literally 2 pages. Like, oh wow.
Yeah, and this is a third-year university student. Like, why are you only being assigned 650? I was assigned that when I was 13.
True, and not even that. Like, just because I'm better at English and shit like that. Just like simple things like every paragraph should have like an indent, right? So you know it's a new paragraph. Like things like that. Like she didn't even write it correctly and stuff. Like, oh my god.
Funny thing is, I don't even think I could write an essay that's 650 words. I think I would just blow through that and turn in like 1,000.
Yeah.
Just because, like, at a point you're just like, I can't trim this down anymore unless I just cut out huge chunks of it. It's like I couldn't turn in a 650 essay. Like, I just wouldn't know how to trim it down.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I guess. I mean, it depends on the topic. Like this is a very complex topic because you have to get into like I said, like the
They
sexuality.
did get given an article to read, to be fair, and they were supposed to react to it.
Yeah, I mean, I saw that part. I guess I can't. I don't know what article. It doesn't specify what the article was.
Yeah, that's the other funny bit. I don't even know what the article she read was about because she didn't talk about it.
Yeah, I'm just saying. Yeah, I don't see it anywhere because I'm literally rereading the Fox News article or no, it's AP's article on like what it was, and I don't see. There's a link to her shit, and it's provided by the Oklahoman, but yeah, this has nothing to do with like that. The original article.
Well, anyway, yeah.
But either
Well,
way,
we'll see what happens if we do discuss religion, because my dad was a pastor, or not was, he still is.
yeah,
So I tend to be quite familiar
yeah. I mean,
with
I grew up
Christianity.
Catholic. I went to Catholic school for 9 years and all that shit. So I mean, I'm pretty good. That's what I'm saying. And my thing is like, I went like when I broke away from it. My thing was I was looking for the answers. Like that was the thing. Like when I was actually looking for the answers to prove that the Bible and shit's real, I found out it's not. So that's when I just was like, oh, okay, never mind.
I,
Rethink life.
I was not raised Catholic. I was very much raised Protestant,
What
but
is
same
the
sort of
fourth?
thing. And well, not same sort of thing at all. But yeah, I'm not Christian anymore, but I still obviously retain all the knowledge about it. That's the thing that annoys me. I hate those like internet atheists that rant about religion and clearly don't know what they're talking
I
about.
know, for sure. That's the thing, and that it goes with both things. I love when I talk to religious folks or atheist people, and they're like, and I start like saying like, well, this is what it says in the Bible, and they're like, what do you mean? I'm like, no, this is like the actual like the chapter and verse. Like, come on now, like you should know some of these things if you're gonna argue about it.
Exactly, yeah. And like since I was obviously raised by a pastor, he made sure that I actually knew what the hell I was on about, which I appreciate.
Yeah, like I said, when I went to Catholic school, we had to go to mass once a week for school, and then we had to go Sunday. So I mean, I was getting read to all the fucking time, and then plus the first class every day was religion class, so we had to read parts of the Bible. Here's your little fucking what was the story about? You know, what is it? What's the allegories? What's this? You know, like oh okay. So I mean, I've read.
Wow, they actually made you do discussions in Catholic school? I'd have thought they just told you what you were supposed to think.
Kinda. I mean, I guess it kind of depends on the teacher too. You know, some teachers, like I feel like when I was younger, they kind of just told you like, here's the question, like, you know, what did Abraham do? What did Isaac do? Whatever the fuck, you know. But the older you got, we kind of had more discussions about it. But obviously, it's still skewed, and everyone there obviously believes in the God, so there was no fucking like atheist can't be like this bullshit. It was like everyone's like, yep, this makes perfect sense. Yep. You know, all agreement.
Sounds very Catholic.
It is. I only thing I give Catholics props for per se compared to most Christians is that they're not like young Earth creationists and they're not like anti-science to an extent. Like they believe in the Big
Really?
Bang. You know,
I thought most of them were. I thought they like most of them still didn't believe in
the Catholic.
like the dinosaur skeletons up to like way later than a lot of the other ones.
I mean, at least when the Catholics that I knew, we know because we talked about like the Big Bang in like 7th, 8th grade science classes and shit. So I mean,
Okay.
I'm gonna obviously it's like anything. There's a billion different Catholics, so some probably do think that it's fucking wild, or 6,000-year Earth and shit like that. I have a fucking
Okay.
my one buddy. I keep trying to tell him he's going down all these rabbit holes of fucking young Earth creations and shit. I'm like, dude, stop. Can you just? And he's always trying to argue with me. I'm like, no, dude, just these people are liars to make money off you. That's all I can tell you. Like the Ken Hovens, the Ken Hams, all these fucking young Earth people that do all this shit. They're just lying to you, bro. I don't know what to tell you.
I don't know how people fall down those rabbit holes because every time I try to go watch those videos, they're like the worst made things
Of
ever.
course.
And they're not believable. And every time I watch these, I'm like, who falls for this? This is so like it's a mess.
The problem is always is that everybody thinks like the government or whoever's always everybody's lying to you. So when everyone's lying to you, this person goes, they're lying to you, but I know the answer. And then you go, oh man, that person has
Uh,
the answer. I mean, I feel like that's like the number one root cause of all like the anti-science, the fucking all this kind of shit. It's just like this person knows. And I always
right.
use the analogy of I don't know how to build a house. So if I came to you and said I'm gonna build you the best house in the world and you paid me to do it, you are fucking stupid because I don't know shit about it. You know, like you should probably trust somebody who builds houses, right? Like this guy who's built them for 20 years. That's the guy you should probably fucking have do your shit. I mean,
Exactly.
that's
I haven't a clue about construction, and I shouldn't be trusted with anything that isn't like minor car maintenance. That I can do. I can
change an
I
oil.
can fuck around with a car engine and I can do basic maintenance of that. You give me a house, I'm probably gonna light it on fire.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, this one time I was debating this dude, like I said, about like vaccines and shit. And he was all telling, or it was about RFK in general, but it was about vaccines and shit. But and that was the analogy I used. He's like, "Oh man, I never thought about that." I'm like, "Yeah, you should, dude. Like, RFK has no experience in this shit. How are you gonna give him the HHS when he's never been in any health or anything? Like, come on now. Like, think about it."
I'm a big fan of Fox News, though, for giving me the amazing banner of RFK and Donald Trump's face next to all caps in bright red, just autism alert on their screen because I screenshotted that and I have a few friends to use it on.
That
Let me
have
show you the freaking clip.
right.
Let me show you.
You can. Yeah, dude. Fucking, it's crazy. I know, man.
Let me
Fucking.
post. I'm gonna freaking. How do I share this to the freaking Discord chat? One second.
Uh, the top right is show
Hang
chat.
on. Yeah, I'm trying to find because it's just a screenshot I saved. Hang on. Does Discord let you just link images?
I would think so.
Oh, hang on. I think it does. Maybe? Maybe not.
If you push the
Oh,
plus
yes, it
button.
does.
Yep.
Yes, it does. One sec. I'm a big fan of this banner. I have a few friends I have a few friends I've sent this to. Look in the chat, the voice chat.
Yep.
Or did it come through? I don't
Yep.
know. But
Yeah, autism and
Mm. I'm a big fan of this. I have a few friends I've sent this to.
I bet you. That's so fucking funny. Copy. I gotta copy this image now. What's it called? Yeah.
I've
I usually
I'm
put.
a big. I think.
I have two. I fucking have a Seroquel one where fucking people are crazy. I'm like, did you get your daily dose of Seroquel? You can't. It's like it's hard to be fucking conspiracy crazy if you're fucking sleeping. Kind
What
of
is
bullshit.
Seroquel?
It's an antipsychotic pill. It's what they give to like
Ah,
the most crazies to fucking make. Basically, makes you a zombie sleep because they don't want you fucking going off crazy.
I see. Well, let's see what this. I wonder what this religion thing is going to be about. Because if we're discussing the Book of Revelations, we're going to be here for quite a while because it's hard to understand generally. And I don't think you can push the Book of Revelations because it's just impenetrable. So I don't know what they're talking about when they say Charlie Kirk is pushing that.
Yeah, they're saying like the turning point people and all this shit. But I don't know.
I've never got the impression.
I haven't looked
Hmm?
into it. I was saying I've never heard of this, so I don't know what she's talking. Like I said, this chick has been going down these holes.
Yeah. I hope you try to help that because there's a point where I sort of cut those people off because I'm like, this is becoming destructive.
Well, so I get it, but I kind of used to be similar to these people, so I try to like just remember like you can break free if you give these people enough knowledge and power. Like like that was the whole thing for me.
Okay.
Honestly, the change like my whole worldview. Like I said, was the religion thing was the first big thing, but from breaking from that that thought process was I stopped being afraid of science and like the anti-science people. Like you know what? Again, why do I not think that these people are smart or whatever the fuck? Like
To that end, I actually do wonder how on earth does one possibly get someone out? Because I honestly find myself struggling to do that because I don't know how you fall in. Because I find the conspiracy theory stuff just impenetrable in the sense that whenever I hear it, it just comes across like ranting nonsense, and I therefore just am not interested. And I don't know how people fall in, and therefore I have no idea how on earth you would possibly begin to pull somebody out.
Like I said, it's a
And so I've always sort of
it's a fear of
right.
institutions. You're like I said, the government's lying to you because they did the JFK killing or MK. Well, they did something right, so you don't trust the government. You don't trust NASA because they're lying about the space landing and shit. You know, they're lying about this, so you can't trust them. You know, you can't trust
And I
science
actually
because the
mentioned this one.
you
That
know.
one pisses me off so much because the lunar lander is still there. You can pull up a telescope.
I
It's
know.
there. It's visible.
Also, I can't remember what one of the astronauts left a piece of a mirror there so people could fucking beam a light. Like if you had a fucking thing, you could beam it and it'll beam right back to you. Like there's ways to prove it. Like that's my point. It's like, but the thing is, if you grew up, and I think it's very like, I don't know. It always comes back to like the small government, big government. Like if big government's bad, anything, big corporations are bad. Everything that's mass, because I feel like I think most people think that in order for everyone to get ahead, that everybody has to be corrupt and horrible. Like the reason why this person's a lawyer is because they did something corrupt instead of just they worked their ass off, or any job kind of thing. Like, and it's just misunderstanding. Like if you're uneducated,
Mm.
when you listen to someone who's super educated and gives you all the science terms or whatever the fuck, dude, you don't know what they're saying. So when someone dumbs it down and goes, "Hey, man, they're wrong. This is why," and it's something that you can truly understand, like twigs in a tree or something, like, oh, okay, like, and you just listen because it's something you can understand. Because it takes a lot of
I'm
work to
glad
fucking
my
learn.
I'm glad that my dad was a military dad because he made that sort of nonsense would not have flown in my house. He would have told me to shut down that what do you called it, unserious garbage very, very quickly.
That's good though, but a lot of people, like I said, getting back to that, even like a lot of parents don't even care about their kids like that. They're not in their lives. So like you
Yeah.
don't have that person telling you like, hey man, because I'm trying to do the same thing with my kid. If he's listening to some garbage shit, I'm like, hey dude, turn that shit off. That ain't fucking. You ain't learning nothing or doing nothing good with this. Like this
You
other.
have children?
I do. I'm 38, so I'm old now.
How many kids do you have? I didn't know you had kids. How many kids do you have?
I got a 14 and a 10.
Oh, well, that's actually pretty close by, or pretty close ages.
You know. Oh yeah, man. Like I said, so I mean, it's kind of cool because I'm kind of like going back to school because I have to help my kids with math and whatever else. So it's like
Yeah, I don't know what's gonna happen with that when I have kids if I have to try and figure out that.
it sucks because one of those like my daughter, she brought back like it was like fractions, how to add and subtract and shit. I'm like, fuck, I do remember this. And finally, once I Google it, I'm like, oh yeah, I remember exactly how to do this. I just fucking never used it in fucking 20 years, so I forgot all about it. But I know how to do it
Do you
now.
not do you not bake? Like you would have used fractions then.
I do not bake because I don't follow directions. I cook. I cook
Or like
meats and stuff.
do you not do any cooking with like quantities? You would have had to have added up fractions then.
Well, honestly, what I cook is just free flow. I just fucking season.
Okay.
See, I don't
That's very dad behavior, I have to
kind of, but
say.
I will say it because I watch enough cooking shows. Like I season and then I taste. Like I don't like. I try not to overdo. I take a little bite. Like nope. Can I add more of this? I don't know. That was the way my mom cooked. That's the way I cook. Like I said, my girlfriend, she bakes. She's good at all that shit because she can follow directions. She's like, oh, I need this. I'll do it exactly like that.
That's one thing I appreciate, like short form. The fact that TikTok has made short form content super popular because now it means I can get all my recipes inside of 60 seconds. And it's like there's no reason you need more than that to tell me how to cook something. And now that it's popular because of that, I can just go on YouTube, 59 seconds, bam. Now I know how to make this, which is nice.
No, I know. Yeah. I'm saved there with Facebook. Like I'll look at like the Tasty website. It'll show me like a 2 minute clip or video of something. I just need to know what the 10 things are. I'm like, all right, let me look this up and figure it out. We got a lot
Yeah,
of good things
yeah,
from that.
exactly.
Yeah, man. We got a lot of good things from there.
Yeah, I always I'll try to. Yeah, I'm always confused on how to help sort of conspiracy fallen in people because it's like I don't know how to because I'm so, for lack of a better term, fucking boring that whenever people come to me being like, I have all the answers, I go, okay, prove it, and they never can.
I know.
And it's just like I'm just really boring, for lack of a better term. I don't like exciting people coming in trying to like razzle dazzle me. I've recently celebrated my 85th birthday, if you can't tell, and so yeah, whenever that happens, I'm always just like, don't know what, no thanks, have a good day, kind of thing, you know?
Yeah. Well, like, for me, it's all about how they come into it. So, like, if people come into like a talk like with good faith, like, if we can just discuss things and not get like bombastic and shit, I can be chill with them. But like, if they start being like, oh, blah, blah, they start freaking out, then I'll be like, okay, I'll talk shit. I'll call you stupid and show you, you know, all this kind of. So it's fucking hard. It really is. But so I would say someone like me though, like I feel like if you're honest with yourself, if you're actually going in, because they always say like, I'm just asking questions, I just want to, you know, blah blah blah. It's like, well, if you're honest about that, then if someone
Tucker
gives you,
Carlson.
well, I'm just saying, when someone gives you like the like, I could like literally show you like scientifically everything, you should take that now as like the answer, right? You know, what was it? I think it was last year. This one dude sent like 6 to 8 fucking flat earthers down to see the 24-hour sun, and like 3 of them finally switched over, and the other, 5 fucking stayed flat earthers. But it's like, how do you stay flat earth when you literally have like the evidence pointed right in your face? I give credit to the other 3 because at least they switched. Like, oh, I found out I was stupid. Okay, it's not, but the other 5, I'm so confused by. Like, you literally witnessed the thing that we say will happen, and you're still like, it's bullshit. Like, how? How do you get there?
I I had an amazing 3-hour flight with next to a flat earther once from Toronto to Vancouver, and basically I don't take these people seriously. So basically, every time he would say something crazy, actually, it wasn't just a flat earther, just a generally conspiracy theorist as well. Every time he would say something crazy, I would double jump him, basically. Whenever he said something like the moon landing was fake, I would up him and say, oh, you actually believe in the moon? Like that was a quote I said, and I just kept upping it all the time. It was incredible. It was like the
That's
most
right.
entertaining
You know the
3 hours of my life.
Yeah, man. You know the thing is, he's gonna go home and research everything you said. Be like, the moon's fake. I had a
I
buddy,
freaking hope not, but
dude.
whatever.
I had a one buddy at the bar I work at. He was trying to tell me that the moon is hollow. I'm like, you seriously tell me you think the moon is hollow? Like, the fuck, bro? He's like, yeah, dude.
Maybe he meant it doesn't have a molten core, but that is, which is true, but it's not hollow, it's just its core is not molten.
I mean, I know. And same thing with like
Uh,
the anti climate change people. Whenever they say climate change is bullshit, I'm like, I use this analogy or fact, I guess. I'm like, so Mercury is the first planet, which is the closest to the sun. It's not hotter than Venus. And why is that? Because of fucking the CO2 in Venus. Like, like,
mhm.
why wouldn't it be the same thing on Earth? Like, if you have a high CO2 content and blah, 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 you don't think it's going to make it
Because
hotter?
Earth is about 1.2% CO2 and Venus is about 98%. That might have something to do with it.
True. But just, it's the atmosphere.
But
Mercury has no atmosphere. That's why it's not warmer on Mercury than it is in Venus, even though it's closer by a lot.
exactly.
You know?
And Mercury is called that because it was the Roman messenger god, because it orbits the sun so quickly, because its orbit is only 88 days, which, can you imagine a year being 88 days? That'd be fucking terrifying.
Dude, that would be crazy. Well, I mean, yeah. So like, I guess
Imagine trying to get
technically
anything
we'd
done.
be living to like 240 years, 230 years, or something like that. That'd be our lifespan.
It's like opposite. It's like the opposite of those leap year kids that are like adults, but they're technically 5.
Yep. I'm 32, but I'm actually only 7.
I find that funny because if I had that, or if I was a leap year kid, I would be doing that as well.
Well, why wouldn't you? Except for when you
Like
want
I'm no better than
unless
them.
unless you want to drink booze, then you'd be like, oh no, I'm 21.
Do you actually drink at 21 because you live in a state that borders Canada? Does everybody just fuck off across the border to Manitoba when they're 18 and just buy alcohol here?
Some do. In general, I mean, honestly, most people don't care. Like, your parents will probably buy you a fucking bottle as long as you just drink it with them or be responsible.
Yeah, fair. Well,
But
no, I'm talking just like for yourself though. Does anybody actually do that?
I mean, I did it. So when I was in college a long time ago, I did it once. We went to what's the one right above Fargo?
What the fuck is Fargo?
It's in North Dakota. It's right in the middle.
Oh,
What's the? It begins with an
looking at
M,
my
right?
math here. Well, North Dakota
Man,
straddles
man,
almost
man,
50-50 Manitoba and Saskatchewan, so if they're in the west, it'd be Sask. If they're in the east, it'd be Manitoba.
I think it was Manitoba. I don't say it was M, so it's Manitoba. That was my first instinct. I was gonna say
Okay.
it begins with an M. I'm pretty sure. So yeah, Manitoba. That's
Okay,
what it
fair
is.
enough.
Yeah, weird.
Yeah, because in BC the drinking age is 19, but Alberta's is 18. So guess what happens? BC's drinking age is 18 because everyone just drives over to Alberta when they turn 18,
Yeah,
buys a bunch of shit, and drives back.
yeah, might as well. That's really weird. I mean,
It's,
honestly, that's like, I mean, in America, like if we had fucking states with different drinking ages, that'd be kind of weird too. Like,
yeah,
let's go to
it's
Florida.
the
You get
same.
18.
It's even funny if you're in Ottawa because that's a big city of like 1 million people, where the drinking age in Ontario is 19, but it's also a 10-minute bus ride from Quebec where it's 18. So guess what the drinking age is there? Yeah, it's fucking 18,
Mm-hmm. Yeah, makes sense.
which is always fun. I enjoy. So yeah, what happened? Did I hear something about some sports game? I don't know shit about American sports. I heard the Philadelphia Eagles lost for like the first time ages to the Chicago Cubs, who apparently are shit. So I don't know.
I don't know. No, that's the Cubs are a baseball team. The Eagles are a football team. So I'm not sure exactly what you heard, but
Oh, I must have heard that from separate sources on the internet that one of them won and the other one lost, and I just put them together because I
yep,
don't know
that's.
jack about fucking sports.
I mean, let me think here. What's exciting? We have two fucking young teams, I guess, in football that are becoming good, but whatever. It's not that big of a deal.
Hmm.
I guess if I watch
That are
sports,
what, sorry?
I
Becoming
like
good?
I like basketball. All the sports. That'd be the one I watch.
Fair enough. I tend to watch the Premier League football, so I don't really
I
watch
will watch
North
World Cup.
American sports terribly often.
Yeah, I'm saying the World Cup happens.
Hmm?
If the World Cup happens, I'll fucking watch the World Cup. World Cup
Hmm.
soccer is like it's like honestly one of the best times because those people play their ass off. They fucking are so good. Give them
I
a
wish I wish that North America had the same like chanting culture that the UK does, because the
I
football chants in
fucking
the
tell you
UK are
this. I say
amazing.
the same thing all the time. Like I go to basketball games and shit, whatever. Fucking, I'll be like, why don't we fucking just like who, rah, who, or whatever, fucking do something funny and cool. We just
No,
fucking
they have
sit.
proper their chants have lyrics in the UK. I know a lot of them because I'm a Manchester United fan. They're good. I wish we did that here.
I agree totally because I try to get people just to get even people to stand up like the whole time and fucking do anything. It's like god damn, seriously. Like you're at the game, have fun with it.
Yeah,
Like especially if we pay
I
money,
love
pay
I
for
love
that.
being able exactly. I love being able to go like UNITED, United are the team for me with a knick-knack, paddywhack, give a dog a bone. Why don't she just fuck off home? And everyone's doing it because they're all drunk off their fucking ass.
Yeah,
It's great.
the thing is, it's not cool when like two people do, but when you have 20,000, 30, 50,000 people doing it, fuck yeah.
And the thing is, everyone's been doing it since they were like 3, so everyone just knows all the lyrics. So it's not like difficult to get people to do it.
Oh, I bet not. Yeah, we don't have that too
Because like
much
the
here,
thing you
and
have
it
to rem
sucks.
yeah, the thing you have to remember is that a lot of them are just like empty templates where if you listen to them enough, you'll notice it's the same song being used for different players, which helps a lot because you can just remember uh you can sort of remember things a lot easier. So because like they're not making up new ones every week, they're just recycling them.
Yep, for sure. No, yeah, no, that makes sense.
But yeah. I like whenever there's like a scandal from one of the players because it's football and there inevitably is because you've given, a 17-year-old fucking 80,000 pounds a week. Naturally, something's gonna fucking happen. And whenever that happens, that's when they write the new ones, and that's when they just like a stadium of like 8,000 people in a stadium will just be insulting you personally. And it's quite funny when that happens.
I know.
Like like Adam Johnson, I don't know if you knew what happened to him.
No, I don't.
It was discovered he was like 22 dating like a 15-year-old or something. So everyone just starts chanting, Adam Johnson, pedophile, he plays with little children, takes them to the stadium like to sexually abuse them. And just everyone is chanting that at the top of their voice. It's very, very funny. And to be fair, they are mocking him. They're not laughing with him. That's them insulting him. But
Yep. what's it called? So
And like that's great.
I went to a Timberwolves game, and this basketball player named Josh Giddey, he basically the same thing. He was 19 or 20, and he was dating like a 15, 16-year old, whatever. So and the
Yeah.
news story just broke, and then they played our team here in Minnesota. So I went to that game randomly, and fucking every time he touched the ball, everyone would just be like, "Pedo, pedo." This dude was so pissed. He would always be looking around like,
I love when that happens.
"Oh yeah, dude, it's great when the fans kind of take over the fucking game, or what do you want to call it, like the moment."
Yeah, no, that's like the only time when the creative people write new chants for the UK and then they just slag them off for 5 minutes. It's great.
Right? They hand it to you as you fucking go to the stadium. Like everyone's like, "Here, read this. You got 5 minutes to learn these lyrics."
Oh no, it's all online. It's all on Facebook. There's like 80 Facebook groups that all like send it between themselves and then it gets propagated that way.
I bet.
And sadly, it's not like a church where they just give you a lyric sheet. It's just all on Facebook and then you memorize it before the match.
Well, yeah, you have to actually care about it. You can't just get
Yeah.
it for free. You got to earn it.
I that is one thing that I think every country should have. Actually, tell a lie. I've heard the Indians and the Pakistanis do, but that thing is they play cricket and I don't fucking watch cricket, but I have seen that they also sort of imported that from the British where they all have really insulting chants for each other, but it's from a sport that I don't watch because I don't want to watch a game that lasts 5 days.
That's what I'm
So
saying.
you're
Their
not going
games
to
can
do that.
last forever. That's the problem with cricket. It's like
Yeah, it's like I
it's
don't
baseball that can
not
last
a
forever. It's fucking nuts.
Yeah, it's like the standing around aimlessly for the outfielders in baseball, except everyone's doing it and they're doing it for 5 days. And I don't really want to do that.
I know. I get it.
But
I'm not a cricket. I can't. It's huge in like India and like the Southeast Asia. I guess even England.
yeah, actually,
England's
it's mostly just India, Pakistan, and Bangladesh, and then Australia, New Zealand, and then the UK.
I
It
say
used to be really big in the US as well, actually, but fun fact, the reason it got killed was because of the Civil War. It was because all the tournaments, when it was just ramping up, just happened to coincide with the Civil War. And so, come the end of it 4 years later, nobody cared. And so it just never took off. It was just about to, and then it got cancelled. There was like five
that's
games
when
that were about to
baseball took
happen.
off. So I wonder if everyone just switched to
Yeah,
baseball.
exactly. It was no, it was completely connected.
Yeah.
It just happened to hit at the wrong time, which is kind of interesting.
That's crazy, right?
All right.
Like it's just one of those things. Like yeah, just like how big would cricket be as a world sport if America would have like picked it up? Because then, like, how much Asians love baseball and fucking the South American people love baseball. Like they probably
It's mostly Japanese people who like baseball. Actually, it hasn't really taken off in Korea or China, unfortunately, which is a
really.
shame because I
I
actually
thought
really like
Korea did.
baseball.
I knew China maybe not as much, but I thought Korea had some baseball players. Maybe they don't.
Nothing I've heard of, but I've only ever heard of it in Japan.
Yeah, Japan is huge. Which again, if you want to get
Which is a
technical, Japan, we took over Japan for like 20 years after World War II, so we probably did a lot of influence to them. Like
it was only 7 years first of all,
that's
but
a
yeah, that's mostly why.
kind. Well, I mean, you're right. I think so. That I think they put a ban on like a lot of movie making and like news they could put out for like 15, 20 years. So like they couldn't talk about
I
World
don't.
War II for a while.
Well, here's the way you can tell. It has to have only been 7 years because the Korean War started in 1951 and they occupied Japan from 1945, and the person occupying Japan was Douglas MacArthur, who got called into the Korean War.
Yeah,
So that's just the way
I
if
guess
you
yeah.
to mentally keep track of the timeline.
Okay, that makes sense. I knew yeah, MacArthur was there. I knew that.
Yeah, he was the one who took that infamous photo of him standing
Yeah,
like a head and shoulders
yeah.
taller than the
He's
Japanese
like, oh,
emperor.
this is your
He's
god.
really
Okay.
short. I was astonished. I would have thought the emperor, especially with how well fed he'd be, would be a bit taller.
Yeah, he has bad genetics. You can't help what your mom and dad are, I suppose.
Yeah. But well, no, it's just more the fact that like I expect people generally who like, in poorer countries who have dealt with malnutrition to be shorter, like how it's like why, North Koreans are so much shorter than South Koreans.
Yeah,
I'd have thought the Japanese emperor would be a bit taller, but I guess not.
yeah. I guess I don't know.
But yeah, what can you do?
What can you do?
But is the other person gonna get here or no?
I have no clue. The one chick said she's eating dinner coming on maybe in a minute. She said I hope to log on and went out for dinner. That was like 30 minutes
That
ago.
was a different person though. And we're looking at what is it, Plato, whoever this person is.
Yeah, I'll send her a message.
We'll see. I'm enjoying this chat. I'm fine to just have them arrive eventually, but you know.
Yeah, for sure. It's fun to pick each other's brains, and like I said, even with like that little bit of tidbit will hopefully sink into my head. 51, 51 is Korea.
Yeah, exactly. Should help anyway. Have you ever played Hoi 4? I've been getting really into that.
Hoi 4? No, I just finished playing Cyberpunk. I put about 120 hours
No,
in.
Hearts of Iron 4. It's the very famous World War II game that's just a big map painting. It only makes sense if you're very neurodivergent, which gratefully I am, but it's not a very fun game otherwise.
Is it? Oh, it's like a strategy game. I probably like it. That's kind of my shit. Like I said, I'm like right now. I'm just playing Risk. I like playing Risk when I talk because it's a game I don't gotta super
I
pay attention to, so I can look up things if I need to and shit like that.
I I I mean I wouldn't consider Risk a strategy game just because of how much dice rolling there is, because half the time it's like, I've got a strategy. Oh, I rolled all ones. Fuck
Yeah.
that.
No, I know. I get that. No, it's not a strategy game. That's what I'm saying. It's just easy to play. But yeah, this one looks more strategy based, which is dope.
Yeah.
When did this
So
game
who
come
knows
out?
realistically?
2016. Oh, it's almost 10 years old, huh? Yeah, I've never heard
Hoi
of it.
4? Is
Yeah.
it that old? Yeah, that sounds about right. 2016. It's pretty good. I like it a lot. It recently had an update for China, and I've been playing the shit out of that, so I've been enjoying that.
um, how many people is like a PvP game? How many people play on a map?
Well, technically you can play single player. But I think maximum is like 64, but you never get that many. You basically get like 15 of the major countries, and then you just go. Honestly, having too many minors gets a bit annoying because eventually it's just like something weird happens in the corner of the map and you're not paying attention. And then, oh Lord, all of South America has been taken over by Argentina, and then you've got to deal with that
That's funny.
because you just, weren't fucking paying attention.
Yeah, some little fucking side piece.
But
Have you ever
so yeah,
watched?
that happens a bit.
Have you ever watched
Hey, go.
military? Have you ever watched military people fucking do war games?
I watched that one Sandhurst one from the UK when they tried to simulate the German plan, what is it, Operation Sea Lion to invade the UK.
Mm-hmm.
And I watched that because that was like 3 hours. It did not work. They could not. They tried. They gave the Germans every conceivable advantage, and it still fucking failed.
Yeah, I know. I love watch. I geeked out on that for a while because it's so amazing to think about because people always think like, oh, we're just gonna go to war now. It's like, dude, these people have been planning this shit out for minimum probably a year, if not longer, because they try to think of
Hmm.
every conceivable outcome with any fucking thing they do. So again, it goes back to like the conspiracy people where they're always like, oh, just willy nilly, just happen. These things just happen. Like, no, they don't. Like, this was planned a long time ago. Like,
Yeah, exactly. I mean, yeah, I agree with that. I'd I had a thought and it just sort of flew away on me. Yeah, no, I kind of watch that sort of stuff. Big what would it be? Bigger fan of like doing it myself, which is why because I enjoy playing these sorts of complicated games. It's um yeah, watching other people play makes me want to play it, so then I just go download them anyway, which I guess kind of works. You know?
hold on, I'm texting the lady.
Yeah.
What happened?
What's happening?
I was texting that Play-Doh chick, like personally, whatever.
They responding at all?
No, I'm just sending it right now. I sent one in like Discord. Now I'm gonna send like one to her personally. See if she'll answer this one.
Oh yeah. See what happens.
Yeah, just see if she answers.
Yeah, we'll see. Yeah, this has been pretty chill anyway, so
Yeah,
Um,
it's not as fiery and stupid as last time.
yeah, exactly. Yeah, if Brandon joins, I'll just leave because fair players don't have the patience for that.
No, I feel you. And like I said, it was just weird. He's normally not like crazy like that, but fucking, he was in a weird mood. He's got something. His parents and shit
Yeah,
are very bipolar, or not bipolar, but whatever. And they think they fucked him up like mentally. Like it's hard for him to deal with a lot of shit. He's like tries to think like
Yeah.
everybody else is exactly like that. It's like, dude, it's probably more like your parents are just shitty. Like, it
As
sucks.
someone who as someone who has a somewhat similar reaction to things because of my mom, you got to learn to deal with it. It's not anybody else's problem because they did not.
Yep.
They're not the ones who traumatized you. They didn't do it. It's not their problem. You need to learn to work with it because, like, yeah,
When
that's
I
just
when I
something I've
work at
had to do.
the bar and fucking there'd be so many times where like a person will come in, let's say they're in a big old fight with their girlfriend or boyfriend, whatever the fuck, and then they start being
Mm,
assholes to everyone. And I try to do the same thing. I try to remind them like, hey, bro, the person that's sitting next to you is not the person you should be mad at. You should be mad at your fucking girlfriend or your boyfriend or whoever the fuck. Like, stop being mad at everyone else.
mhm.
These people had nothing to do with it. I get you're angry and I get you're mad, and I'm not telling you you can't be. I understand your frustrations, but you need to learn to take them out on the right people and situations. You just can't take it on everybody.
I agree.
You know.
But yeah, no, it just becomes really
It also makes you look
frustrating to
bad.
try and deal with.
Well, yeah. Well, also
Eh?
it ruins your fucking integrity as a person. Like, it's gonna be hard to go to someone and be like, "Oh, I fucked up." Like, dude, you fucking screamed at me, trying to fight me. Like, sometimes it gets really bad. If you just let your anger take over for no reason.
Yeah, I don't really have any anger issue with that, so I don't relate at all. I'm just like, yeah, it takes effort for me to actually get angry. So,
Oh yeah, dude.
you know, yeah,
I'm
yeah,
chill as a fuck until if I snap, you'll know. Like, I always tell people, and then it's
yeah.
funny because like the few times I get mad at the bar or whatever shit, people are like, dude, you fucked up. He's pissed at you for like real. Like, it's one of those because they know I don't care. Like, I always tell people, like, I don't give a fuck. I'm just trying to fucking work and do my shit. Whatever you do, as long as you fucking are respectful, I have no qualms with you.
hmm Yeah, no, that's fair. I don't know. I just don't get angry for the most part. It very rarely happens because for me it's just like if a person is get upsetting me, they probably don't care, is kind of how I think of it. And also, I don't know. Now, I guess just by temperament, I just sort of like would rather just leave the conversation. If it's like an actual serious discussion that just needs to be had, but it's upsetting me, I'll finish. That's obviously I'm not gonna leave. But if it's just like someone's trolling me and they're trying to annoy me, I'm just gonna go, okay, you're just being, 13 and just being annoying because, and it's like, okay, have a good afternoon. Toodaloo.
Yep, I feel that.
That's why I can't really watch reality TV because so much of it is just based off of being as exciting as humanly possible, or rather, as like dramatic as humanly possible.
Hmm.
And I just like every time I watch it, I'm like, no one reacts like this, right? It's like no one's this much of a drama queen, but who knows?
I know. I never watched none of that shit as a kid. I fucking thought it was stupid as fuck. I could never understand the thought process of being like, yeah, I'm gonna watch people lie to me because that's all they're doing is lying. Like you said, they're being over dramatic and fucking losing their shit over nothing and blah blah blah. It's like, oh my god, you just
I'm
be
thinking of
yourself.
like Love Island right now, like for example, because that's the most famous one recently. And I don't know what the fuck goes on in that. I hate it because my sister's really into it. So like by force of exposure, I unfortunately am occasionally familiar with like scenes. I don't know what happens. Like it doesn't seem like anything goes on. I don't know what the point is. I don't know who the people are. None of them seem to have like thoughts or anything. I don't know what's going on. Like I can't watch it. It drives me crazy.
Yeah,
Probably not helped by the fact that she has it on semi-frequently, so I'm just forced to deal with it.
I feel that. Yeah, I don't. Luckily for me, my parents, none of us really watched reality TV. We thought it was fucking stupid then. We still think it's stupid. Like what the fuck?
Yeah, yeah. I don't know. My mom doesn't really watch that. It's mostly just my sister who watches it, and then occasionally informs me of what's going on, as if I have a clue what she's talking about. And it's like, okay, cool.
Right. My parents used to watch Everyone Loves Raymond. That was their show. They had every season. They watched it religiously.
That's hilarious.
That is funny.
But because like I've tried watching that. It's not very funny.
I know. It's very like soundtrack funny. Like when the soundtrack makes you laugh, you're like, "Oh, that's kind of funny." But like actual funny,
Have you ever watched it with the laugh track removed?
yeah,
It's
that's what I
very
was saying.
unsettling.
Oh man, I've done the same thing with like musicians. Like you know how many musicians suck? Like dude, you ever listen to like or a singer? More specifically, I'll listen to singers that with everything taken out, just their voice sometimes and like a concert and shit. Like, dude, you're actually not really a good singer at all. Like, it's the background singers
have
and
you ever
shit.
heard the backing audio for what is it? Whoever it was who did Single Ladies? What's her name?
Oh,
Help me
Beyonce.
out. Yeah, Beyonce. Have you
Yeah.
ever heard the audio like with all the singing removed for
Yeah.
that? So, like one of the worst
Yes.
beats I've ever listened to.
And she stole that dance from a fucking chick from the '70s, where I recall.
I don't remember that. I just remember that thing. Thing is though I was going to compliment her because I actually was going to say took like the worst beat I've ever heard and actually turned it into something faintly usable.
Right. There's a lot of them. Nicki Minaj has a lot of beats. I'm like, are we seriously doing this? It's like just like scratching and gnawing. It's annoying as fuck. But okay, if it works, it's made her millions somehow.
Hmm. Yeah, fair enough. I don't know. I don't shit on popular things without going and listening to them because in my head it's like they're popular for a reason.
Sure.
It's why I don't really hate on Taylor Swift because it's like I don't hate her stuff. It's just not really my style.
Yeah, I mean, I just fake
But
watch
it's
shit.
like I can see why she's popular. Like it's not a surprise why. It's not really my style. But I don't like just shitting on popular people because they're popular because I'm like there's a reason they got to that point. It's not just because for fun.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really care. Because the thing is, it's like a lot of things. Like, why would I waste my time caring about this? Why, if you don't care, then why the fuck do you, why are you gonna make your negativity and shit out there and shit?
Y- Yeah, exactly.
Like I hate Taylor Swift. Like, why do you hate her? Like, just don't acknowledge it. Who gives a fuck? Like,
Or more, I don't. You can dislike Taylor Swift, that's fair enough. But I mean, disliking popular people because they're popular. And I'm like, if it got 800 million views, it's probably worth watching at least once just to
once.
see what happened.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's the same thing with like the Gundam style song. I fucking thought it was stupid. I listened to it like once or twice, and I'm like, yep, this is stupid. Not for me, but whatever. If you're at a club and shit, I suppose it makes sense. There's a
Which was
lot
the
of people.
song? Sorry,
The Gundam style, the Korean one.
I don't know. Oh, Gangnam Style. Yeah,
Yeah, like 10 years ago, maybe 15 years ago. I guess I don't know how.
yeah. I went back and re-listened to it. It's actually not as terrible when you haven't been hearing it constantly for the past like 3 months.
True.
But it's not bad. I can see why it would have been played everywhere because it's like, yeah, generic, works, nothing to complain about. But when
Yep.
it's just all everywhere, it gets annoying.
No, yeah, and that's honestly that's probably the biggest reason why people talk shit about popular music is because fucking it's overplayed and people fucking get sick of hearing it.
Yeah,
That's
I
probably
agree
the
with
number
that.
one reason.
It's like how many people have forgotten, because I went back and re-listened to it recently. How many people forgot that Let It Go from Frozen is actually like a really, really, really good song.
I know, right?
There's a reason why it was played everywhere. It was annoying because it was everywhere, but
Yeah,
then I went back and rewatched it after not having heard it for 10 years, and I was like, wow, this is like
it's a powerful
actually
song.
excellent.
Yeah, I know what you're
This
saying.
is great. I can see why, kind of thing, yeah.
I mean, right now, because like I said, I have a 10-year-old. She fucking there's this K Demon pop song or group, whatever. And they have a huge song right now, and like it's
What's it
played.
called?
It's called K Demon Pop. What's the song called? Hold on, I'll tell you in a minute. But it's been played at the bar and shit. I'm like, oh my god, this is the new fucking Let It Go song or whatever. Like where it's huge
Mm-hmm.
worldwide. What is it called? No, what's the Golden? Golden.
I
It's
have
their
not heard of that
it's their
song.
powerful song that fucking go from being bad to good kind of thing. But
I haven't heard it.
like I said, because I have a kid, I fucking hear it a lot.
Fair enough.
Same as like my daughter. She was probably like 3 years old when Frozen came out. I probably watched that movie probably 100 times at least in that first year.
hmm I didn't because I wasn't that into it, but I did hear the song everywhere. But
Mm.
like, yeah, going back and re-listening to it, I'm like, huh, wow, that's actually really good.
I mean, honestly, I do that with like even just like regular music. There's like a lot of like one hit wonders and shit from like the 90s, 2000, 2010s and shit's like, oh, now that I'm not forced to listen to it over and over, it is a pretty good song. But when you hear it fucking 8,000 times, because like there's so many songs, I'm like, I thought this song sucked. It's actually not that bad. It's just I found out later,
hmm
it's just overplayed. That's usually what it is.
I wonder how many other things there are that are like excellent, but we just sort of ignore them because they're everywhere.
Oh, tons. That's why I mean I do the same thing with like movies. Sometimes I'll try to rewatch movies to make sure like, oh, was this movie actually good or was it just a kid and fucking stupid or whatever kind of thing. Like, and sometimes I'm like, oh my
Hmm.
god, this movie was actually fucking great.
I weirdly enough, as a kid, I had halfway decent taste. I've gone back and rewatched things, and the only ones I've found that I'm not into are stuff that I'm just like, this is for too young of an audience now. I just can't really watch it, but it's
Yeah, you
still
don't relate.
decent.
Yeah, you just don't
But
relate.
yeah, like watching like the Magic School Bus or something. It's like this is good. It's just not for me, an adult now.
Yeah,
But
it's a
you know
good
that sort
science.
of
It's a
thing.
good science show to get kids interested. That's like the whole Bill Nye, all those people. Like that's the job. You're trying to get kids interested in a topic that's good for them long term.
Exactly. Exactly. It works really well. And then but yeah, the only one example of this was as a kid, I was super into the Michael Bay Transformers movies, and I'm still into them, but I can also at least now recognize that holy shit, they're garbage.
Yeah, like it's
They're
just
funny
action.
garbage, but they're
Yeah,
not good.
yeah. It's the fucking Fast and Furious movies. Like people that love those movies, like I can't believe there's 12 of them. Well, guess what? The first two are really great to me, but the rest of them are for people that just fucking love action, like car action and shit. That's cool. I mean, there's a there's an audience for it, obviously.
Hmm. It's just I don't know. Looking back on it, I'm like, this is like the plot makes no sense. The writing is atrocious,
Oh yeah, man.
but you know, it's just funny.
Oh yeah, dude. Like I said, I still randomly watch the first Transformer, especially. I like that one.
Oh yeah, no, that's probably the best one. I also did as a kid rewatch or go as a kid did we rewatch Sharknado? Or sorry, watched it as a kid, rewatched it as an adult.
Yep.
That's probably the only film where I think I was amused as a child and I went back as an adult and I'm like, even ironically, I don't really find this as funny.
Right.
I just couldn't laugh at it the same.
Yep.
But you know, that's probably the only one.
Yeah. Trying to think. I'm trying to. I gotta have a couple more movies I can think of that were not really good or whatever. Watching later.
I think I it was really funny. The funniest bit of that whole thing was when I discovered that they did not in fact make one Sharknado. They made six of the
I
fucking
know.
thing.
Again, because
I
once you
thought
get a
they
cult
made
following,
one.
I
I
know.
thought they made one. And then I go and I look and I see there's six of them. I'm like, what? Actually mind blowing.
Yeah, like I said, once you get a fucking cult following, dude, it's over. Like you can make unlimited amount of movies or things about it, and that audience will always gobble it up. This is how it is.
It's so funny.
It is funny. I mean,
So what's been going on recently in the US? I haven't been paying quite as much attention to to US politics because we recently had a budget we were trying to pass and it succeeded, so I
oh
was a
yeah,
bit focused on that.
that's good. Fucking nothing really much in the sense of like just normal bullshit, like
Is the government still shut down, by the way?
no, they opened up maybe a month ago.
Okay.
The Dems caved because their constituents were fucking going hungry and shit. They're like, all right, we'll open the government. Oh, that's the new big fight that's gonna be coming is Republicans are trying to do something with Obamacare and they have like a
How
lot.
are they? They've been trying to do something with
I know.
Obamacare for the last like 10 years. So like is
16 at
this
least.
any different from the previous decade or is there any actual chance of
Well,
something happening?
I don't know because the issue is that in the beginning of the new year the subsidies go away and people's premiums are gonna like double to triple. That's the big thing.
What subsidies?
The Obamacare subsidies, like the money that they give to fund the program, it's gonna run out.
Oh, that. I see.
So
I thought you meant like I was confused as to who was subsidizing which here. I apologize. I don't know jack about American healthcare, and
it sucks.
I tried. I tried watching like a half-hour overview, and it was full of words I've never heard before, so I just kind of left.
Oh my god, I know. We spend the
And I
most
was
and
like,
pay the worst.
this is a copay. What the fuck does that mean? This is this, and I just went, okay, goodbye.
Fucking there's co-pays. There's fucking what's the other one where the maximum you can spend what's that word called? There's a fucking stupid word for it. Either way, it is stupid. It's horrible.
Yeah.
And again, I think it's funny that people just in America just can't agree that we can just tax billionaires like 3%, 4% more, and that'll pay for most of it. Like some kind of universal healthcare system is
or
ridiculous.
even just readjust the money you're currently spending, because your government spends twice as much on healthcare as anybody else,
I know
like
they have to.
percentage wise.
Oh, I already know, dude. It's fucking wild. And like, what is it? Our life expectancy is like 78, and you guys is like 82, I think. So you have 4 more years.
It is so weirdly healthy up here, so I would rather compare it to like somewhere in Western Europe. I don't actually know if the US is that far behind, but you know.
I don't know. The other big news is you remember Luigi Mangione,
Um,
the
I think.
United Healthcare shooter.
Oh yes, yeah, I faintly remember him. Yeah.
So he might get off scot free because the police, when they arrested him, didn't read him his Miranda rights, and they searched his bag without whatever. So there's a couple things where he might be getting out scot free.
That's kind of hilarious.
It is.
I Yeah, I don't know. We'll see what happens.
I know. I'm just waiting for the trial if I can.
Yeah, I don't know. I'd be astonished if they walk him, because at the end of the day, the way I see it is they're probably just going to give him a really reduced sentence, but I can't see if he is proven to actually be the guy who shot him. I can't see how you walk him. Like if he did, he did.
True, but in America you can't. So when they question him, if they don't read him his Miranda rights, the case gets dropped. Like it gets thrown out. That's what the thing that's going to be happening most likely. If it, I mean, maybe not most likely, but there's at least a chance.
Is it? Okay, I wasn't aware. But fair
Well,
enough.
yeah, because one of the the Miranda rights is that you have the right to remain silent and have a
Yeah, I know what.
lawyer.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I know what those are.
So like yeah, if they ask you questions and you don't consent to being asked questions and shit like that, and you don't have a lawyer, that is illegal. It's like there's been cases where like the cops will come bust, they'll raid a house at 4:54 p.m. and the warrant's not set till 5 p.m. So they got there 15
Mm.
minutes early. So that whole case, even though they got him dead to rights, all that evidence is thrown out. So that's what's going to happen here. All the evidence they found from all the shit they did is all going to get thrown out, which is the whole case, basically.
Yeah, your legal system is strangely what's the word I'm looking for here? Not legalistic, because all of them aren't. What's the word?
I use a
It
thing.
follows the letter rather than the spirit of the law, because that sort of thing just kind of doesn't happen in a lot of other places. The idea that, like,
Sure.
if you arrive 15 minutes early for a warrant and you catch them, they're basically just going to say, yeah, that's good enough for us.
I get what
Or
you're
the
saying.
government or the
So yeah.
prosecution will.
So I guess I always use the thought process of we'd rather have 100 innocent people go away, or 100 guilty people get off early or for no reason, than send one innocent
Hmm.
person to jail. So
I
we're overly cautious of sending people to jail, which is a good and a bad thing.
Are you? You have the largest prison population in the
Yeah,
world.
but we also have the fucking most. We're probably the most mentally fucked country, honestly, in the world too. Like honestly, like we're like what I think we're fourth highest population, and we have fucking a lot of problems here, like mentally, because we don't take care of them. We're very materialistic, and we compare ourselves to everybody and everything. All
I
those things.
mean, you say that, but at the end of the day, actually having been around, I'd say for materialism, you guys are actually doing a lot better than most places at the end of the day. I think North American society is that just the whole of North America generally is quite healthy. Like, if you want to see proper materialism, go to Russia. Go to Russia in the 90s. Go to South Korea now. Oh my goodness, it's
Why?
actually
What's in South
quite
Korea?
horrifying.
What's
Oh,
happening?
just you would not believe the amount of status that is bound up in the amount in flashy things and brands and everything like that. When people say the idea of like, oh, you shouldn't care about the brand titles and like no one's going to care about that. South Korea is that very specific brand of really, really new money, but there's lots of it. So everyone sort of gets hyper invested in looking as rich as possible. Oh my goodness, there's a reason why like mothers will gift their daughters as a high school graduation present plastic surgery for eyelids. It's quite a
Really?
problem.
That's fucking
So actually,
wild.
you guys are doing okay.
Then why do you think we're so mentally fucked? like compared to other people.
I
Like
mean,
compared
you
to like
say that, but honestly, I'd prefer to bring up some stats. If we look at suicide rates, for example, the worst
Japan.
offenders actually that aren't like in active war, the worst offenders are actually East Asia. I say
Yeah,
offenders. The
Japan.
highest stats are actually East Asia. Japan, South Korea, Singapore, for example, those three absolutely lead the pack when it comes to suicides.
Yep.
So, I wouldn't say you're mentally quite as fucked as you believe. I mean, I'd also just say it's the fact that the US is big, and also so there's just more stuff that's going to happen. And also, you don't have a lot of national mechanisms built in by which you can sort of equalize money. Most other countries have national mechanisms to send money from the wealthy areas to the poorer areas for essential functions. The US just doesn't really have that.
That
I'd
yeah.
say it's the mix of lots of inequality, even just at a fundamental level of just like basic infrastructure. Like, for example, how schools are funded by property taxes. That's not how it works in like the UK or in Canada or in France. The way it works there is all the money gets put into a big pool and then it's just allocated by school size. I'd say it's just that. It's the inequality alongside the fact that the US at the end of the day is just big.
Yeah, I mean, I can agree with some of that, but I feel like I don't know. I just feel like we're having more like just like random stabbings on the streets and like just maybe it's not
All
more
right,
though. I was going to say maybe it's not
it's
more.
not. Have you seen the 80s, 90s
Yeah,
statistics?
see,
They're
'90s
terrible.
is the worst. I do know the '90s is by far the worst. That's why they made the whole fucking crime bill and shit like that in general. I don't know. It's probably not as bad. It's probably just fucking. It's on main. Or it's everyone records now, so it's just more in your face. A lot of it. But like,
Probably, yeah.
I don't know. So like, because the other thing is like, what like we're the biggest consumers of drugs, and usually, not always, but usually drugs correlate to fucking mental health problems. So I just don't know.
I mean, do they? The other thing as well you have to remember is uh what kind of drug use are you referring to? Number one. But also, if you're going to start referring to other things, for example, alcohol, uh, a lot of Eastern Europe is a massive, big hit for that. So, like,
That's true.
you guys are not doing the worst. One thing, for example, North America does really good is we don't smoke anymore. Like the smoking numbers here compared to
In
anywhere
Europe,
else are
yeah,
incredibly
I
good.
found that out when I went to Europe because I started looking that shit up and whatever. But yeah, Europeans smoke way more than us.
With the exception of I think the Brits and the Irish, but basically everybody else is like smoking like crazy.
Yeah, so I mean there are things, but I mean like I don't know. Does like does Spain or Germany do they have like a fentanyl problem? Do they have a fucking heroin problem? I mean do they have
They
like
have a Captagon. They have a Captagon problem,
what's Captagon? Is that a different
which
drug?
the Captagon is a stimulant pill that is basically if you took like ADHD meds, got rid of all the mechanisms in the prescription meds that make them like release slowly over time. So imagine a drug that's meant to release over 10 hours, walloping you inside of 90 minutes. And then also you didn't prepare them in clean facilities and you made them really kind of like impure and shit. And then also you like tripled the size, basically. It's that. It's specifically exported from Bashar al-Assad's Syria, so they actually might not have that issue anymore because his government has since fallen. But basically, for lack of a better term, Bashar was a drug lord. He was running a country that was pumping out that stimulant pill at the scale that like what's his name Escobar was pumping out drugs out of South America. It's actually ridiculous. Like when I say a lot, I mean every other member of the Arab League that normally turns a blind eye to this sort of thing, including places like the Saudis and the Emiratis who normally don't give a shit, were basically telling him, you got to clamp down on this. This is becoming a disaster. He had the Turks pounding on his door, basically saying, deal with this shit, please. It was a huge problem. So that was mostly it. It was mostly Middle Eastern drugs, also opium, and actually, well, heroin now, mostly from India. So
Mm-hmm.
Europe doesn't have cocaine from the Americas. It just has Captagon and heroin.
Okay. Yeah, I was just reading. It's the drug is called phenylphylline. Phenylphylline. That's the main drug in it. That
Yep, sounds all right.
gives you amphetamine feels. So it's basically like a fucking meth, but it's not. It's like meth light.
Yep, basically. But like I said, it's like imagine, except it's a pill. So, it's imagine that walloping you in that side of that short of a time period.
Yeah, man.
But so yeah, mostly the EU mostly deals with that. The EU also, let's not forget, the EU also has an actively warring, belligerent country sending drones into its
Yeah, dude.
airspace,
Oh, did you
which at least we
see?
don't have to deal with
Did
that.
you see the story about Russia sent drones when Zelensky was in Ireland or something like that, like a week ago?
I heard that the Irish sent drones to Zelensky in Ireland because the Irish are these really, really weird, like, the
Mm-hmm.
Irish politics are very unimpressive to me. I never heard about the Russians doing it. I heard the Russians sending drones into Poland.
Yeah, no.
And I heard
So
about the Irish protesting Zelensky because they don't like
yeah, sending money.
fighting for freedom, I guess.
I know, right? No, so Zelensky landed, was going to Ireland to fucking do some big speech for raise money and shit, right? Basically, right? Uh,
Mm.
so they told everybody like the plane was gonna land at noon, but his plane actually landed at 10 o'clock. But at noon, there was like 4 to 6 fucking Russian drones up in the airspace where he was supposed to be. So they were thinking that the Russians were trying to fucking assassinate him in the air with the drones at the
Oh,
time.
that's a good idea. Assassinate a head of state in NATO territory. That won't go badly.
Well, yeah, he don't. Well, the thing is, he don't care. That's what. That's why I hate fucking the whole America's policy where they're trying to fucking just cave into these people. It's like this guy doesn't care about any of
Can
this.
you imagine if Ronald Reagan was dealing with this
Oh
sort of
my god,
situation? Every member of the Republican Party would
I
be
know.
salivating over the opportunity to declare the former fucking like the former nation of Russia now a smoldering husk.
I know.
You know, the joke of what's flat and glows in the dark, Moscow after Reagan wins.
Right,
Can you imagine if the Russians had done this and how much every 80s Republican would just be
dude. They're
salivating at the
turning. Well,
opportunity
I'm
to
saying
crush
all
them?
the old ones are just turning their graves. They cannot believe that we're fucking siding with Russia. Like, what the
No,
fuck?
but serious, can you imagine if they had an excuse to?
Oh, I know
Like
they would.
the old Cold War Warhawks
Oh
had
yeah.
an excuse of the Russians invaded an allied country. That they finally get to fight them. Like they're not the belligerent. Now Russia's the belligerent. They
I mean, technically,
finally get a chance to
and
do
you'd
it.
and
Can
you'd
you
have Europe.
imagine what would have happened?
I'm saying, and you'd have Europe
Eh?
support, dude. Like that's the thing. Like it wouldn't just be us warring with them. It would be like all of Europe too. Like it would be the closest thing to like a World War II, where everybody, not certain countries, are all united. Like these people are evil and wrong. Ugh.
It would have been absolutely hilarious to watch. But no, it's such a shame. They're all gone. I'm just trying to imagine, like,
Oh, I know.
just, that would,
Oh, I know. Dude, the thing
like,
is, and also I always joke,
um,
dude. Like Russia sucks so much. Like I always say, they can't even beat America's like 2002 weaponry. Like that's the shit that we were given to like Ukraine this whole time was little weaponry. It's like or old shit. You know, it's like, man, what would they do if we actually sent like the actual brigade here to fucking fuck their day up? Nothing.
yeah, this is just amazing. Like, I'm just trying to visualize the Cold War era, like Lyndon Johnson, Richard Nixon era
Oh, dude.
politicians having a chance to clobber the Russians. They would be so happy.
Oh yeah.
And now they can't.
Like I said,
And now the
Reagan
GOP
would be the
can't do
big
it.
one. Reagan would love to fucking kill them all. That would have been Reagan's thing.
Oh,
He hated communists so fuck. Honestly,
to be fair, most Republicans did at this point.
for
But
sure. I mean, I get that totally. I would say, me and my buddies, we did a fucking like a whole day of reading all about Reagan and shit, and we found out like when he was young, dude, he was pretty progressive and left kind of leaning as a kid. You know, like younger years, but then around the 50s or so, he fucking or 40s started hearing all about the communist shit and all the anti-communist stuff, and that's when he full fledged went right side all the
um,
way.
it was more around the six. It was more around the 60s because he endorsed Barry Goldwater in
Yeah.
64, so it wouldn't have been the 40s, would have been the 60s. I actually don't even think if he could vote in the. I don't remember how old he
Well, because
is, like when he was born, but
he dodged World War II because he was an actor because he was doing military fucking propaganda movies as an actor, so that's what got him out of going to World War II in the first place. And then right after he got out of World War II, like that's what I was saying. Maybe it's late 40s, maybe it was 50s or so. But I'm just saying, right after World War II ended, is when he kind of flipped his whole political shit when the communists came in and he turned super anti-communist, and that's when he went far right.
I mean, I think everyone in the US was at this point, to be fair. And I mean, it makes sense why, in 1950s, especially with Harry Truman. That's why I'm glad that the Democrats replaced Henry Wallace with Harry Truman, because at the end of the day, you needed someone who had the foresight and foreign policy knowledge to realize that Joseph Stalin is a threat. and you need to deal with him. And if you do not, it's going to go very, very badly. And in the 1950s, it makes sense because it's not like it's very easy to harp on communism being evil when the man in Moscow is a fellow by the name of Joseph Stalin, who's just racking up bodies after just millions upon millions of his own bodies for no good reason.
True, but I mean, Putin's doing the same fucking thing though. How many people has Putin killed in his own fucking country? You know, like it's literally almost
I
exactly
mean,
the same
not
thing. And you're
not
talking,
tens of,
no,
it's
not
not in the
tens.
tens of millions yet.
No, I guess I don't even. Thing is, honestly, we probably won't even know till after he's dead, like his real numbers.
Yeah, yeah. I don't know why we don't just bribe the Russian officials to give us what we need. It's not like that's a very
It's
secure
not that
country to
hard.
that.
Yeah,
Yeah, just I don't know why we don't. We've got more money than them. Just bribe our ass in, just steal all this shit. I mean, don't see why we don't. Be a simple solution to our problems.
I don't know. Honestly, it's like a lot of things. I don't know why people can't get to the point of thinking like everything works better when we work as a team. So like honestly, as Russia or whoever, like why wouldn't you want to work with the United States or China or these people that are world superpowers and make a better fucking country for you? Like when people work together, that's usually when the countries do really well. It's when they start to be just very individualistic and isolated, where countries tend to fucking be the bad ones. Like
Well,
very
what I think you're
powerful
doing is you're
or
presuming that everybody is a rational actor. If you actually go, I know it's the thing is it's actually quite hard to do, so you do have to try find translated sources because Putin mostly, actually almost exclusively operates in Russian.
mm-hmm,
But you can, if you do your digging, you can find like proper transcriptions of what he's done or what he says, etc.
mm-hmm.
I've noticed over the past 6, 7 years, he's really gotten unstable, and I mean like not just pursuing Russia's like desires, but in a rather belligerent way. I mean he's kind of just going a little off the deep end here. I mean you saw that weird Tucker Carlson interview where he's rambling away
Yeah.
about events that happened in fucking 400 BC or whatever. He he's he seems to be coming a bit off the rails, and I'd say it's that. You're assuming everyone's a rational actor. They're really not.
No, he's not. Well, he's rational in the sense that he wants to go back to the pre-Warsaw plan. Like that's his end goal. Like besides
Is
that,
that his end goal? I don't necessarily know. I
I
don't
mean,
think he's a czarist, and I don't think he's a Soviet. I honestly just think he wants to recreate his own Putinesque Russian Empire. I don't think he really
probably.
is hearkening for the past for any reason but to chest thump to a domestic audience. Because when you actually start reading into his stuff, I get the impression he's just saying that. He comes across like someone who wants to be the emperor, but not the czar. He wants his own. He doesn't want to tie himself to the past. He wants to be his own emperor, kind of thing. I get that general impression from the fellow.
Trying to, because I've listened to one of his interviews. I'm trying to find if I can find the quote, but he basically said the worst thing that's ever happened in his lifetime was the Warsaw Pact. So like, I feel like that's his like moment in life where he started hating like the world because they made Russia give up all their land and all their fucking power. And I feel like he wants to go back to at least. I think in his world, I think he wants to go back to where Germany is. Like I think that's where he'd want to go if he could.
I mean, possibly for security
And
reasons.
I
I don't
feel
think he's foolish enough to think he can, but
maybe, but honestly, he's like I was just looking. He's 73, so I mean he's getting up there. So I mean, how many
and
more
I
years?
will remind you the Russian life expectancy for men is 68. He's already blown way past it.
Is he? Is that all?
Oh, it's really low, hence the alcoholism point I mentioned before. It's actually funny when you compare the female one, because the female life expectancy for Russian, this is pre-war, by the way, this is not because of Ukraine.
Yeah,
The pre-war female Russian life expectancy, I believe, is 77, and for men it's 68. It's very low.
yeah. 68 to 9 for men, 78 9 for women. Yeah, 73 is the
Yeah,
average. Yep. All right.
so he's blown.
He's gonna have the best healthcare. So I mean,
I mean, he can, but who's to say what'll happen? He's
I don't know. Who knows? But I mean, I just, I feel like also European countries are bracing themselves for that kind of war. Like that's why they think they're so scared of the Ukraine thing. Because if he takes Ukraine, he's gonna take Belarus. He's gonna take fucking Romania. He's gonna take all these countries, and he's gonna until Europe/America, whoever stops him. I think he's just gonna keep going because he's been doing it the whole time in general. Like he's already this is the third time he's taken or trying to take land. You know, so like he's not stopping until he dies.
well, he can.
Honestly,
What? Well, he can't take EU land unless the EU dissolves itself, but because the EU does have a mutual defense pact, if you're unaware. So I mean, he's not going to go to Romania. They're an EU member.
I don't
But
know.
I mean, I can see him attempting to basically pull a Viktor Orban everywhere and try and destabilize things. Problem is it's become really difficult actually for Europeans that used to be a very much a big figure of the European right. Was that they were more conciliatory towards the Russians. Hence like the Germany with Angela Merkel always buying Russian oil and gas. He's made that job really hard recently. A lot of them have had to really backtrack on that because suddenly you've got an active shooting war going on, and you've got to quickly, suck in air through your teeth and figure out something new to put in your platform.
Right. And also, right when the war started, the EU fucking what they steal like $2-3 billion worth of Kremlin money and shit like that. They just put it
Pinched
on
his
freeze.
shit and sent it to the Ukrainians.
Like at this point,
That
dude,
was
honestly,
great.
so like they keep having the money frozen. At this point, dude, I would just steal it. Like if I was the EU, I'd just be like, we're taking like now we're gonna spend it. We don't
There's
give a fuck. Like honestly, like you're not getting this money back. You fucking
there's there's probably weird legal mechanisms that prevent you from doing it. But
maybe. I mean, there probably is, but I'm just saying, man. That's how I feel like. Because honestly, dude,
yeah, I
at
mean,
this
you
point,
also don't just want to release it all at once because if you release it in bits, at least you can generally keep track of where it's going.
yeah, I was gonna say, this war, yeah, I can't believe that. It sucks that the people of Russia don't understand like the broader scope, but they're trying to live, so I get it, but to an extent, but just it's like anything. Like when you're the Nazis, like how do you not see this happening and stop it? But I guess I don't know. Watching it in America, it's the same thing, kind of. It's like it's just ridiculous.
I mean, I'll be totally honest. I don't think that's a terribly appropriate comparison. I don't think Putin's regime in Russia is very comparable to the Nazis. For a number of
No,
reasons.
yeah, it's not quite there. I get that, but I'm just saying. But he, this is the first time we're having a major country just try to take land openly, like imperialistic style, since World War II.
I guess since Argentina and the Falklands War, technically,
When's that? Like 70s,
that was 1982, I believe. I don't
1982.
exactly remember.
Yep, 1982.
Yeah,
Conflict between Argentina and the United Kingdom over the Falkland Islands.
that one was funny. I appreciate. I'm I completely it was kind of completely embarrassing, I think, for the Falklands when they demanded a referendum on whether or not the Falklands should join Argentina, and it was like 98 or 92% said no, stay in the UK. And that was the end of that discussion.
Get the fuck out of here. That's funny.
Yeah. But I also find it funny that the Argentinians want it. No one really wants it. It's like a useless scrap of rock. The British didn't even technically want it before the war. The only reason they kept it was because the Argentinians wanted to take it. If the Argentinians just bribed them for it, they probably would have given it. They didn't want it. It cost them more than they get from it.
That is funny.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, I guess
Hopefully,
it
yeah.
started in
Hey.
1965 is when they started the negotiators started failing. I'm just reading a little bit about it because I haven't read into this shit much.
Oh yeah. So. No, yeah. At least you sort of sit there hoping to yourself, wonder if Trump tries to annex us, hopefully we can at least get some help from the UK.
Right? Yeah.
Oh fuck, that'd be
Long
fucking hilarious. Did you? You know what actually made me laugh? I read a quote from like 6 months ago, like the middle of March or something, where it said Donald Trump wants to join the Commonwealth, and I just cackled so hard because I'm thinking, there you go, 250 years afterwards, the UK has or the US has the British monarch as their leader again. That only took him that long.
Well, yeah. I mean, Trump is a would-be dictator. He would want to be if he could.
Well, why would you join the Commonwealth? It doesn't do anything.
Dude,
That was just what made me. That was just what made it laugh. Is it's like the U.S. as well joining back under the organization with the British monarch at the head. It just made me chuckle a bit.
yeah, I know,
It's
right?
like,
It's
that's
stupid.
a bit contrary to like your national founding, isn't it?
I know. Well, that's the thing. He doesn't. He's anti all that shit. That's why it's just weird that nobody cares. Like he's literally against everything that America stands for, like free and open presses and fucking due process, and all these things. Like I always jokingly tell people, it's like, man, I thought we were done debating these issues. Like these issues were solved hundreds of years ago. Why are we going backwards in time again? Just makes no sense.
Yeah, no, you know what was really funny? I dug up an old paper I wrote, from this is literally a quote. I'm not making this up to be funny because this is such a direct link that it kind of it's such a direct link that it sounds like I'm making this up for the joke. I'm not. I dug up an old political science paper I wrote back in 2023 where I basically said something to the effect of when you travel back in time far enough, it becomes really very difficult to draw parallels to modern politics. For example, it would be impossible to compare the modern day US to the US at the turn of the 20th century, and the US at the turn of the 20th century, the US at the turn of the 20th century was debating tariffs and immigration. That wouldn't really track now, would it? And I wrote something like, man, it's impossible to compare now because the US in the 1890s was debating tariffs and European immigrants. And I wrote that out and I just laughed at it as I went back and
That's
reread it because
funny.
I'm thinking, man, seems like that seems like it was targeted right at me there when he came out in November or whenever he started talking about tariffs.
That's so funny. No, it's true though.
I
That's what I was
I
saying.
am not making this up. This is something I wrote. I can't believe I ended up writing it. It's like the worst aged thing I've ever written.
You're prophetic, dude.
Oh my goodness. No, it was just funny to me.
I bet it was. Yeah, fucking. You know, that's the thing. Like, that's kind of my whole point. Like, we're arguing over topics that shouldn't have to be argued over anymore. Like, these things were solved 100 years ago. Like the Smoot-Hawley tariffs and all this shit. Like, we can see how these things are really bad for us. So why are we going back to doing them again? It's just
Because when you neglect education, people forget what
education.
happened.
Yep, that's the thing. On a good
Also,
note,
when you have a bunch of people who never lived through the Big Depression, you forget why through the 50s they were so strict on that. Because when you've lived through the Great Depression, you're not going to go back to that again.
right? I was gonna say, they did a special election for the city of Miami and Florida mayor race, and the Dems won it for the first time in 30 years.
Was this a state level race? I don't remember.
Yeah, it's a state level one, but it's a big thing.
Okay.
I'm just saying that's Miami is one of the biggest cities in Florida, and this is a city that's never
Hmm.
been like I said, hasn't been blue since fucking 90s. So this, I'm just saying, like that's how many people are pissed at the whole MAGA movement and agenda that these people are switching.
I
I'm just saying.
suppose.
I'm just saying. Hopefully next year and a year from now, when we do the midterms, they're projected to hopefully win like 50 seats, and if they can do that, then they can basically. There's a slight chance if they can win the Senate too. There's a slight chance they can impeach Trump, but we'll find
What
out.
is the current Senate map? I haven't actually looked. 1 second.
I think it's like
Oh, the
52.
upcoming one. Sorry, 20. US Senate map. I'm pretty sure you don't have a great chance of flipping a lot of seats in the Senate this time around, because I think it's just all the plain states are up.
I think there was like 8 to 9 last I looked that are maybes or like
Oh
the
my
big
goodness.
fight
Yeah,
ones.
no, I was right. It's all the plains. Oh boy. Yeah, no, it's Oregon, Idaho, Montana, Wyoming, South Dakota, Nebraska, Kansas, Oklahoma, Arkansas, Louisiana, Texas, Mississippi, Tennessee, Alabama, Florida, Georgia, South Carolina, North Carolina, Tennessee, Kentucky, West Virginia, Ohio, Alaska, Colorado, New Mexico, Minnesota, Illinois, Michigan, Virginia, Delaware, Jersey, Massachusetts, Rhode Island, New Hampshire, and Maine. Yeah, a lot of plains and a lot of the South. I don't know if there's a lot of gains to be made here, tragically. Much as I hate to say it, I think it's going to be a pretty bust year.
Hold on, because I'm trying to find where I saw. Because like I said, there's like 6, 7 of them that they said that are toss ups.
I mean, I can well believe there's about a half dozen toss-ups, but the problem is I don't think they're toss-ups in the Democrats' favor because you've also got 4 retirements coming in, and
Oh, also
you're gonna have to fight.
there's a chance
eh,
that I was listening. There's a chance that up to like 20 congressmen from MAGA might retire before this, even the midterms. because
It doesn't surprise me. I've been reading up on Mike Johnson's speakership. He comes across as this really weird blend of hyper controlling and kind of completely in over his head.
yeah,
And so I'm not. Hasn't surprised me.
I agree.
But I'm always kind of, I don't know what's been going on in the Senate. I sort of tuned out after Mitch McConnell's Senate because much as I didn't like the fellow and his politics, Mitch McConnell's Senate was always interesting to read about because he's very good at his job.
God, that guy, he fucked Obama out of a fucking Supreme Court, which is
Yeah,
now fucking Trump.
he's very effective.
Yeah, he is. That's why he's been in the job for fucking 800 years because he is effective, honestly.
Yeah, that's one of the things I always say the Democrats need to do is you need to run more like the GOP.
I know. It's kind of true. People just don't want to be as nasty, but sometimes you have to. Like that's the thing. Just it is what it
That's
is.
why I always say the big difference between the Canadian Liberals and the American Democrats, beyond the, you know, political divides between two separate countries, is that we're really quite run like the US GOP. At least the GOP Senate, we're, especially the most recent iteration of it, we're run like an absolutely ruthless drill sergeant. And that's why we keep winning. And I've always said, it's like that Simpsons joke. The Democrat, they went to the DNC and the banner just said we can't run anything, and the GOP banner just said we hate people.
Yep.
But basically, at the end of the day, that kind of crops up. Every time I read about the Democrats, I'm thinking, come on, get your head in the game.
'Cause that's the problem with them a lot, though, is that they try to fucking overly fucking be sensitive to everybody and try never to be mean. But it's like, you know what? Sometimes you just have to. Some people, that's the way to get through them because they don't want to get clowned. You know, like
Um,
the negative shade sometimes. But they don't. Yeah.
I think as well, I don't exactly know what specifically or how specifically you'd fix this, short of just hiring like an utter monster, like a fucking Lyndon Johnson-esque figure to strangle everyone to death until they do what he says. But it's that's just the big thing I always notice. I'm just like, you know, my goodness, do your whips not do
I
anything?
mean, honestly, that's what Trump does right now. That's what they're doing. That's everybody. I always say, like, if Trump says something, everybody from the Senate, the Congress, to fucking the news media, to alternative media, everybody is going to be in lockstep and all agree. There's no infighting. If you're infighting, you do what they just did to Marjorie Taylor Greene. You kick her out of the fucking party. You know, like,
Yep, that's what we do. That's why we get shit done.
you know, I'm saying that's what he does. That's why supposedly he's getting his shit done. You know, because if you're not in line, you get the fuck out.
Exactly. That's what recently happened here. The Conservatives lost a member because he didn't want to do what they said, and he came to us.
A conservative did this, you said?
Yes, the Conservative crossed federally from the Conservative Party to the Liberals,
Okay.
which is funny because we only need 3 seats for a majority. So now we only need 2. We're at 160. We're at 170 now. We only need 172 for majority. It would be really funny if we can get a majority government without having an election.
All right. All right. So according to 270 to win.com, whatever they estimate, there's 5 toss-up seats.
I thought that website was down because the guy who like ran the program like canceled it or like moved somewhere else.
I don't know. It's up right now.
Oh, well, guess I just am wrong.
I'm just so basically the toss-up seats are Georgia, Maine, Michigan, and North Carolina. Those are the 5 Senate seats that can swing. And right now, it's
Ah,
currently
so 3 incumbents then for you guys.
hopefully they project us. They project 2 for sure. It's probably gonna, at least. So if it goes 2 like they project, it's going to be 49-51 Republican still.
Basically, yeah, not taking it this year.
Well, I mean, so I lied technically. I mean, technically there's 2 independent people, but that's like Bernie Sanders and someone else. So technically the Dems have 2 more votes. So technically it's really 49-53 right now because both independents are Dems.
49 plus 53 is 102. There are 100 members of your Senate.
That's true. Why does it say that? Because it says right now it's 40. Oh, Oh, actually, they already did count the two. Now that I'm reading it, they already have the two independents on the Dem side? Never mind.
I'm just pulling up the Wikipedia page for 2026 Senate elections. Yeah, not looking good. But
Well, I mean,
uh,
if you can win at least three, then it's 50-50.
where? You've got incumbents everywhere that you kind of need. You've got New Hampshire that you've got to hold.
New
You're going to
Hampshire,
have to hold in Michigan. You're going to have to hold in Minnesota, Virginia. Georgia's going to be
Minnesota's gonna vote.
brutal.
Minnesota votes Dems. Like we do that.
Yeah, I mean, Georgia's the main threat. I mean, that's going to be brutal.
That one
New
maybe.
Hampshire, I know, in the presidential races it's been going. The Senate races have been absolute nail biters recently. And then what? You're going to win in Alabama, in
No,
Kentucky, Iowa.
like I said,
The
they got Tom Tillis from North Carolina. Like I said, this site's
that's the
toss-ups is that Michigan, Maine, and Georgia. Those are your
They might
top.
be able to flip Susan Collins in Maine. We'll see. That might actually happen. But even then, that's two. If you flip Tillis in North
But
Carolina and Maine and with
you,
Susan Collins, you're
yeah,
still down
but
49-51.
every election so far, the Dems have made it back like 15 to 18 points on every special election. So I mean, there's been a big swing to the Dems in every special election. Even the one that in Tennessee where the Republican won, but Trump won by like 25 points, and then she only won by
hmm
like 6 points or whatever it was. Like,
I saw that. I would caution, however, against that giving you hope because I saw that stat and it seemed too positive, so I googled it. Yeah, you guys do about 15 points better in every special election, and you've been doing that for about 25 years.
really?
No matter how good you do in the next midterm, even if you really get wiped out in the next midterm, every special election that the Democrats run in, they do really, really good. Don't know why. Probably maybe just a more motivated voter base outside of the big years. But I don't necessarily think that should be used as evidence because you always do better,
Yeah.
even just before you crash. Like even in 2009, when there were special elections before 2010 in the House, when you had a 67-seat wipeout, I think
Mm-hmm.
you still were doing great in the specials before that. So I'm cautious against using that. I would, if I was a strategist, I wouldn't use it personally.
Yeah. I guess I mean the whole thing is you just got to try to fucking motivate votes because honestly, I feel like when the voter turnout is high, it is good for Dems, and when it's low, it's good for Republicans. And that's the
I
thing.
mean, yes, that's true, but again, the House I would have more hope in. I just don't. There's just no path to victory through the Senate at the end of the day. It's not happening.
I don't think there's gonna be like I said. My only hope would be hopefully you get 50-50.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know where. That's the main question.
Like I said, Tom Tillis and Susan Collins. I guess that's still maybe 49, but yeah.
hmm And there's nowhere else to go.
Yeah, probably not.
And well, that happens. But no, it's interesting. I wonder. I try to pay faint attention to the U.S., but honestly, I've just been more focused on our own budget and also our own provincial Conservative Party disintegrating. Actually, it's quite they've fallen to pieces. But yeah, we might be seeing what I actually predicted was going to happen, which is basically our big center right party in the province, the BC Liberals, which are not associated with the federal Liberals and haven't been since like 1987. They decided to, for whatever reason, change their name from the Liberals to what is it, BC United. They basically said, "Hey, we've got a brand that everyone recognizes and has been voting for 40 years. Let's get rid of that." Shocker! They crash and burn, and then this weird fringe party called the BC Conservatives takes over because people faintly recognize the name. They can't run anything because they've never had more than like 5% of the vote. You can't build a party inside of 6 months. So they're kind of falling to pieces. But what happened is a lot of the former BC Liberals joined the Conservative Party, and they've all been sort of jostling in the background, waiting for this whole thing to disintegrate because they're very organized. And I would suspect what's going to happen is the BC Conservatives are going to, the former BC Liberals, all the former members and the big names are just going to take over the BC Conservatives from the inside and just sort of re-emerge as as the BC Liberals with a slightly different name. I wouldn't be shocked. They're the only ones with the organization to do it because they're admittedly, the BC Liberals are quite good at their job. They're the sort of they've been the beast of the province for like 30 years before the most recent NDP government. So we'll see what happens. But I wouldn't be surprised if this new Conservative Party implodes and then the old Liberals just take over this, just wear its skin basically.
I guess that'd probably be fine for you guys, right?
It'd be interesting. I'm not even necessarily talking about this on a partisan level because again, the BC Liberals were a centre-right party, but it's just interesting to witness. I've like it just might happen, and it'll be fascinating to watch because I don't think that ever happens. I don't think a political party ever forms. Members of an old party infiltrate that party, wait for it to kind of fall apart, and then just take it over from the inside. I don't think that ever happens.
I guess the closest thing I can think of, which is not necessarily the same, but like Teddy Roosevelt when he was like a bull moose guy, and then he ran for the Republicans and ran that shit, you know.
Well, he was first a Republican anyway, so that doesn't really work.
No, yeah.
There isn't really an example I can think of. Perhaps the AfD in Germany, but even then, that wasn't taken over by the old guard. That was taken over by a new, very sinister guard. So perhaps the Scandinavian liberals. I don't know. Yeah, there's no example I can think of. But yeah, we've got a new joinee.
Hello.
Hello.
How about you doing? How was dinner?
It was amazing, and then I also won like almost $1,000.
Oh, I thought I'd see that like $800. That is fucking awesome.
I know. I'm so lucky.
Which casino were you at?
It's a little like mom and pop.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, not a casino.
Well, okay. I forget you guys can gamble pretty much everywhere.
The idea of
Yeah.
a mom and pop casino is kind of funny to me.
Yeah, they're kind of the devil.
Mm-hmm.
Why are you there?
Why am I there? So
Yeah.
I moved here in a relationship because he felt better. He had really bad allergies. And he's like, I've lived there before.
Sorry, one minor question. Moved where? I don't actually know where you live.
Okay. Yeah, I'm in Vegas.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So no, I was in a relationship and he's like, you know what? I felt so much better whenever I lived in the Southwest. And I was like, I get that. Because I had allergies too, you know, so the whole empathy card. And I knew I would feel better too. And I have, man, like I have not been sick in like 5 years since I moved here.
Really?
Yeah. So it's, you know, win-win. But yeah, it's a tricky city.
I've heard that, yeah.
It's like I think I've tried to convey it to Wally, but there is a lot of facade.
Okay.
Allure, right? Everything capitalism, right? But there's something that's very good once you get out away from the city, the natural beauty of all the national parks that are so close.
Oh, yeah.
To really ground you. And that I find so intriguing.
Yeah, it's like capitalism versus real life, kind of like.
Yes.
Question.
Like, yeah, the neon lights. Yeah, the neon lights and like the fucking like throw your money at us. I fucking love that. Don't get me wrong.
Sorry, just one minor question. I thought Vegas's national or Nevada's national parks weren't like inhabitable because that's where they tested all the nuclear bombs. I thought they were just dead zones.
Yeah, no. I think it's been long enough. Yeah, it's been long enough. But, yeah. But you know, like who really knows? For real. Who really knows? I know I don't have cancer. I've lived here 5 years.
Well, there you go. That's always for the best.
No,
probably for the even like doubly best because it's not like you can really treat it there unless you go really win at the casino. So
right, true of capitalism. Yeah, touche. Yeah, but no. I mean, people would not live here if it was devastating to your health. Let's be honest.
No, yeah, I mean,
I know, I knew Vegas was fine. I just thought, like, if you went out into the countryside, it was just, like,
Yeah.
irradiated.
No, for real. We do get all of California's trash. Just like an hour north of us. Yeah. Yeah, it's not anything to play with. But yeah, like they're considering testing again, which is really sketchy.
I know.
Yeah.
I can visualize the TikToks now. They're gonna be timing that shit and filming the bombs. It'll be great.
Yeah, but I feel like in this day and age, you can't do that. You can't. There's too many cameras, right?
Well, exactly. Well, no, people are just gonna be filming fucking TikTok dances in front of the bombs going off, and you know they will.
Well, at least there'll be a few. There are always gonna be a few like, oh my god, look what I found.
Yeah, but no, it's so freaky. Like you go up to area 51. Sorry, I always transpose those numbers. Is it 15 or 51?
51.
Area 51.
Yeah, but honest to God, no joke. I think they have sonar technology to make people go away from there because people report all the time like they get headaches after they've gone there.
Maybe.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, that's fair. It wouldn't be sonar, because if it was sonar, you'd be dead. But
Well,
that
it
wouldn't
depends on the
astonish
level.
me.
Yeah, the level.
Was it?
Yeah,
What was
because
that, sorry?
honestly, I lived in, get this, before I moved here, I lived in Columbus, Ohio. And I really got in the kitchen of the police force because they had tanks, right? They were rolling tanks in Columbus, Ohio, which is like the Midwest, like nothing's happening there. And I really got in their kitchen and they were using sonar really mild to disperse crowds after like Ohio State games or after like protests.
Mm-hmm.
And I got in their kitchen. I was like, fuck off. Like, this is a small little city. Like, you don't need to bring in fucking tanks.
Is it
But
small?
yeah, it's well, it depends. Ohio State is 50,000 undergrads. Well, no, 50,000 total. So it's a little city within a city. But still, I mean, like I remember I would call into the police and be like, "What the fuck, dudes? Like, why do you need fucking tanks in Columbus, Ohio?" And yeah, they were using sonar just to get rid of the crowds then. Yeah.
I was gonna say, it took people to move back to Hiroshima. It took them 5 years to 10 years to move back. It got to pre-war population within a decade.
Doesn't surprise me. The reason being, fun fact, is it's a singular bomb. It wasn't like Chernobyl where it's constantly outputting radiation. Also, Hiroshima's on the coast, so it has the wind constantly blowing the radiation away. Hey, question, guys, completely side note. Have any of you guys ever tried to upload a file from mobile to a college website? I'm trying to upload my assignment. It's not fucking working. Hang on.
I have not in a long time.
You change it to something you can email yourself and try it that way.
Like a JPEG or whatever.
I did that. I'm just. It works for my computer. It just doesn't work for my tablet.
Is it the file? Is it the file or the actual like data that it's a lot?
I just needed to complain to someone. I didn't actually expect that.
Funny.
Nobody still lives in Chernobyl. All right. I was wondering if anyone moved back into there yet, but nope.
Does anyone? I think there might be like a tiny population of scientists of like 500 or something, but I don't think there's much.
100 to 130 people in recent years, mostly elderly women, illegally moved back and stayed, forming a unique community.
Whoa.
That kind of makes sense because if you're 90, it's like fuck it, I'm gonna die soon anyway. Who cares?
I mean, also that was like your home or something, like that's where you grew up or whatever the fuck. You're like, fuck it, I'm gonna go out where I started. Right?
Exactly, and like it's like, what's the difference between dying in a year and dying in 3 months, kind of thing, when you're 95, right?
Yeah. That is funny though.
I mean, I can see people developing that mindset.
Yeah, I'm counting down. Let me move closer to the end.
I mean, if I'm 95, I'm gonna go skydiving because fuck it, who cares anymore, right? It's like
my bones can take it. My bones can take it.
Oh my god.
You know, I always say the age, the number, never. I don't care about the number. It's all about how I feel. Like if I could wipe my own ass and do all that shit when I'm like 100, cool. I want to live to 100. But if it's like at 70, cool. I just want to live to 70. Like, like I said, I work at a bar and I've seen so many people end up getting like dementia or ALS and all these fucking horrible diseases. Like, dude, that I don't want to live with none of that shit. Like, if I can't do nothing on my own like that, I don't want to be here.
Oh yeah, no. If I get fucking Parkinson's, I'm just gonna cap myself. Fuck it. I'm not living with that.
In United States, you can move to Oregon, I think, or Washington, or maybe both. They have it's called right of life. You can suicide yourself.
Oh yeah, assisted suicide. Yeah, right to
I
die.
mean,
Yeah, they call it.
I mean, does it really matter?
Does
it matter? I feel like every U.S. state has the right to die because you've got your Second
No,
Amendment. You got your Second
no.
Amendment. You
No,
know,
you
You get to the
$200.
Bible
That'll sort your
Belt?
problem out.
No. If you get to the Bible Belt, forget about it.
No,
No, they're
he's
What?
talking about guns. Like you can always commit suicide because you can blow yourself.
Oh,
Up.
Yeah, like
well,
you know,
yeah, but
$200, pistol, and one bullet. That'll sort your problem out.
yeah, but insurance won't pay out.
What insurance?
Okay, so life insurance, if you commit suicide, a lot of times they will not
Yep.
pay out.
Yeah, you're fucking your family over
Just-
long term. That's basically what happens. Like,
Oh, just
like,
go
let's-
downtown.
let's say
Go
you-
find. Oh,
let's
just
say
go
that-
down.
yeah,
Go downtown. No, go downtown. Bribe a homeless person to kill you, and then bam, you're done.
Oh my god.
You know what? You're right, but you know what? I'd rather sit in a fucking pod and listen to music and just get gassed to death and go out the way I want. Like, that's the whole idea is like you get to see or do whatever you want at the very end. Like I said, some people. Do
I mean, I've heard that in nursing homes. Yeah, because they can't get pregnant, everyone's fucking everyone.
Whoa.
Have you not heard that? I've heard that's like just
No,
like a really
no,
famous
we're in
thing.
the-
I've seen it in movies.
No. So, no, we're in the least amount of hookups ever, according to what I'm reading.
Really?
Yeah,
Really?
sex is dying. Yeah.
No, I'm talking for seniors, like in nursing homes and shit.
Oh, yes, you are correct. Yes, the highest
Yeah.
numbers of STIs ever. Yeah.
Yeah, I thought so.
Yeah, my
Right.
grandfather, he was in assisted living for like 19 years. So he totally defied all statistics once we had him go in. And he was like, he was chasing away women constantly. He's like, I just want to be left alone.
That's so funny.
Yeah.
I kind of wonder what it'll be like to like be that age, because who do you find attractive at age like 80?
I would suppose that at that age, I would go with more. It's about like your connection, like mentally, or
Yes,
your
it's-
conversation
it's-
and shit.
It's companion love. It's a different kind of love.
That's what I'm
It's
thinking.
whether or not we're friends. Yeah.
Yeah, but everyone's hooking up, so like clearly they're fucking, which means there has to be some attraction somewhere. So like,
I
what's
would
happening
say
there?
The little bit that I read, there's a lot of like, it's like more like they touch, they like grab butts. Like it's not necessarily like sucking dick or nothing. It's more like they just kind of give you, they flirt with you and shit. That's what's really high. They say it's 85% nursing home rate of sexual expression, including talking, touching, and sexual relationships, though it is often overlooked and undersupported due to a lack of clear policy or staff discomfort or concerns about consent, especially with dementia people.
Yeah, and you have to think about like the generational differences too, because we didn't have Tinder
Mhm.
back in the 50s. So like their level of
No,
being
you didn't.
aggressive is totally different.
That's funny.
Yeah, I don't know. Hey, question, what's the name of other guy I was with, first guy? I keep forgetting your name because it's not on the thing.
Ooh,
What's your name?
Wally, me?
Yeah, you. Yeah.
Yeah.
Question, can you put your mic just like a bit closer to your
You?
face? You're exceedingly quiet.
Oh, you can't hear me? You can hear me now?
I mean, I can, but barely. You're really quiet.
Oh, you sound fine to me.
I know. You're at full volume. I can barely hear you.
Oh, I've never
Aw.
had this problem, so I don't know.
Oh, hey, did Plato come on?
No,
I
sent
know.
her-
It's
Hang on.
sent her a message, and I'm waiting. I haven't got to respond. I was hoping she'd come.
Oh,
That was the idea.
bummer.
I know. That
Bummer.
was the idea. Because we're.
I know. So yeah, Glorious Pixels. I know we had a rough start. You kind of had a rough entry
Oh,
into
hang
our
on.
group.
It was just.
Hey,
it was just a
no,
moment.
sorry, never mind. Discord was limiting my volume. I got it.
Oh,
Oh,
okay, good.
Got
yeah.
that sorted.
Yeah, you kind of
Yeah.
had a rough entry into our group. But yeah, like Plato, she wanted to talk about religion tonight, but I know you did too. But oh well.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. It's I don't know where this person is or who this person is really or where they've gone.
No,
So
she's cool. She's cool. Cool people.
are they? I heard I
I'm saying
heard
that
that they were slightly
she's getting into conspiracy theories a lot. She's been really digging into this for the last, like, I don't know, like 6 months, and I think it's starting not like rot her mind, but like, because I don't think she's like agreeing with them, but like it's one of those, like, when you look up all these horrible things all the time, like I think it takes a toll on you.
Yeah, I agree with that. But I always say, like, reality is always so fucking morbid. Like, who needs conspiracy theories? Like, we're enough just being humans.
True.
Mhm. Yeah, I mean, I agree, but we shall see what happens. I don't know where they are, to be honest. But yeah, I did have a slightly rough intro. I think if what's his name shows up again, Brandon, I'll just leave. I don't have the patience for that sort of thing anymore.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that was a hard night for me because clearly something triggered him,
Totally.
and
Yeah,
like,
my problem is I have no respect for that because I'm not the source of your life drama. You got a problem with that, you need to deal with it. So I just got annoyed with him and figured, you know what? I'm gonna
yeah,
I'm
but
gonna not.
it's a larger cultural discussion because you shared you're not from United States, right? And we're super friendly. Like, we smile way too much, right?
Yeah.
So it's like some of that was peppered in there.
Oh yeah, we had
Who
tons
was
of
what,
we
sorry?
had we had tons of good conversation that night. It was like a 20-minute weird, like, he got super defensive or whatever the fuck it was, and it derailed.
Yeah,
But
it
like
was rough.
but like overall, the
But
rest
I
of the
thought,
conversation was good. Like, we had a lot of
but
substantive
and
conversation and shit.
and here's the thing, because I know Brandon better than I do you, because obviously you're new to me still,
Mhm.
and like,
Yeah.
we're all just still trying to fill each other out because you're new, right? And so it was just a rough start.
Yeah, it was I did end up talking to what is it, Wally afterwards, so at least I got sorted out that I hadn't done anything wrong, which is fair enough, which is fine for me because it's like, oh, cool. Turns out,
Yeah,
I
yeah.
wasn't at
He
fault.
was like, "Did I fuck up?" Like, no, dude. Like, you answered something. He didn't like the way you answered it. And then he started saying you're a narcissist. Like, and then, like I said, I told you, like, that day and, like, earlier today. It's like his root cause is his mom and shit was a narcissist. So I think he gets trigger happy with fucking, oh, you're better than me. It's like, just because he has an answer that you don't know or whatever doesn't mean anybody's better than
Yeah,
you. It's just fucking,
yeah,
they have a
and
different source of information. That's all it is.
yeah. No slighting to Brandon because we're on our journeys,
Oh, for
right?
sure.
No slight to him. It's just he is where he is.
Yeah, I'm just saying
Yeah.
that's just my best guess of what happened. That's all.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah. It was fucking weird though. I was like,
I
that
mean,
was not a fun call whatsoever.
to be fair, I disagree just in the sense of my own personal experiences with parental trauma. You got to deal with it yourself. And so when I heard that, I was like, oh, that's on him. And I just didn't, I don't have the patience for it. I
Yeah.
was just not having it.
Well, to be fair though, like, I feel like we all have some childhood wounds. Like, how did you get over yours?
Yes, you have to get over yours. You have to. That's just how it works.
But how?
Through time and through self-improvement. It's not easy, but you have to do it because at the end of the day, your reaction to other people is just what it is. It's not necessarily their fault.
Yeah, there's no like, yeah, there's no handbook still for parenting.
and there's
I
no
mean,
universal, like, fix to having whatever trauma you have. Like you say, which is true. Like, time and obviously making yourself better. I always say, like, you get over something when you can finally joke about it and laugh. Like, that's when you're actually over whatever the issue was. Is when you can actually talk about it and think it's funny instead of getting triggered or butthurt about it or whatever the fuck. But everyone has a
yeah,
different method to do that, though.
Yeah, my biggest thing is, like, I'm still working through attachment styles.
Okay.
Still, like, what the fuck? Like, I can see it. I can, like, totally intellectualize it. Like, I know what I'm doing. I know why I'm doing it. Ah,
But something draws you into it.
So hard.
Still. Yeah.
Yeah, like the patterns, like you unconsciously seek out some of that shit from
Yes.
way back then.
Yes.
It's like, what the fuck?
I always tell people
I
that's
mean,
people think that humans are truth-seeking people, but we're not. We're pattern-seeking people. That's all we do. That's why we get. That's why
Yeah.
we get lied to or whatever the fuck. Because we don't. We seek patterns, and if someone gives us something that we like over and over, even if they fuck up all the time, you let it go because the pattern of doing it over and over is comforting. You know?
It's so familiar. It's like, fuck, like I fucking learned this 20 years ago. Like, why am I repeating it? Yeah.
It sucks. I think
I can't relate to any of this.
Really?
Sorry. I work on myself I've worked on myself just
I know. I did too,
over
though,
time,
dude.
in the sense that like the best way I heard it said was people are gonna do things that might affect you without them knowing it because they're just doing it independently of like they have no memory, they have no idea what your issue is. They're gonna do
Yeah.
things of their own accord,
Yes.
and at the end of the day, you just have to deal with that because they're going to. You can't
Yes.
control that, and
Yeah,
you
but
can't expect them to know
don't
if
we,
they're
as we mature, to be fair, don't we as mature, we care a little bit more about the other instead of the self so much. So you realize at a certain age, like, hey, this actually has an impact on the other.
How old is he?
Like me in my scenario?
No, Brandon.
Oh,
mid
36.
30s. Yeah, 36.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's enough. That's long enough.
For sure. I mean,
That's wrong.
it could be, but I don't know. Depends on, I guess, how bad the trauma. Plus, the real also issue is he still lives with his mom, so like he still deals with it. So like it's
Oh,
all,
yeah.
it's
Yeah. If you
constantly there.
can't
So like
leave.
so that's
Yeah.
because when I first met him, I was like I kept trying to remind him, and he's finally getting there. It's like not to be mean, but like the first thing you got to do is get a real fucking job and get the fuck out of that house. Like until you do that,
He doesn't have a job.
no, he does now, but at the time when I met him, he didn't. He fucking he got arrested for something stupid or something. I can't remember. Either way,
Oh my goodness, this is interesting knowledge.
yeah. Well,
Yeah.
like I
That's
said,
okay, though.
like I said, in
Everybody.
general, he needs to get out of the situation in order to make his
Yes.
situation better. That's the biggest crux.
1,000%. Everybody's on their own journey. They arrive whenever they arrive.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
And like I said, recently
You
he's been doing
guys
a lot
are-
better with.
You
all that
guys are
shit.
saints. You're a lot more patient than I am. I don't have as someone who had to deal with this myself. It's like at a point, it's like, nah, you gotta work on that. Like you can't just do that shit, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. No, I love for people to embrace change. I really do.
That is the key to a big part of it is change, and people don't want to change because, like I said, you get comfortable in your everyday life, your job, whatever the fuck it is,
Yeah. So here's a question.
Yeah.
What was the hardest change you guys ever did?
Like I said, for me,
I don't really fear.
it was getting out of religion and being anti-science. Like for me, like I said, if you'd have talked to me like 8 years ago, 10, no, not even, probably like 6, 7 years ago, I'd probably been way more Republicanish, and I've kind of switched my whole belief system. And it started with religion, and then it went to science, and it just kind of built and built and built, and now I'm like almost a whole new person, like philosophically and politically and shit like that. And like I said, me and my friends, they give me shit all the time because they're always giving me shit like, "Oh, you fucking changed on us." Like, what's wrong with changing? I got different information and different knowledge. Like, it's good to change instead of being afraid of it. Embrace it.
Yeah.
I wouldn't necessarily say any change has been difficult because a lot of the changes in my life have been like specifically wanted because I've like they're changes that I pursued of my own accord, not because I had to. So I don't know. I guess moving across from a different continent, which was relatively challenging just from a logistic standpoint. But
Yeah.
aside from that, nothing in particular, really. I don't know.
Yeah.
Did you know people where you're moving to though?
I knew a few, yeah.
Okay,
But
'cause I
you know,
feel
you
like,
still
I feel like that makes it a little bit easier because if you go to somewhere where you have no personal touch or connection with somebody, it makes it a
the
lot harder.
unfortunate problem was is it didn't matter if you knew people because guess what happened 4 months after I got here? That's right, lockdown because I came in 2019.
Yeah, I totally changed regions to COVID.
COVID.
Yeah. Yeah, I have like 3 times where I really changed. So I used to work in academia. I could
Mhm.
see the wokeism coming up,
Mm-hmm.
like being a little bit too nice, right?
Yep.
You need to be honest with where people are in academia,
Yeah.
right? If you're a motherfucker, I want to know right away, right?
Yeah.
Mhm.
They through wokeism, they kind of suppress that. Like if you're Thomas Jefferson, you're fucking a slave. I want to fucking know that sooner than later.
Yeah.
Uh,
Sure.
Yeah. So like I could see that coming, and I was like, you know what? I gotta bail. Yeah, that was one time. That was really hard because Ohio State was not a bad employer.
I bet not.
Yeah. So that was sucky, but great. Um,
What do you mean by like wokeism though? You're saying like
um,
we
they
couldn't be you
were
couldn't be
there.
critical of students for their work you're doing, or like what do you mean?
No, no, they nice police. They nice police. Like if you're not nice,
Okay.
they make you go away. They make you go away. And that's not real. People are fucking monsters,
True, especially
right?
kids. Especially kids. Kids are like the worst because they don't really have that filter
Yes.
yet. So they're fucking. Especially like the younger the kid, you know, the older you get, the
Yeah.
more you learn societal norms and shit. But
So I'll give you a good example. So I worked in student affairs, which is student success, basically.
mm-hmm.
And I remember I was overseeing a residence hall. And one night, these white guys attacked. Well, not attacked. It got iffy. They could have. But they basically got the brooms out of the hallway closet and like went to these African American girls' rooms and were like harassing them at night. And these girls, they're about to move off campus next year. So I was like, girls, like you need to know your resources. Like if you want to call the police, I will support that decision. So they did. And
Mhm.
I maybe have planted that seed, but guess what? That's a realistic seed.
Yeah.
Like if they go off to off campus next year and they have someone harassing them, like it's totally fair game to call police.
Mhm.
So they opted to. And they're young adults. I want to empower them to make good decisions for themselves. So
Yeah.
it became this huge backlash from the campus about like race.
Hmm.
And I was like, if these girls, if this happened off campus, like more power to them. Like whatever decision they make to be safe, like fucking empower them. And yeah, it turned into this big race thing. And it's like,
For no fucking reason, honestly. Yeah.
yeah,
'Cause,
yeah.
like,
And I was like,
I get a lot of things to an extent, but like I always say, like think like if someone's a criminal, I don't care what they look like or whatever. It's like if you did the, especially like a serious crimes and shit. It's like, dude, you don't. Why are you getting leeway or whatever? None of that shit mattered at all.
yeah. Yeah. And it was really tricky too, because like the police officers that showed up, they were like Chinese. So it's like could have been retaliatory about like them being minorities all around. Back to the white kids, like it became such a huge race thing. I was like, oh, this is like way too deep. It's about safety. It's about safety at the end of the day.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's also
Yeah.
it's about keep it. It's also the other part always is you got to keep hold people accountable for their actions. If someone does, like I said, especially serious, real big crimes, they need to fucking be in jail or whatever the fuck, you know. Like you can't.
Yeah.
You're trying to. The thing is, you want to prevent crime from happening again. You know, like that's the whole idea.
Yeah. Yeah. And it's like there was lesson for those white kids and for the African American ladies too about like, okay, this is how things are gonna operate. And like you made a choice and like you have to bear the choice consequences too.
You know.
And like I feel like they were just always policing for doing the best PR
Yeah.
possible outcome. And that's not true of life.
No.
Yeah.
And like I said, to me, like the main thing for me for your story is it's the empowerment. Like you should tell women, like, hey, man, if someone's sexually harassing you or doing this shit, you have the right to say back the fuck off and you know whatever the fuck, you know, call the cops and do your shit. Like That shit should not be allowed ever. You know.
Yeah. 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 There were so many heavy things that happened. Like I know like a student was sexually assaulted, and then she confided in me.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, okay, like what do you want to have happen? And I knew the university would never support just her decision.
Yeah.
Like they would go after this dude, right? And I
Mhm.
was like, no. Like she just totally lost all of her own agency. Like whatever she wants to do is what's gonna happen.
Yeah, it should be her choice. Like I said, it's the self
Yeah.
empowerment.
Yeah.
That's the part. That's
Yep.
the main crux of this whole story. Is that
I know. And they were just on a totally different page. Like, holy shit, like if this dude's on campus, like we gotta go after him. Like, oh, it was not good.
mhm.
Mm,
Yeah.
I have no idea. I don't relate. I'm in university. I mean, having a decent
Yeah.
time.
Well, you smash people into a microcosm and expect them to get along, and it just doesn't happen.
Well, yeah, it's also the first time for a lot of young kids that you're meeting people from different cultures and races and ethnicities and whatever. You know, like it's your first time thrown into the American dream, the melting pot. Obviously, like we
Yeah.
live in a big city, but like for like rural kids and shit like that, dude. Like, yeah, this is the first time ever. I remember my dad. Well, obviously my dad's older, but it was like in the 70s. He was in college in the 70s. He's like, that's the first time I ever met a black kid in my life. You know, it took me to him going to
Yeah.
college.
Yeah.
You know, like
And to be fair,
Yeah,
it totally still
American cities are
happens.
still
It still
segregated.
happens.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. With rural
Mm.
kids, it's probably still true to this day. Like where my family's cabin shit is, it's like population 80 people. I bet those kids have never seen a black person. Maybe like on like tourist times, maybe, but in general, I bet they never actually like hung out with them and had a drink or go swimming with whatever the fuck, you know, like that kind of shit. You know, actually hung out with them, interact.
Yeah. Yeah. But yeah,
Fascinating.
other times I changed, like moving cross country with just what fit in a Honda Civic. That was amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was
Or-
like,
what do you mean across
you
country?
know. Well, I moved from Ohio to Nevada
Oh yeah.
with only what fit in a Honda Civic. That was amazing.
I bet. Was it
Yeah.
was it invigorating?
Yes, it was so freeing. I was like, I don't own shit now. Like I was so free.
Right? Like you can literally make your bedroom how you want to make it now. You can make your fucking all that kind of shit. You know, like all these little things that you don't really think about, but like now you have absolute freedom.
Yeah.
You guys
Well,
are much more
I had like
risk-taking. It's
clothes
actually
and a
kind of,
lamp.
What'd you say, bro?
I said you guys are a lot more risk-taking than me. I mean, not necessarily in a bad way, but I would never. The idea of doing that makes me so fucking anxious. I would
Yeah.
never.
Moving across country
But-
or whatever.
Yeah. No, I
Yeah.
did it for love. Because the guy I was with,
Oh.
he was not well and he would do better here.
Yep.
But then that didn't work out.
Yeah.
But I do see that was so romantic because I will do anything for love.
Yeah, that's wonderful.
Yeah.
Interesting. Yeah, no,
Yep.
that would stress me out so bad.
We're
Hey,
also-
you guys are much
you're
more
probably
risk-
half our age at this point, so obviously you're gonna have a different mentality with all the. You know, not to be me, but just I mean.
Well, yeah, but isn't it a thing that like, as you get older, you get less cautious? I'm like, man, this is interesting. It's a fascinating observance. I
it's
like
the
the
opposite.
differences.
I think it's the opposite.
No. Yeah, because you have wisdom. Yeah, you're way less impulsive. You're like, oh, I already know what's going on here. Yeah, you don't make.
I always
stupid
jokingly
decisions.
say when you're young, you'll drive a car like 120 miles per hour on the highway because you fucking don't care about dying. But when you're older, you're like, I don't want to die, so I'm gonna drive the speed limit or at least close to, and just chill. You know, like it's a different mentality.
I mean, I just buy a radar detector and kind of see what happens. Hope that nothing.
Have you ever driven? I guess kilometers. So like what? Like 100? Have you driven like 200 kilometers?
I've gone up to about 240. I used to have a WRX,
Okay.
which if I don't know what that would be in miles, divide it by 1.6.
Yeah. It's like whatever, fucking like 140 maybe. That's pretty fast. Like I said, I've gotten
Yeah.
like 120 a couple times when I was younger. That's because that's where my
Yeah,
car
I
maxed
just-
out at. It only maxed out at 120 as fast as I go.
Well, what
I
is
just decided, we're done. This feels like a good way to kill myself. I think I'll slow down.
what is the age difference here? Because I'm 46.
Like I said, I'm 38.
Oh my goodness, I am 21.
Yeah, he's a young
Oh
buck.
yeah.
I just know because he
Okay.
said he was in school. When you're in college, I mean, unless you're one of the, you go back at like 30, whatever. But most people are young, so I was like, oh shit.
No.
Yeah. No, but it's a fun time in life where you are.
I've heard, yeah.
Sometimes it seems scary, man. Sometimes, like, cause I don't know. Like I said, the greatest fear per se, like for like the world in general, is I feel like we're going back to imperialism, and that's not a world I don't want to live in, or I don't want my kids to live in, or whoever. Like, might doesn't make right all the time. Like, we shouldn't just be taking over small countries and all their resources just because we can.
I mean, I agree with the concept. Might doesn't make right. Unfortunately, my cynicism is like,
I know.
like morally, yes.
Yes.
Technically, no.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. I mean, like, honestly, I do. But like, that's the thing. Since post World War II, we made a world where we just have mostly free trade, and like these things. Like I said, for the betterment of all citizens, mostly. Not obviously, it's not all, but like the world. We're probably the most prosperous and peaceful time in the last 100 years, or almost 100 years.
I know, but it's like it's not good because like here's the thing. I feel like when you don't have enough stress, you make it up.
Yeah, sure.
And I feel like that's kind of where we are. It's like we got a little too comfy, I think. A little too much
It's
push and tush.
You ever heard of that's a first world problem? Because that's the thing. Like,
yes,
like our problems here is that we don't have the latest iPhone or Samsung, or whatever. Like that's our problems. Like compared to like Africans who are starving to death and shit. Like it's not the same.
Yeah.
Like
I know. Well, like even like if you look at the Beverly Hills Housewives, like they don't have problems, but they make shit up.
It goes back to where we're talking about early dramas.
Is this a reality show? Because I don't usually use reality shows.
Yeah,
as, like,
yeah. It's like it's so toxic. Yeah, it's so toxic. Yeah, it's horrible to watch. Like human beings being so mean to each other because guess what? They don't have enough stress in their life.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. I don't agree. I have limited stress in my life now, finally, and I have no plans to bring it back. So I don't know.
Yeah, but when you get older, like the more, I mean, I guess, like honestly, if you work in the medical field, shit, you'll probably be doing a lot better than 90% of people in the world. So, but just being an adult, though, like once you get up house payments and once you start doing all these things, it does become stressful because just life happens. Life is stressful. That's fine. Just as long as you have a good way to deal with it. Like you got to learn how to roll with the punches and not fucking let life suck you up and spit you out. That's the main thing.
Yeah. So you said medical field?
That's my goal eventually, yes.
Okay. What are you leaning into? I worked in a hospital. I kind of have my insights.
Well, I'm not sure yet. I'm just starting, so as you can probably tell by the age that I am, so
yeah.
Just possibly into surgery because I know myself and I do well trying to just get a job done, but when I have to try and deal with tons and tons of I couldn't be an emergency responder. I know some people have the patience to deal with people like screaming and like throwing bodily fluids at people. I don't. You do that to me and I'm just gonna leave. I don't have the
but to be fair, okay, so you're gonna go through clinicals, right? At some point. To be fair, adrenaline takes over and it kind of runs the show. So some of that like humanism, it falls to the wayside where it's like you're just fucking like, how do I make this person survive? And fucking go time. So yeah, don't rule it out. I would say do some clinicals and like really get into some of those OR rooms and ER rooms.
Okay. I mean, possibly. I don't know. I just know myself and I know my personality and I just know the things that I do and don't have patience for.
Yeah.
And it's
but
like
that's a good thing though, because you'd be like, you know what? My fucking mission right now is to make sure this person lives. So it's fucking go time. I don't give a shit about whether or not this nurse is crying next to me. That could be a good thing. Yeah. So
I mean, but the clinicals are other things as well, such as like the in-betweeny stuff where you have to deal with like people and shit. I don't know. I might,
Yeah.
we'll see. That if I hear like for example, a story of like people who work in pharmacies where they
Mhm.
say, "My goodness, people don't actually know what medications they're on."
Oh,
That
they
will
don't.
make me lose it. I can't tell. I just don't have the patience for that kind of dumb
Yeah.
shit. I
Yeah,
just don't.
but here's the thing. Here's what I'm hearing. Guess what? Most ER doctors,
Mm,
they're fucking so happy that you fucking saved their life. They're like, I don't care if you are impatient. Like you fucking saved my life. Like you kind of have to look differently, maybe.
possibly. I don't know.
Yeah.
We'll see what happens. I just know myself, and hence why I sort of think probably some sort of surgical route would be smarter, just knowing me. But yeah,
Is
Yeah.
there any
nothing is
specific
set in
body
stone.
part that you want to do? Like, would you want to be like a knee doctor, a brain doctor, a fucking back doctor? Like, is there anything that catches your
I
eye?
was looking towards the orthopedic things where you basically
Orthopedics.
make sure that people who are horrendously injured kind of
Yep.
get put back together.
Yep. That's me. That's me. I had a fucking my knee went backwards playing basketball, so I fucking got my knee. I've had my knee
Yeah,
replaced
it's always
twice.
basketball players who have the most horrendously fucked up knees, I've noticed.
It's true. You know, everyone thinks football, which I get why, but it's not. It's fucking basketball.
Mm,
Yeah.
doesn't kill.
And then also you're on a team. Like if you have great nurses around you, you can be not so great. Like with people too.
Yeah, that's the one thing. I could never be a nurse. They deal with so much, and it is very impressive. But oh my goodness,
Yeah.
I would sooner die.
Yeah.
It's a genuine like a compliment of you're doing what I couldn't.
Hmm.
Yeah.
I mean, and I'm very impressed by them.
Yeah. And there's also like there's clinical work too, like research wise, like are you the next guy that can get the grant to cure cancer? You know? Like you might be that dude.
Yes, we shall see what occurs. Where the
Right?
world life
Mhm.
is
Hey,
strange
man.
at times.
Yeah.
Just saying, we wish you the best. Obviously, I hope you succeed in life. Hope you get all your
Yeah.
goals.
Did we hear anything about the other person? What was it?
Plato? No, she has not texted me back.
Yes. Huh, that's annoying.
Yeah,
Wonder what happened there.
I don't know. Like I said, she's unanswered, so I can't. I can't. I'm not gonna make a guess. Cause
Fair
yeah,
enough.
she was. Yeah, cause she's the one that started it all off by saying the whatever. She's like, I've been in those Bible thing. I'm like, oh, okay. Like I know
Y-
some shit.
Yeah.
You said some
I
other shit.
even Yeah, I even looked into it because the Seven Mountains,
Yep.
that's about Rome, and
Uh huh.
Rome fell,
Yes, that's what.
so it's like prophecy.
That's what he said earlier too. Yeah, I reread that whole chapter just for in case you got on. But yeah, that's what it is basically.
Yep.
Yeah, it's just that's it.
Yeah.
Called.
Oh well.
Well, the thing is,
If it's
so I
important,
mean, if you want to take it
yeah.
technically, like America is Rome. So I mean, if it's like a prediction of Rome falling, maybe it's like sadly like a prediction of how America falls too. I guess in the sense, if you want to like get conspiratorial or whatever the fuck you want to say, you know, like
Yeah.
I don't
Yeah. I
know.
mean, there's so many levels. Like if you go back and you read, okay, like have you ever read something when you're younger? No offense for Glorious Pixels.
uh,
But like
Yes,
you
yes.
read it 20 years later and you're like, holy fuck, like I'm reading it at a totally different level and I get a lot more nuance.
mm,
Yeah, I mean, yeah, to some degree. I would say there's just not a lot of things I've gone back to that I've read with like a different level because the things I've gone back to usually were kids stuff, so they're not that complicated. I wasn't reading a lot of adult things as a child,
Yeah.
but I guess to a degree, yes.
Yeah. Well, even oh, do you guys know Steven?
Steven.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think he comes on to Discord, but yeah, I was just saying like even the songs little kids sing,
mm-hmm.
Ring Around the Rosie, Pocket Full of Posies,
Yeah,
Ashes to Ashes, We All Fall Down. Like they're talking about the fucking plague.
yeah. All the nursery rhyme
Probably.
shit was so.
Yeah.
So the theory behind it, or the main reason I researched into it, was because back in the day, you know, a lot of people, fucking kids and tragic people died all the time. So they try to fucking make it easier for kids at a younger age to deal with it by dealing with all these songs
Hmm.
and situations.
Well, and then like I brought up too to him, I was like, well, back in the day, like the only thing that was being printed was the Bible. So if you had anything you wanted to convey, you had to disguise it or make it memorable for it to stick in other people's brains. So yeah, you would sing it
Oh yeah, that was always
because
an old trick. Is
yeah,
you'd sing things to help with the memory, or to help with memorization.
Yeah.
That's a very old technique.
And it works almost every time, sadly. Like, I always jokingly say, I know the fucking quadratic formula still to this day because of my fucking 10th grade teacher, because he made us sing it. Like, because even when we were singing, he's like, you know, for the rest of your life, you're going to remember this. And if I ever see him again, I'm going to tell him, like, you are absolutely fucking right. I still know this shit.
What song was it you said?
It goes x equals negative b plus or minus a square root b squared minus 4ac
Oh, that's a good thing.
over 2a.
Your teachers didn't let you have a freaking like formula sheet?
No, you never cheated. You had to memorize everything.
Oh my goodness. That's
It's
horrifying.
ironic.
Wait,
It's the same thing as the guy that made the periodic table did it for people who didn't have to memorize them, and now in school they make kids memorize the periodic table, even though that's what the point
Oh
of it
yeah,
was.
no, I love those sorts of irony.
It is. It's the same thing here. Like, we have all these formulas, but they make you memorize them instead of fucking just letting you like copy or whatever, you know, like look at it when you're taking your test and shit.
Yeah, they give us formula sheets. That's why I was surprised. I'm like, you didn't get formulas in high school?
well, see, that's pedagogy. That's like, do you know rote memory or do you actually fucking know it?
I mean, it doesn't make a difference. If a formula sheet, if you don't know what you're doing, it's pretty useless.
Yeah.
Well, I feel like, okay, so like we all know the street we grew up, our phone numbers, and that's just like a basic level of knowledge. But like true knowledge is like critical thinking, being to take like an example and extrapolate it and apply it. Yeah.
Well, I guess
yes.
math is different though, because math. I mean, a lot of things you don't really gotta explain. The math speaks for itself. So like, that's a different subject compared to other ones, I would gather.
Yeah, that's why I always sucked at math.
Me too.
It's so cut and dry. It's so cut and dry.
Well, yeah, I'm not good at math. That was always my. I'm good at English and social studies, history, and fucking reading and comprehending and shit.
Yeah. Well, you know what? I figured out my issue was my memory. So it took me like 30 years, but I realized like I can't hold figures in my head that long, and I jumble them. And it's like, it's not that I can't do math; it's my fucking memory.
Fair enough. I don't necessarily agree, just because I think, again, if you don't have the knowledge of how to use it, the sheet doesn't do anything. But you know, it's.
Well, yeah, like you can hand me any formula. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing because I'm not smart like that. I don't have that right brainwave or training and shit. Versus somebody, if you give that same formula to someone else, they can do wonders with it.
Exactly.
Yeah, I don't know. I wanna redo. I feel like I could do a lot better now, knowing that like a lot of my issues was memory.
No, you probably do better also because you're more wise than you were, and you probably take like there's a lot of variables. You probably take school more serious. You don't worry about like the children, like, you know, this girl likes me, this boy likes me, or whatever the fuck, you know, all those kind of little things. You know, that's the thing about like the people that go to school like at 30 years old, right? You know, the people that go back, they usually do really good because they're serious about it now because they're fucking adults. So like, no, I want to be a lawyer. Guess what? I know I got to do this, or I want to be this. I know you know, like I said, when you're a kid, you're dealing with so many emotions and things, and your body's not even fully all the way developed, your brain and shit. So like, it's really difficult. Can be, I guess, not always.
Well, and just to have the insight to be like, hey, teacher, this isn't a math issue for me. This is my brain issue. Like my memory is not able to contain this long enough to do what you want me to do in my head. Like I couldn't articulate that at 8 years old because I just didn't know.
Yeah, for sure. Especially back then, mental shit wasn't like a thing.
Yeah,
they didn't care about it as like we do nowadays.
Yeah, but it took me 30 years to be like, it's not a math problem, like it's a memory problem. Yeah. Ugh. It could have been so different.
Like, yeah, that was me when I finally got ADD treatment. I was like, oh no, this is actually super easy. I just couldn't like concentrate on it before. What a shame I didn't know this prior.
Yeah, I
And
kind
then I
of feel
did.
the same
and
thing. Like if I went back, like I
Life
said, 'cause I
was
have ADD too. Like I'm pretty sure. Like I've never been diagnosed, but I just know and everything. But I can't.
well,
Yeah,
go do
I
that.
never did schoolwork. Like I always tell people, like I didn't do schoolwork and I got B's. Like I always say, like if I actually tried at all, I would have got all A's because it wasn't hard. Like everything was easy as fuck. I just didn't want to do it. It was boring as fuck. It was just bleh, like.
Yeah. Yeah, I liked school. I just couldn't focus on it. So then once I finally could, it was like,
Mhm.
man, this is awesome.
I
I'm gonna
like I said, I
freaking
like subjects in school. So like I said, the English class. I like science. It was hard for me, but I found it fascinating. So like I did try to learn science. Like when the teacher would talk, I tried to, but like I said, they hand you schoolwork. I would just do it like the hour before the class. Like I never actually tried or did anything. Like if I'd actually like
yeah.
read all those books they gave me, I'd probably have been way better.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I just couldn't
I
really
liked.
concentrate.
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, you didn't. That was all I was gonna say.
Oh, I really liked whenever I knew my shit. Like that was a great feeling when I
Mhm.
started to excel. And I was like, oh yeah, like I like those feelings. I like that feedback. I like that A. And then I would get obsessed.
That happened to me later in life. Like I said, it took to like my mid 20s, maybe 30 even, to fucking start being like in love with like actual knowledge. Like I said, trying to actually like read science papers and stuff and try to like actually grasp what these people are talking about, or like I watch like mathematicians talk about math. Like I don't understand it, but I get like the concepts of it, and now like even the concepts like fascinate my mind and blow my mind sometimes when I think about like the astronomical odds of this happening or whatever the fuck, like it's crazy.
Mm-hmm.
No, gratefully I did enjoy learning. I just never could focus, so now I can, and it's like, hooray, this is awesome. So
Yeah.
That is a
I
big
did.
See,
thing.
yeah, I have the hyper focus.
But yeah, now I do that, and it's nice. But yeah, I don't know. I guess for me it's just like I like education, I like school. I also, have African parents, so it's not like you can't go to school. You have to have a degree that makes you money. That's just the rule. So
Yeah. Yeah, or a trade. Don't roll that out, especially medical too, because there's a lot of trades too that we need.
You don't know African parents. The idea, no, 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 no. No, that's not how it works for them. That's not how it works.
I mean, I
Like,
know a couple.
they-
I know a couple African people, and all their kids went to school and graduated stuff. So I mean, I kind of get where you're saying from. At least a little that I know from that culture. They take that shit
I was gonna
serious.
say you're being much, much, much too optimistic about this.
well,
Like,
what's trades that would not fly?
what was that?
What are some trades that would not fly?
What are some trades?
Yeah.
Uh, all of them. You have
Yeah.
to be like a lawyer, doctor.
Yeah,
Think the
if
stereotypical Asian parent thing.
Uh-huh.
It's like you have
Yeah.
to you
Yeah.
have to make 100 grand at least with your degree, otherwise, what the fuck are we doing here?
Yeah, they got no time
Well,
for that shit.
I don't know. If you got good at reading MRIs, I know some neurologists. Now, granted, it's not neurology, but like if you can find what the fuck's going on that other doctors miss, like you'll be so loaded.
Fair enough.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't know. I even if you knew anybody, I don't live in the US, so that's probably not
Yeah. Okay,
something I
gotcha.
can use tragically, just because much as I'd like to, I won't be able to use the contact. But
Yeah.
But
well, what
honestly,
can you do?
it's so like going back to that, even like it's a cultural thing, and honestly, that's a good cultural thing. Like it's kind of sucks when you're a kid and you're younger, and it sucks when your parents are hard ass and making you be proficient at school and do shit. But like, I feel like not for everyone, but most people, I feel like they appreciate that shit later. It's kind of like having like a hard basketball coach or a hard football coach, and you kind of hate that they make you run and do all this extra shit. But when you grow old and you look back, you're like, damn, I wouldn't be here without that extra work ethic and shit this person put into me. So it can go
Yeah.
both ways.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, then- Oh, sorry. But yeah,
Proceed.
also like also give some props to the environment because like I'm from Appalachia and like I looked around and I was like, fuck, I gotta get the fuck out of here.
Yep.
So that was
I have
my
heard,
Motivator.
I
yeah,
have
that was
heard
my
great things about the general education levels of that part of the country.
Definitely.
oh
Not.
about Appalachia and how
Yeah,
abysmal.
the education status.
Yeah, it's like America came to rot forever.
I have no knowledge of it. I'm just going to take your word for it. But fair enough.
Yeah, no, it's okay. So we had the Industrial Revolution, right? And we had all kinds of like coal and steel. But guess what? It all went away. And
Yep.
people said that that's home. And they never left despite the jobs going away.
Yeah, I don't know why.
Yeah, it's like they couldn't see the writing on the wall because it was home, like it was too close to their heart. And they don't leave.
I guess.
I think
I,
people
like,
are
or like, what do you mean they couldn't see the what on the wall, the writing on the wall? But like, what are they waiting for? Like, why are they still
no,
there?
like all the jobs
I
left.
know.
Well, we talk about like all the industrial jobs that people always keep saying they're coming back to America, even though they probably won't because there's a reason why they're made where they're made because they sell it and do it cheaper and better. So like, why wouldn't you just get the better, cheaper one? You know. But
Exactly.
like, there's
No, I
like
agree.
places like in like what is it the big one where Ford is Detroit and shit. They're like,
Detroit.
yeah, they're like,
Mhm.
we're gonna get jobs back or cars manufacturing back here. It's like you are not getting manufacturing back. Like they keep promising forever. They've been promising people that they're gonna get all this shit, but it never happens. Because, like I said, the idea is these other countries or wherever the fuck we get it from make it cheaper and better. So again, why wouldn't you just want that? Again, that's the idea of free trade. That's the whole point of it. That's why the world gets better if we all help each other out instead of fucking trying to be isolationists like we're trying to go back to.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think
I
it
agree. I don't know.
yeah, it's that whole change thing. Like people really do not change.
Yes. Think about this.
Yeah.
We could literally have the new industrial jobs and shit here right now if we just continue the whole Green New Deal kind of shit. Like make all your, make all your fucking chips here, make your fucking solar panels, your wind turbines. If you did all that shit here, you'd make a lot of jobs and a lot of money for a lot of people. Like they already have a way to do it. They just, some reason everyone hates green energy right now in America for fucking no reason.
Yeah. I know. I don't know. I do hear about this regarding like the opinion of education in the U.S. and yeah, as somebody who's again African parents, it's utterly baffling to me because it's like you can just
Yeah.
that's not how that works.
I think
It
a big
doesn't
part of
make
it.
Yeah,
I think a big part of it is that there's a lot of single moms and shit, whatever, and they don't care about the education. Like they get home, they just want to go to bed, they do whatever. They don't actually like go like, hey, let's do your homework. Let's keep the kid on the right track to actually learn. I think that's a big problem too.
Oh, I think it's just uninspired, to be honest. Like I feel like people are like, "Oh, okay, well this worked for like 200 years," but really no, it hasn't. It's uninspired. It teaches people to like clock in, clock out, but that's about it. Like there's a routine. And I think it goes back to like control. Like you can control
way.
people really easily through routines, and if you don't really think about it, but like where I want the challenges to come in is like if we could like personalize education where okay, if you see a student has glimpses of success, get them on that fucking track.
Mm-hmm.
And we don't personalize education yet, and I think that's what's a big devastation to our future. Yeah,
money. We don't have enough money. Like, and again, we don't have enough people in these fields to even take the jobs that they want. That's the thing. Like, so like again with Minnesota, like we have this whole big problem with the Somalis. They're trying to deport them all, right? But like I try to remind people, like that currently in Minnesota, half of our healthcare workers are Somali. So if we got rid of all these people, what do you think is going to happen to your healthcare in Minnesota? It's going to go fucking plummet. You have nobody to take these jobs. Like these people don't understand.
I agree with you, but you have to remember the kinds of people who think like this aren't thinking of that. They just don't want them around.
Correct.
Yeah.
I understand that, but I try to remind these people like here's the critical thought process. Like you can't just deep again with like housing and shit. Like how many people you think can just build a house? Like you get rid of all these fucking Latino people that build houses and shit. who's going to be taking up all this time and effort? You know, like you just can't train people in a month to do the things that people do, and people
So,
forget
also,
that.
serious question. Why do I never hear about your cabinet, for example, your like Minister of Housing and Urban Development or whatever he's called? Because you have one, but you always, whenever
It's,
people talk
it's
about
just
housing, I
like
never
the
hear people
5.
talk about that.
Oh, like HUD? HUD's been
Yeah.
bankrupt forever.
Okay, I mean, I
Yeah.
don't
I
know.
mean, it's just a sore. It's a sore on all of our taxes. Like it's never been in the black like my whole life almost.
Fair enough. I don't know specifically about it. I
Yeah.
never figured
No,
the
it's
housing
bad. Like,
department
okay, so
use
like
it.
in Vegas, I'll give you an example. So I worked with trying to get people mentally well out of homelessness, and it's a 4-year wait. 4 years to get housing if you're that level. So there's a lottery, you know, and that makes it a little bit hopeful that you could get in sooner. But for real, it's so underfunded, underappreciated, under-recognized, like, and no one cares.
So what do you have a housing department for if you're not going to use it?
Well, yeah, it's just underfunded. It's bankrupt all the time. It's mismanaged.
Also,
Mm.
isn't that like part of the Interior, the Secretary of Interior? Don't think. Oh no, is that agricultural?
I thought you had a Secretary of Housing and Urban Development.
Yeah, it's called HUD. Yeah, that's what she's talking about.
No, as in a
Yeah.
specific secretary to run it.
Yeah,
As
and
a
then
member
there's
of the
section
cabinet.
section 8 is low income, and section 8's just been horrendous
I keep hearing
forever.
about that. What is Section 8? Is that a specific location?
No, it
It's just,
it becomes a location.
It's subsidized housing for low income people, basically, is what it means.
Yeah, but then you get blights on cities where it's bad because everybody knows, like, oh, this is the rough part, and then no resources go to it. Even buses don't want to run there. It's bad.
Okay.
Redlining is what it was always historically called.
Yeah.
I thought redlining was banning the specific races from places, not
was.
not building housing.
It was, but that's what it ends up becoming.
Yeah, American race relations are never not confusing. I can never understand them.
Yeah.
It's confusing for us, and we live here.
I don't know. I
However,
always get
the HUD guy, Scott Turner, is the Secretary of Housing and Urban Development right now. I never hear about him ever. So,
yeah, the lack of like influence of the cabinet to me is a bit odd because I'm like,
well,
yeah,
this
you'd
cabinet
think people would
specifically are
blame
all
them.
fucking. This cabinet specifically are all fucking just dick sucks. That's why you only hear about, like, honestly. So we heard about obviously J.D. Vance, Marco Rubio, Scott Bessent, Hegseth, Pam Bondi. We've heard about Howard Lutnick. We've heard about RFK. We've heard about Sean Duffy, Lyndon McMahon, and Chrissy Nome. So we've heard of a lot of them, just not every one of them. But I would say majority of them we know about these people.
Oh, fair enough. I guess
At least for us. I mean, you're in Canada, so it's different, I guess, per se. But
yeah, no. I just never hear people talking about them because whenever I hear American politics, they always talk about the president, and I'm always like, what about the cabinet? What do they do?
honestly,
Why do I
because
have
like I
to-
said, this presidency specifically, like I said, the cabinet doesn't matter. They're all yes men. If Trump or whoever says we're doing this, every single one of these will fucking deep throat it and just go with it no matter what. Like Lyndon McMahon,
Yeah.
she's gonna fucking she's getting rid of all the education money because that's what Trump wants. She's never gonna say no. Same as anybody else. None of these people are ever gonna say no in any cabinet meeting. Like that's a bad idea.
Yeah. And with housing, you have to work local. So what I find the angels, right? Literally, they're human angels that they'll take SSDI income, which is only like $700 a month for most people, and they'll be like, "I'll make it work," and they will be housed. Now, it's not flossy whatsoever. It's bunk beds.
Yeah, for sure.
Like you might have like, oh God, you might have 8 people in a single room, but at least they have a roof.
You don't have like council houses or anything like that?
Yeah, usually, yeah. I mean, this
private.
is usually private, yeah, and they're like charity based or sober living, you know, because that's usually hand in hand with mental health issues. Yeah, But I mean, they're out there, but you have to work so local and you have to be connected to make a difference.
I suppose. Any particular reason why you don't just have a federal housing department?
States' rights.
Or specifically federal
States-
funding for
It's
the
just-
local
it's-
housing?
It's states' rights, baby.
Well,
The
that's
states
more-
want
more
to
ac-
run their
more
shit.
What was it,
Yeah,
sorry?
I mean,
I'm saying
I
the
mean, I
states'
feel
rights.
like, yeah, this gets into mental health quite a bit. And, you know, Reagan shut down psychiatric hospitals. So all these people were turned loose back in the 80s, and we've just never rebounded. Like, it's
I mean,
literally.
that is true, but also those mental hospitals were not what I would describe as hospitals.
No, they weren't.
They were more torture chambers
They
than
weren't.
anything
Yeah,
else.
You're not wrong.
Yeah.
But we have
No,
better-
they're awful.
But I'm saying we have better technology today. So if we were to per se bring them back, we can have cameras everywhere. So like if anybody were to fucking take advantage of a patient or whatever the fuck, you know, like we should know about it like the second it happens. So I mean, we
Yeah.
should have.
It's like,
at
have any
least
of you
same level
seen
of-
like, have any of you seen
Well-
Terminator 2? Like the way that what happened with what's her name, Sarah Connor,
Sarah
and
Connor?
that probably wasn't much of an exaggeration.
No, probably not.
Yeah, the hard thing is like when you have a bunch of sick people together, the environment becomes sick too.
Hmm.
Yeah,
And
probably.
I don't know how to work that out yet.
I don't know,
I don't know either.
but yeah. Who's to say? I just try and I don't know. I'm not doing the worst when it comes to mental health, so I never have the best advice to offer, other than just like incremental progress. That's what it's all.
is
all it
lucky.
is.
I always tell people you got to treat things like that, like even like people that I talk to here, they always have such big goals, and I always try to remind them, like, you know, you got to treat this shit like evolution. You got to have like 5 small goals that will lead to your big goal. You can't just go, I'm gonna do this, because the odds of you doing it are probably really small, and you're gonna get so fucking downtrodden and fucking negative because you're not gonna succeed.
Yeah.
Which is fine, but it's like, but if you set like these 4 little goals and you keep achieving them, by the end you might get to your actual big goal if you think of it that way. But you know, like so
Yeah, that's so true. Yeah, I mean, because I worked in a psychiatric hospital, and I was like, fuck this. Like, this is not the right fit for me, because I was like, I don't see any light.
at the end, you know.
Yeah, and I'm like, I got to see the light for me to feel like I'm doing anything. Yeah, so like that was a great lesson though. Like, kudos that I went through that. And I was like, fuck this shit.
Hmm.
Like, I gotta get the fuck out of this. This is healthcare in America. Like, let me peace out, man.
Mm.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, like I said, that's probably one of our biggest things that we never do or deal with. But that is healthcare. Like, we're so fucked. Like, we spend so much money, and like, people are living a little bit longer. Obviously, we're living to 78. Like, so the government has to subsidize all this, you know, people for 20, 30 years. You know now. So like, what are you gonna do with all that money? You know, like.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I don't know. I'm saying it's a thing that I'm saying these are issues that we have. And nobody ever wants to talk or deal with them, and it's always weird.
Yeah, it's such a monster. And it's like big pharma and then doctors kowtow to them, the yes men, you know, kind of phenomenon.
Yeah. Yeah, we have
Because everybody needs a paycheck. You know, we've all got student loans at our level that are horrendous.
Fuck yeah, dude. Well, yeah, that's the thing about becoming a doctor. I don't know what it's like in Canada, but like, it costs you like what, like almost $250,000 to become a doctor.
What?
Yeah, it's ridiculous how much money it costs.
Yeah.
To go to school
No,
for like
sorry,
8
hang
years.
on. How much? Okay, hang on. I know college is a lot in the US, but how much is it per year for you guys?
Hold on, cost to become.
So it depends.
Yep, depends.
Um,
Obviously.
Okay, so like for example, I have two vets that married each other. To combine, they own $800,000 in student loan debt.
Sorry, you said vets, but you're American. I find you sometimes they mean veterans. Do you mean veterinarian or veteran of the
Yeah.
military?
Sorry,
Yeah,
veterinarians.
veterinarian.
But doctors,
Okay, thank you.
doctors of animals.
Hmm.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
So right now, on average, to become a doctor in America costs $286,000.
Jesus.
Yeah. Right?
No. Okay. How much is that? How many years of education does it listing there?
About.
That's got to be
six-
7.
It says
probably 7.
6 to 7 years.
Okay, so wait, what did you say it was? 200,000. Divide that by 6 for me, please.
286,000. So what? $43,000 to $46,000 a year, give or take.
Whew. That's about no, it costs us per year about to get a degree in Canada, it costs about 8 grand, 4 years. About 2.5, about 2.2. For me, it was about 2.2 grand per year.
But to be fair, since Obama, it's better because you've income-based repayment plans.
Oh yeah, we do
Yeah,
a lot of subsidies and stuff, and that's where Linda McMahon, the Department of Education, we're cutting that down. We're going to give less kids free
Yeah.
or cheaper
Yeah.
colleges. Which
Well,
is,
you just saw like what 2 weeks ago they downgraded a lot of professions to
Yep.
not professional.
Yep.
Yeah, that's not
yeah,
good.
if you're a nurse
yeah,
now,
that'll be great for American nurses who are trying to go somewhere else.
That's what
When
I'm
now
saying.
their credentials are going to completely go up in smoke.
yeah, I mean, I wonder if there'll be a mass exodus of kids, like nurses and stuff, going to Europe to,
Yeah, exactly
finish
what we
their
need
degree and shit. Yeah,
as
No, what
boomers age. Yeah.
other countries are going to stop recognizing that as valuable, which is not going to be great for internationally if your nurses ever want to leave.
I know.
Well, to be fair, so this is a great thing for the economies to compete because it was always a 10-year deal that if you worked for them for 10 years, you had your student loans repaid by the employer. So now it's fair game out there. So let's see what country recruits all of our nurses.
hmm I'm gonna guess
Yeah, we've been
China
strong.
or the EU in general. I'm guessing that'd be my
Yeah,
guess.
I don't know why they do that. Just come here. The EU barely fucking pays anything. We actually
Do
pay
they?
pretty decent amount.
Do you guys pay good? I guess I don't know what you guys pay.
I've looked it up. Yeah, EU nursing rates. The starting salary, it's about 75,000 euros a year, which is like what, 85,000 US dollars.
Yep, give or
Starting
take.
salary for a nurse here after less time, because in the EU it's a 4 year degree, whereas here it's only 2 years plus 2 years specialist training, which is paid for by the hospital.
Nice.
For us, it's after that you start off 125,000 a year. We pay a lot more, and also we do not tax you quite as much as the EU does, which
What do
is
you
fine.
guys make?
Starting salary 125 grand a year, I think.
Okay. In America, it says currently ours start off
Ah,
at two.
that is US. I already translated it. That is
No,
US.
I'm saying just for us, it's 200,000 roughly to start off as a doctor in America.
As a
But
nurse?
I'm saying,
As a nurse?
no, doctor, not nurse.
No, I was talking about a nurse.
Oh, hold on.
Yeah, but you know what the new nursing track is to make money? It's nurse practitioner.
Yep.
They don't have the overhead.
They make $90,000 to $130,000 a year starting a nurse practitioner.
Yeah, so basically we pay roughly the same amount to start, unlike the EU, so I could imagine a lot of them would just end up coming here.
Shit.
That'd be neat.
Well, it's not good because we have so many boomers, that are aging.
Mhm.
Oh, it's gonna be bad. It's gonna be really bad.
Hey, so do we.
So do we.
But I think the whole West kind of does. Germany's doing pretty bad as well.
Well, that was that whole generation, of course. That's the whole world. Anybody who was involved with World War II, they have a boomer problem going on right now because I guarantee it happened.
Yeah,
not
it's
just in
funny how we
America.
didn't prepare for it at all.
I would say that like Roosevelt, FDR, he tried. At least he put the first thought process into doing it. But like we have a problem here where it's the states' rights versus federal government. It's the individual versus like people don't want to raise my taxes. I want to pay more. But it's like if you raise your taxes but you get something for it, is it necessarily a bad thing? Like probably not. Like
According to the US, apparently it is. So.
yeah, I'm saying that's I feel like that's like our biggest problem is that we just fucking can't get over the fact that we can change and like adapt with the times or whatever we fucking call it.
No, I agree. It's how do I put it? I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah. It's
I had a
stubborn.
thought.
It's stubbornness. Honestly, that's what it really comes down to. We're stubborn as fuck.
Yeah, I suppose.
Like that's how I
Might just
equate
be
it
that.
to because we just like I said, like when I talk to people about like the healthcare shit, like people think it's funny, like when I bring up like Europe and all these other countries, like, oh, you're gonna be a pussy like them. Like, is it a pussy to have healthcare? Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Or like just because they're different than us doesn't mean they're wrong, right? Like, you could take parts of Europe or take parts of whatever part of the world and blend it, right? It's not necessarily a bad thing, but here we are.
What was this person referring to?
Oh, just
just insurance, probably.
yeah, it was just fuck. Well,
Yeah.
no, just because because I'm talking about universal healthcare. I'm like, like these people,
Yeah.
these people. They're like, well, we don't want to be like them fucking pussies and shit. It's like, dude, that's not. And just because anything that's not American is fucking weak pussy / whatever. Like a lot of those things, Just
Yeah. You have to be really clever though, because like I remember when I lived in Ohio, I realized if I went 2.5 hours east to Wheeling, West Virginia, if I had to go to ER, I would
Mhm.
save so much fucking money because it's smaller.
Yeah,
That is a horrifying thought. I cannot imagine changing my hospital location for money.
right. Isn't that weird? It's funny.
Not even weird. That's just like actively terrifying.
I know.
Yeah, but it's real. Well, it's just what I know. I just know
That's
if you
what I
go
know.
someplace else that's not a major city, you're gonna get better healthcare at better premiums.
Yeah.
Yeah, I even looked at like Medi helicopter. Like, okay, if I had to go from because Ohio's close to Canada, I was like, okay, if I had Medivaced, would that actually be cheaper than going and staying a whole night in the hospital? And sometimes it was.
I know. So stupid.
I cannot. It makes me very sad to be honest, because I'm like,
That's nice though.
It makes us
We
sad.
appreciate that.
What was it?
We appreciate
genuinely
it.
just-
We feel sad too.
Apologies if I was a bit condescending, but like
No,
I
not
just
at
do.
all.
It's
I
like,
get
oh
it.
my goodness, this is
I'm
fucking
sad too. And
horrifying.
I'm saying I live here. And I fucking feel the same kind of sadness because I always tell people like I said, because anytime someone else does something in the world, we think that we're just because it's American exceptionalism. We think we're the best. It's like, nope, we got to do it our way. Our way is the right way, the best way, no matter what. It's like, but is it really though?
Mhm.
like,
Yeah, no.
like
No, we're really falling behind. Like healthcare, health wise, we're not. We're like 60, almost 70 some, like ranking wise. And then like education, oh, forget about it. We're abysmal.
Yeah, that's one nice thing I enjoy is that I went to British school for the longest time because British education, for all it's worth, is actually quite good.
Yeah, Oxford and shit. They have really good top ends. Technically, America, we
No.
do have good top end schools. We just talk shit about them now. We hate Harvard and Yale and all these people now.
I mean, I've looked at your tuition fees. I don't freaking blame you, to be honest.
The tuition
No,
fees-
higher
Absolutely
ed.
horrifying numbers.
Higher ed needs an enema right now.
The
What was
thing
it?
is, I would say the high tuition rate. That's because we run a capitalistic school system. We don't fucking do let's help everyone out.
So do we. We don't pay that much.
Who? The people?
No, me. Like, Canada also has a capitalist economy. We don't pay that much for education.
No. I'm talking about the education systems ran by capitalism. That's what I'm getting at, per se.
Yeah.
I know, but I don't think that's why the tuition is so high, because so is ours, and ours is, more reasonable.
Yeah.
Don't you?
Well, yeah.
Doesn't your government help pay for like schooling and stuff a lot, or no?
Not immensely,
No. Okay.
not really. So it's just like, I don't think that's specifically the reason. But
what other reason could it be though? I mean, honestly.
I genuinely
Well, they just
couldn't tell
value
you.
it. They value it better.
Perhaps it's just that. I mean, we do get some provincial government support, but there's no like consistent pattern to it. It's just kind of
Yeah, like like here you got to have your assistant and then your I forget what level, the word escapes me, of your professors.
Yeah.
And like they're only making a couple thousand per class. But once they get tenured, they kind of get locked in, but then they get power hungry, and then that's never good.
Yeah.
Yeah. Which professor do you mean? I don't exactly know. But,
Just any professor
yeah.
in general.
Associate and assistant before you become tenured. Like that's the danger zone where it's not so good. because like they're basically welfare state people, right? Like they usually qualify for food stamps when they're at that level, but yet they're teaching the brightest people allegedly. It's bizarre.
Yes. I don't know. Yeah. I guess to be fair, Canada also has the highest rate of higher education globally, so I guess there's also that, but or like highest percentage of the population with higher education. So
Yeah, that's awesome.
yeah,
Actually,
it probably contributes to the whole why it's cheaper is because it's just what you do. Like you can't just
Yeah.
not go to school mentally, just like attitude wise. It's not even like a question. It's just like, what do you mean not go to school? Even like for a trade that counts as school. Like you can't just finish high school. That's not a thing, for lack of a better term. It's just like, no,
Yeah. Well, I feel
you
like in
go.
America, young women have totally got that. They've gotten
Yep.
that lesson. The amount of women that are graduating with degrees, like we're starting to finally out earn
Yep.
our male counterparts, but it's not good because guess what? They're not selling to date now, and that's creating a rift too.
Mm-hmm. That's making the whole red pill movement basically. Yeah,
Yeah.
because
Mm.
men don't know what to do. Like, because our for most years it's just you make money, women do everything else. Well, now women are like, bitch, I make all the money. Why aren't you cleaning the house or doing this? You know, like that's not my job. Like, well, you're not making the money. I'm the breadwinner now, so it's changed the
Yeah.
power dynamic of that relationship, I suppose, tremendously.
But you know what? I'm starting to see the backlash of that too. I think so many women are angry though that they've had to do that.
Sure, and
Yeah.
some of it's not their fault, but some of it is. Obviously, they should have probably try to do the whole referendum, women's suffrage movement way early. Like, it's like all these things. Like, people should have been trying to fight for the rights way before it got to the point where you had no rights, right? I mean,
Mhm. Yeah, it's weird. It's really fucking weird. Because I know I'm with a boomer, right? And
hmm
so he's very traditional, where like he makes enough that I could totally be like, oh la la la, just gonna go play
yeah,
golf today.
hmm
But that wasn't
I,
me. I came up in a generation where I was like, no, I'm going to school. I'm
yep.
fucking making my own money.
Was that a
But
conflict
I
for you
ended,
though? I mean, was it a conflict at
yeah,
one
yeah,
point?
yeah. Sometimes I'm just like, well, I'm like, dude, like if you piss me off enough, I know I'm fine.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, I would have figured that was like all the time, but I guess not. But
Well, no, like we're
I don't
saying,
know.
it's traditionalists. It's the conservatives. Like we're saying, like the hardcore conservative. Like I always say, when you say you're conservative, like, you're trying to bring back like old shit, which was women don't vote, women had no thoughts. You own black people, whatever the fuck. Like if you go back, that's what you're trying to conserve. Most people.
I guess, yeah, that's why I guess U.S. conservatives have so much more sinister of a reputation, is because you guys kind of want to go back to a slightly more horrifying time.
True. That's what I always thought. That's why I would get so pissed with people. Like, why are we trying to go backwards in time? Like you guys act like the '50s was great. It wasn't that great if you asked a lot of different people. Like, or
Yeah, I
whatever.
guess.
Yeah,
And like it's like,
yes, women, blacks, yeah.
yeah, well, I'm saying then there's a big movement now where people are trying to be like one household vote, and who was gonna vote? The man of the house. Like it's so all the people that don't live there, they want to make them lose their voice and stuff. It's just, and it's so silly. Like again, these are things that we should have had figured out 100 years ago, and now we're bringing it back. It's just, I hate how history rhymes and copies itself all the time. You'd think that, again, this goes back to education. If people studied history enough, they would see like, oh, this is like the same playbook. Like how we talk shit about trans is the same way they talked about gay people in the 50s and 60s. Like there's nothing new. Like in the end, you're gonna lose because progress always wins, but you're just trying to hold us back from progress now. Basically, is what's happening.
Yep, largely I'd say. But um, how do I put it? I don't know. I guess here we don't have quite as sinister of a view of our conservatives because they're not quite as
You don't have Trump.
you know, well, not even that. I think because I enjoy, to be fair, I used to be a political science student, so I enjoy doing this sort of stuff in detail. I mean,
hmm
Commonwealth conservatism's always been a very sort of different animal and a bit less horrifying of one. Like one weird thing I always wonder is how on earth do you have race-based voting, or rather, how can you predict that by that? That's odd in the sense that you just couldn't here. It just wouldn't work. Like, no, you couldn't. You could try, but you wouldn't get anywhere. You'd just be wasting your time.
Mm-hmm.
So things like that. I'm always like, fascinating. I wonder what's or how that works.
Well,
But I don't know.
honestly,
Yeah.
do you guys have like a lot of racist people in Canada? Because like in America, especially down south, there's a lot of racist motherfucking people. So like it is an issue for us.
I know, but my point is, I mean, regardless of racism, it most of the time you can't usually predict a vote by someone's race. That doesn't usually work. So I always wonder how that
Kind
how
of,
on
but
earth
kind of
that
not.
works.
Kind of because like what is it like 90% of black people vote for Dems. So I mean like you can kind of predict things. Maybe not every single race and shit, but like that's kind of why they do all the polling. Like we found out like this last election, it was white women. White women voted for Dems more than anybody else, or white educated women, I should say, not just white women in general. But
Yeah. Do you know why that is though? I finally figured that out too.
I would say,
I would
It's
I would say the
imagine
education
because
thing makes you smart. So obviously you're not going to fall for stupid
I'd say,
tricks.
yeah, probably
That's a
that.
big one of it. And with the abortion shit and women's like autonomy in general being up for grabs. So if you're a smart woman and you're a woman, you didn't want to give that shit up. That's my guess why.
oh, well, this I think those are fair
Mhm.
things to consider, but I think honestly, it's Democrats are open, like openness,
It's a big net.
but yeah, but the Republicans they're conscientious, so like more detailed. Like, okay, if we do vote this way, XYZ has to be in place, which is the family values kind of shit, I think.
Ironically, yeah.
I think I was mentioning this before. The Republican parties, the Democrats are kind of run like garbage,
Yeah.
and the GOP tends to actually know how to run things, and it'd probably help a bit, I guess,
Yeah.
if the
Yeah.
But yeah,
Republicans.
it might be just as simple as open versus conscientiousness.
possibly.
Well, yeah.
Because yeah, like Democrats are just like ideas, but without the plan. I think, like, oh yeah, like come
See,
to America,
I,
fuck yeah,
I feel
Ellis
like
Island.
I would feel like that's a
But
little bit
the
different because I feel like
plan,
Dems run the country. I feel like they always have to come in after Republicans and have to like clean up their mess and run a country, and like they try to do it with like actual like bills. Like Biden and them passed a lot of actual bills. Trump's doing everything executive order because he can't run the government. They don't know. Republican people don't know how to actually govern. They know how to win elections. I'll give you.
see, I don't know.
Oh,
I don't know because you look at LA, look at these big cities, Portland, LA,
sure. But you know how hard it is to
Manhattan.
how hard is it to run 3 to 4 million people in like a little area? It's got to be hard, right? Like it's not an easy
Yeah.
job to fucking. And again, especially like LA, like you have a homeless problem. Well, because if you're homeless, you're gonna live in the warm spot, right? You're not gonna fucking go live in Minnesota where it's blizzarding right now. Like, that's not where you're gonna be homeless. You're gonna be homeless in LA.
Yeah.
Or even like Vegas. Vegas, do you guys have a homeless problem? I would assume so because it's fucking nice
Oh
weather.
yeah.
Yeah, because it's nice
Yeah.
weather. Like you're gonna go where it's nice because you're gonna be homeless. Fuck it, I gotta live outside. I'm not gonna go where it's freezing.
Mm-hmm.
Also, doesn't Portland have one of the highest incomes in the whole U.S.? I don't
Portland?
think they're doing
No, not Portland.
as well as San Francisco. I mean, I'm
I
not.
know. It's a problem though because like it's too much where if you're not like the wealthiest people, you can't live there. So it's kind of making like a 2-class system in the sense like what was it? I think a teacher that teaches in San Francisco has to go fucking like 2 hours away to drive there or whatever. That's fucking ridiculous.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, like anytime you cross Mississippi, it gets wonky. Like
But
the
again-
East Coast is not the West
But
Coast.
I think about this, so I I thought about this the other day, and it makes total sense to me. But like, the reason why these places are expensive is because it's supply and demand. Everybody wants to live in LA, so you're gonna have the highest fucking prices in the world, obviously, because who doesn't want to live there? And nobody wants to live in fucking bumfuck Arkansas or Alabama. Hence why they're fucking $50,000 houses that you can buy. Because like my parents thought about doing it too. Like my parents like, I could get a house here. I could sell this house for 400 grand and move down here for 100 grand. I'm like,
Oh,
you
yeah.
can, but,
I know.
the quality of
Oh,
life
Wally.
is different.
Yeah, you're in my ear, man. Because like I look at old houses for sale back east. I'm like, oh my god, I can buy a fucking mansion with what we pay out here.
I know. That's true though.
Yeah, it's like, oh my god, like I could have a estate with what we pay out here.
Yep, for sure. But again,
Yeah.
like you're not in Vegas, so you can't fucking go to Sin City any night you want. You can't do,
Yeah.
like that's so like I get why people hate housing prices being super high, and I get it. But it's like you also
Mhm.
it's like a lot of things. Like there's a reason why it's not just random, and it's not just like people are necessarily just evil per se. Like there's some of it. I'm not saying there's not, but like a lot of it's just straight. People want to live in New York. You know why? It's New York fucking city. Hence why they're expensive as shit. Like.
Mhm.
You know?
Yeah.
So I just try to remind
Yeah.
people like it's not always nefarious.
Yeah. Well, Wally, you just went to California. I always say
Yep.
California is like a hot girlfriend, nice to look at, but not worth it.
Yeah, I guess I don't know because obviously I've never lived there or anywhere near there. So I guess, but like visiting it, it was fucking amazing. Of course, like
Yeah.
we went to Santa Monica. We fucking went downtown LA with Hollywood Boulevard,
Yeah.
and Sunset, and
Yeah,
all that shit.
Did you pick up on like what I was telling you? Like it's so beautiful, but right underneath the surface is some rot.
Oh yeah, man. I
Some
mean,
stink.
obviously, you see,
I mean, I just want to check. You keep saying this, but you're a bit skint on the details. What do you mean by this? Like, you keep saying this, that, rotten, blah, 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 but like,
Yeah.
how?
So
Like, I
okay.
would like some details here.
Okay. So I'm from Appalachia.
I
And
know.
then I lived in the
Yeah.
Midwest. So like
Mhm.
I have a different
Oh, actually,
essence.
minor side question. How did it
Yeah.
feel going from the mountains to utter flatland?
Um yeah,
wonky.
tornadoes was a new thing. Yeah, that
Yeah.
was weird. Yeah.
We'll just go. Well, did it
Um
not just feel weird? Because I've always lived in the mountains, and then I went to Ottawa for a week just for convention, and my goodness, the endless expanse of flat is actually kind of terrifying.
yeah. Yeah, it can be. It can be unnerving. I get that. Yeah.
You know, I don't know, especially if it's nothing you've experienced before.
Yeah. Yeah, for real. No, I feel you. No, but like
Did you get that?
when I moved here, I realized like I'm different, right? Like I don't and I picked up on it because everything here is like fake.
Okay, again, how?
So, okay, so LA, it's celebrities, it's acting, it's modeling. Okay,
Hmm.
that's all well and good, great. At the end of the day, like who the fuck are you? Like don't act, don't perform, don't model. Who the fuck are you? And it's that stink because nothing is real. And like you really notice it when you're not from here that everything's fake.
Okay. Fair enough.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, I
Again,
mean
in what
LA is
way? You just were sort of saying like people are fake, and I'm like, okay, but like I don't
yeah.
believe
No,
you
it's
because you're not really
beautiful.
giving me anything to work
Yeah,
with here.
it's beautiful and it's a mirage. And like if you scratch just a little bit deeper, like it's
Yes,
not
yes,
real.
thank you. How? Like details, specifics. What do you mean?
Okay, so when you go to the studios, okay, you're performing, right? But you're not being real. You're earning a
Yes, that's
paycheck.
what an actor is.
But that's how like it feels everywhere here.
Are you saying
Does it? I mean, this might
are
just
you
be a
saying
you
because there's like
problem.
low income housing or low income people in like a major beautiful city or like
Yeah, it's all about money. It's like that's not real. It's
Money.
something we assign value to, right? But it's not
I mean,
real.
or is it
The dollar?
no, it is
or,
real.
or
It's real because we've assigned value to
I
it.
would say the only reason why when I would say the reason why it's not real is because like I feel like an average Californian probably can't live there. Like your average person, like it's only for the rich people. Like it's like I say like San Francisco, like there's certain cities where if you don't have the income, you can't like you can visit, but you can't actually live there.
Um,
So I feel like
I mean, yeah, but that doesn't really make it fake. Again, like,
not
well,
necessarily.
no.
what do
What
you
it
mean?
is, okay, so maybe this is closer to what I'm trying to say. They exchange a part of themselves for the money. And that's what I have the biggest issue noticing is everything's transactional. Like, okay, this piece of paper that we call a dollar, okay, it has value because people said it has value, but guess what? Intrinsically to me, it doesn't have value.
Okay.
Yeah, I will say that like LA, like the major cities are going to be like commercialized. Like they're trying to literally sponge as much money out of you.
Yes.
But I mean,
So
like,
every day, yeah,
like
people are engaging the machine to keep it going, but at the end of the day, like be real because none of that really matters.
so like I guess a counterpoint would be for me would be like how many like writers have gone to like LA and shit and got like all the inspiration and wrote their own like magical story that became a blockbuster hit or whatever the fuck, like just from being there and soaking in all the beautiful environment and the people and
Yeah.
the culture and shit in general, like so it's like
Yeah.
anything, it's like a yin yang. Like there's always gonna be negatives and bad, but like there's a lot of good that comes out of it too.
Also, I do want to mention you're complaining it's too expensive, but also saying you don't care about money. I mean, there might be a connection there.
Yeah. Oh, don't get me wrong. I'm a walking dichotomy of duplicity. Yeah. I mean, I fucking love money, but like
The idea of it, I
at the end of
guess.
the day, yeah, at the end of the day, it's like I'm too grounded. Like I'm just too grounded to be here a lot, but I do enjoy it.
No, I agree if like money is like the only thing. Like if your whole being is just how much money you have or like the shit you have, like the material, like the super, like we were talking about South Korean people, like
Yes.
that's when it becomes a problem because you can't just fucking be like, well, I know I'm cool. Why? Well, because I have $100 million. Like, oh, are you a good person? Have you done anything with your life to actually better people around you, the environment, your communities and shit? Like
Yeah.
that can be.
I
Yeah.
mean,
I don't know. I
I
think
don't know. Like I recommend you guys come out this way to the West Coast and tell me because it's
I
beautiful.
live in the West. I live in BC.
That's true. I do love it up there. I've been to your place 3 times.
Wait,
Yeah.
where have you been? Where have you been up there?
Oh, Stanley Park. Stanley Park. I take my e-bikes up there and I go all through Stanley Park.
Trying to remember where that is now.
Well, we stay downtown, like right where what's your center for all the hockey?
Don't know. I don't live in Vancouver. Is this in Vancouver? Because I don't actually live in
Yeah.
Vancouver.
Mhm. Oh, I'm sorry. You're in
I was
Canada,
gonna say,
right?
yes, but I don't live in Vancouver.
Okay, where do you live?
I just live in a different. I live in a much smaller town up in the inland, but I live in the same province. But fair enough.
Okay.
I'm just not the most familiar with
what's the
Vancouver,
biggest city
sadly.
by you?
Kelowna.
Kelowna.
Yep.
Okay.
North of Spokane a bit, about
Okay.
6
Oh,
hours. down a bit.
yeah. Yeah, I mean my guy his mom lived in Washington there too. And like yeah, she was not doing well towards the end of her life, so we were up there quite a bit, but then we would go to BC. Yeah.
Yeah, Kaseka. I love it here. It's I don't know.
But
It's
yeah,
just a vibe.
Banff. I've been through Banff
Oh,
too.
lovely. Yeah,
Yeah.
everyone goes through there. It is beautiful. Because it's our ultimate tourist destination.
Yep.
What do you do there?
We should.
What's the tourist like thing?
Oh, you just do. It's just a beautiful town nestled in the mountains where you can
Okay.
just sort of.
Yep.
You can go
Yeah,
hiking, you can
Whistler.
go camping if you
Whistler's.
are into that. I'm not one of the people that's into that, but you can if you like it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Like
Things like that.
ideally, ideally you stay in BC a little bit, then you go over to Whistler and you ski, and then you hit Banff on the way too.
Yeah, Banff is too beautiful for Alberta. I don't know why they get it. They don't deserve it. We should get it. It should be
Agreed.
ours.
Agreed. Yeah, the Canadian Rockies are just oh my god. Yeah, so gorgeous.
Basically, every tourist photo you've ever seen of Canada is probably Banff, to be honest.
Yeah, agreed.
Because it's just chill. It just is pretty.
Agreed.
But yeah, I don't know. So what's new with you guys?
Oh,
Do you
no.
guys ever go to bed?
Didn't you guys have Thanksgiving recently? I think isn't
We did
American
have Thanksgiving like a month ago.
Isn't American Thanksgiving like in November?
Yep.
Yeah,
Or sorry, end of
we're still
November?
fat from it.
Yeah, I was always confused. I always have to remind myself that the US Thanksgiving is in November because ours is in October. So whenever I start getting in the middle of November all the Thanksgiving ads, I'm always scratching my head going, why am I getting these? And then I remember, right, US Thanksgiving's November and you guys have a way bigger population than we do. That's why my
Yep.
social media is so weird.
Yep. There's a lot of fucking
Also,
turkeys.
question about the I actually do have a question about the turkeys.
Mhm.
I've seen people deep frying them. I have a question about that.
Hmm.
Do you get remotely well cooked meat if you deep fry a whole turkey? Because I can totally understand deep frying,
Yeah.
chunks of one, like, how you fry chicken, but I feel like if you tried to deep fry a whole turkey, it would just be like a really dry outside and a raw inside. If any of you have eaten that, does it work? It doesn't seem like logistically
So
it
I
would
don't
work.
eat it, so I'm not a good judge.
okay,
Okay,
so the key is okay. The biggest thing is it has to be thoroughly thawed because a lot of people still put it in when it's still slightly frozen, and that's when the explosions occur.
oh my, do people know not to put frozen things in a deep fryer? That is how you get
No.
explosions. Yeah.
Every year you'll see a billion videos of like fire department people telling people like, "Hey man, this is what you're supposed to do. Don't do it."
I did see a
Yeah.
few of those PSAs. Yeah, that was why I asked the question because I was like,
Hmm.
does deep fried turkey work? I didn't think
Yeah.
it would be edible.
No, it's an orchestration. Like even if you get a decent sized turkey, you really do have to get it out like 3 days in advance for it to thaw, for
Hmm.
you to cook it well.
Mm,
Yeah, I just roast
fair enough
mine.
then. But no, does it cook when it's done properly?
Oh yes, yes.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Okay. Well, that's actually surprising.
It's
Have you
it's
tried it? Is
tasty.
it any good?
Yeah. Oh, it's very tasty. Yep.
Huh, interesting. I would never have predicted. But how would you rate it? Like, how would you describe it? How would you rate it?
Um. Well. Okay. I'm so biased. I'm not a good. So Wally probably knows this, but like this past summer, I did carnivore,
Hmm.
which I just
Mm.
ate meat for a full summer.
Why?
Oh, because a
Just boredom?
a no, I lost like 12 pounds, so A, weight
Yeah.
loss. But B, I didn't realize like my mind got so sharp, so
Mm,
sharp. Annoyingly so because I got hyper focused all the time whenever I concentrate on things. So I realized
mm,
carbs kind of moderate that I can come in and out of attention focus, and you kind of need that socially because I was getting too hyper focused all the time, and I was starting to get annoyed with people like, why can't you focus like how I focus?
fair enough.
Yeah, it's crazy what carbs do to your brain. Yeah.
I mean, you do need them to like live and have energy, but
Energy, yeah.
Yeah, no, truth. Because I would go to the gym and be like, "Fuck, I don't have any gears. Like, I'm just so flat with my energy." Yeah, so I give you all the props of carbs to give me a little boost to get through your gym workout.
In general, it's like I
exactly.
mean, honestly, if people just did the fucking whole food pyramid, that's how you do it. You gotta eat the right amount of everything instead of fucking. I think just
I also
canceling the.
will say I've not had great experiences with like American food quality. Like sometimes
Oh
I'll
yeah,
try stuff and it's like, my goodness, this is interesting. Or
yeah.
like it,
We permitted quite a bit of stuff that we know is not good for the
Hmm.
human body
For
still,
sure.
and it's yeah. We've got some of that movement finally. We're just we
finally
don't
stopping,
care.
finally wised up.
Well, we
Because we
honestly,
want
it's
cheap.
the medical industrial complex. They want people sick to treat them to make profits. End of story.
Like I said, I think
I don't
it's
know.
cheap.
Any
People
any
want
medical
McDonald's.
industrial blah da 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 sounds a bit conspiratorial to me, and I'm just like, I don't I don't really want to.
Like I said, there might be
I,
some,
I
but
don't.
like I said, at most there's some, but not like full fledged, like some people think. But like I said, to me, it's all about cheap. People in America want cheap food, and if you can make a burger for $1 or $2, even if it's shitty, like quality or bad for you, they'll take it because it's $1. Like that's our biggest thing.
Dude, I think everyone wants cheap food, but like, oh my goodness, I would not eat a dollar burger. That sounds terrifying.
We, we did it for like 30 years before the 2020
Okay, I would
inflation.
eat a dollar burger in 1980. I would not eat a dollar burger now.
I'm saying those dollar burgers were like $1 up until like COVID. They used to be like $1 menu at McDonald's. And shit like that.
Where?
Yeah, it was like
Where?
I like
Oh,
McDonald's and shit.
still. I
Up-
think you can go
What?
to McDonald's and get All American, and like it's maybe $2.
Maybe. But either way, it's dirt cheap.
I mean, it makes sense that it's McDonald's, but like, oh god.
I mean,
I don't know how.
Yeah, don't
I-
look
I-
at us.
I'm just saying,
Don't look at us.
anything that's bad for you, America's probably the leading consumer of it. Bad food, bad
I mean, we're
drugs.
kind of getting a bit. Not to get smug. We're getting a bit fat too, to be honest. But like, you know, to be fair, I just don't like McDonald's. That was more my thing there. That wasn't an American thing. That was just my personal beef with that restaurant. I just don't.
No,
like
you
it.
should have beef, but they don't serve that anymore.
That wasn't
So-
meant to
so
be a
soy.
pun. No, that wasn't meant to be a pun. I realize I just made one. No, forget that. Forget that happened. That was not deliberate.
It was an
No, they
accident.
like
Ah.
soy. Yeah. So, do you guys know about like the fries? They'll let those potatoes sit for like a full year in a silo somewhere and treat it with all these chemicals before it becomes a French fry ever.
I mean, isn't that what you always do with like processed food, though?
Well, yeah, but it's especially bad with McDonald's silos.
What do you mean silos?
Like,
So they're the little towers on farms. Yeah, that you can just shove all kinds of crop into and treat it with chemicals, and it can sit there for like a year.
The potatoes, you mean?
Yeah, potatoes, soy. I don't think they do that with wheat, corn.
yeah, most farm food basically.
Yeah,
Yeah, because we have Monsanto. Monsanto's been killing it in the United States forever. All kinds of
I don't actually
chemicals.
know what Monsanto is, to be honest. But
Oh God, that's a whole learning curve. That's a rabbit hole for weeks on end. Yeah, it's the seeds that they create that are hybrid seeds that aren't natural, and they're engineered, modified to withstand all kinds of blight, pesticides.
good. Yeah.
yeah,
More disease.
yeah.
More disease resistance. Good.
Yeah, so yeah, we eat it and then it gets in our gut, and then it wrecks our gut, and then we have mental health issues. Oh, it's great.
I'm okay.
I always have a complex feeling about that because, like, it's right that like the chemicals and shit are probably not good for us, but like, I was talking to my dad one day. He's like, you know, without the preservatives, we'd probably have a lot more fucking starving people because food wouldn't last so long. You know, like how many people cook food like the day they buy it? You know, like,
Yeah.
you know, so it's a double-edged sword because I don't want to fucking be
Also,
starving.
we've been,
You know,
Mm-hmm.
we've been genetically modifying food for ages. Go look up like paintings of food from the
Yep,
1500s. They look
1800s, yep.
totally different.
Yep, that's what I love
They
doing
look
too.
completely different.
I always say there's a painting of a watermelon from like the 1800s. You can look at what a
Yeah,
watermelon
that was the
looked like.
exact one I was referencing.
You know, it's fucking wild how different it is. It was like 80% rind and like 20% juice, whereas now it's like 95% juice and 5% rind.
I know,
Oh
it's
yeah.
fantastic.
I mean, I got freaked out one time. I bought bananas and they never changed to yellow from green. I was like, I gotta just toss this. Like, I'm not gonna eat this if it never turns yellow.
That is weird.
Okay.
I wonder if it's a
I mean,
specific
would
kind.
yellow banana or would green bananas even taste any good? I feel like you'd just be biting into like
Yeah.
just
Yeah,
what
my
would
point.
be an unripe like fiber. It just, like,
Yeah.
doesn't seem like it would taste like anything.
And I realize now, like, I actually went to work for a little bit with Kroger in their health department. Kroger's the biggest grocer here in the United States. But yeah, if
Oh,
you
thank you.
wrap
I was just about to ask.
if you wrap the top where the vine is,
Yeah.
the banana thinks it's still in the tree, so it never ripens.
Oh,
Fuck, that's
you
an
drink
awesome trick. How did we never figure that out?
it? Yeah. I'd say that's a good trick.
Yeah, they put them through gas chambers too.
Fucking
There's
hey.
certain-
Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah,
Get
there's
rid of
certain
it.
gases that don't ripen fruit, so they'll treat it that way too before it comes out to
Yeah.
where the consumer sees it.
I will say, like,
Yeah.
when she's talking about, like, Monsanto, there's been at least a few different times where they've been sued for, like, billions and billions and billions of dollars for causing, like, cancer or some kind of disease.
Leukemia.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Some,
Mhm.
something like, so, I mean, like, they do good in general, but they also do a lot of negative. The only thing I would say is as long as you fucking make them pay every time they do, I guess I don't know, because like I said, we need food on a mass scale. We got 350 million people here. You know, you gotta have food. You know.
Yeah. You also do seem, I don't know, I actually forget. What was the lady's name? Mel, did it say?
Yeah.
Mhm.
hmm
Yeah, I mean, quite anti-science, I've noticed. It's interesting.
Well,
I mean, with all due
I'm
respect, I don't think you've left the Appalachian
no,
Appalachian
no,
wilderness behind.
no. I'm pro science. I
And
have
that
to be
is,
pro
I do
science.
want to say, I'm not saying that positively either.
Yeah. No, I'm pro science. I definitely am. I have to be in my field. I'm in psychology. I mean, without science, ugh, that'd be
With which,
abysmal.
sorry?
Yeah.
With which, sorry? Say that again.
Oh, sorry. With psychology. Yeah. I mean, I'm stats, I'm science all day long at work, but when I get to my own health, no. No, that's not where it is for me.
Okay. I guess you're one of the doctors that smokes, kind of thing.
No. No, I don't smoke.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
I mean, to be fair, I didn't mean literally, just more like, the joke of the doctor that says you need to be
No,
healthy and then steps out for a
no, I'm
cigarette.
just
Fine.
I'm exceptional. I'm exceptional. Like I don't follow the narratives whatsoever.
Okay. Why?
Yeah. I find my own way.
Via what methods?
Mm, I don't know. You kind of have to be more specific. Like, I don't know. Like, I can't embody my whole life experiences
No, as
to
in what do you do?
846.
As in what research are you following? Are you simply using the medical research that you have
Yeah.
from the
Oh,
field
for
you're in?
sure. For sure. Yeah.
How does
Yeah.
this
I mean, it's science, but it's also like what works for me because what works for me is not going to work patently for everybody else.
yeah, I mean, true. But I don't know.
I don't know. You have to give me like a more pointed direction.
Okay, you keep saying you forge your own path, and I'm gonna say, how do you know that what path you're quote unquote forging is remotely correct? And more to the point, what research are you doing to get you there?
Yeah. Okay. Well, I
Because this
mean,
is sounding a bit,
yeah, with
kooky.
like food choices, right?
This is
With
sounding a
food
bit
choices.
kooky, specifically, is more my point. In the
Okay.
sense that, like, science is good at the end of the day. It just is.
Yeah. Oh, it is. It's fantastic. Yeah. No, thank
all
God. Thank God. It probably is my initial compass, right? It's my initial compass. Like I don't have a problem logging into National Institutes of Health or to the WHO or to the past 5 years of data that's out there with clinical studies. No problem. I can read all that. I can give the synopsis. I can digest it. But at the end of the day, it's me. So I know myself pretty well now at 46, like what works for me. Like I don't recommend everybody do the carnivore diet, but I just knew that worked for me this past summer. And I lost 12 pounds and I got mentally focused. I got the best job offer I've ever had. Like all these things clicked for me.
What
And that's not going to be true for
what
everybody.
How does the
what
question?
made
How does the
I was
correlation
gonna
and
say
causation?
what made you even look into doing the carnivore? Like, how'd you find it in the first place? Like, what was the first like
Mhm.
Google search or Food Network guy or whatever the fuck, like, how'd you discover that in the first place, even?
Um, I know prior to that, when I did keto, which is low carbs,
Mm-hmm.
I was getting weight loss.
Okay.
Is that how you say
So
it? I always pronounced it as keto.
Yeah,
yeah, we say
pronounce it.
keto.
Yeah, we say we pronounce it as keto.
Yeah,
Oh, is that how you say it? My goodness, I didn't realize.
yeah. So I just knew if I took that down and I just hit it one notch further, it'd probably be a good experience, and it was.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So
But I don't think
I'm guessing
I
so.
don't think
Like,
that's.
I'm guessing what he's talking about. So it's like going back to Monsanto. Like Monsanto probably does a net positive, even though there's been like I was just looking up like 4 big cases. Like they have done bad, but would you consider them a net positive or a net negative or neutral? Like a company like them.
Um, are you asking me? Are you asking a farmer Are you asking a grocer?
I guess I'm asking you
I'm
personally.
asking in aggregate.
Oh, I'm just
all
saying.
of
I'm
it
asking
in
you. Oh, I'm
aggregate.
saying I can't because obviously you can't speak for the farmer per se or whatever. But
Yeah.
I'm asking you as a person. I'm saying, would you consider a company like Monsanto a positive, a negative, or neutral to like society as a whole?
Mm, man, that's a tough question. Because here's the thing, I grew up on farms. My grandparents were farmers, so I have that knowledge.
Mm-hmm.
Like I know. Have you guys ever looked at how bizarre our seed laws are because of Monsanto?
I've read about it a little bit, but not like super in depth.
Yeah, like it's illegal to mail seeds.
Any like even within the state or state lines?
Yeah, yeah, because of Monsanto. Yeah, because they want like that patent seed.
I heard that, but I also heard there was a pretty decent reason for it. I mean, mostly the fact that they paid for it was the big reason.
For the-
Yeah. And then like the whole organic thing, like that's a joke
what part?
because what happens is if you're a farmer
I'm
and
sorry,
you
that's a
plant,
very American statement. Now, after you talking about McDonald's, I have to make this joke. I'm sorry. You're talking about McDonald's, no organic food. This is very West Virginia territory we're getting into.
yeah. Well, no, I mean, what's funny is like there are, organic farmers and like they'll confess like it's a fucking joke because guess what? If the wind blows and you get those Monsanto pollination onto your property, guess what? You're fucked. If it floods, you're fucked. You're no longer organic. Like the purity of it, like it's inconceivable in actual nature.
Okay.
Yeah. And it gets back to that purity thing, with like the seeds. Like Monsanto wants their seeds to be the choice.
Yeah, they also paid for them, admittedly.
Yeah, it was a patent infringement. It says patent infringement.
Like, they did pay to develop it. I think when you pay to develop something, you're allowed to claim some ownership of it.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with that.
Yeah.
But I just think out in the real world, like it's a little bit unrealistic that you try to have farms that are adjacent to each other where one's organic and the other one's not, and then the wind blows, and guess what?
That's true.
Pollination happens.
It does say farmers argue that accidental contamination was inevitable and that Monsanto's aggressive lawsuit was intended to intimidate them and expand its control over the seed market.
Yeah.
So that part, I guess. I mean, honestly, at that point, like, you probably should be having like a mom and pop shop fucking farm next to fucking a giant corporation's farm, or like.
I was gonna say, farming, like agriculture, hasn't been profitable in quite a while.
No, it's been
Like
government subsidized
individual
forever.
agriculture really hasn't been.
I agree. But obviously, we all need food, so it's one of those like, if the government's gonna spend anything, I suppose they should probably spend money on fucking food because we deserve to eat, right? Like, come on now.
No, I agree with that. My point was, I think that individual farms probably aren't the most efficient. I
No,
think
not.
that.
But to get to what she's getting at, like even me, like I try to find like local farmers to buy like I'll buy a whole cow and split it up between like 2-3 people. Saves me money and I know it's fucking fresh, good cow.
I choose to believe. I'm choosing to believe you're purchasing the cow alive. I'm choosing to believe that you're just buying a live cow and taking it home. This is my headcanon.
I mean, technically, when I buy it, it's alive.
Do you take it back to your house and
No,
just like
but I buy it.
bring
And
in
technically, the money I give them to do it is part of like the feeding. Like I feed them for like 2-3 months for them to get to the size.
Oh no, that's not what I mean. What I mean is
know.
I'm choosing to believe that you're dragging a live cow into your yard. This is my headcanon. You cannot take this away.
That's all right, brother. I have a buddy who has like some chickens and fucking all that kind of stuff in his yard because he lives in a city that's more outskirts of mine, so he can do all that kind of shit.
I've had chickens. They're pretty chill.
They are pretty fucking cool.
I think a cow is just funnier.
Yeah. Well, I've had, just because both my grandparents were farmers, I've had livestock in my background
Mm-hmm.
in farming.
Fun.
Yeah.
I've never done anything of the sort aside from occasionally chickens and like other fowl and things like that.
Yeah.
It's good. It grounds you. You kind of understand how the world works a
process.
little bit.
Yeah, it helps you also understand like the lifestyle. So like, dude, being a farmer is pretty fucking tough. I mean, it's a lot easier than it once was because we have fucking modern fucking machining and shit. But still, like,
vaccinate our animals so they don't just all die of something.
yeah.
The thing, the vague random thing that we can't really figure out.
Well, again, that goes back to the fucking like we're fucking injecting cows and shit with stuff, but also like you're saying, it keeps them alive longer. So like it's like a lot of things. There's a good and a negative with it. I get not adding the chemicals and shit to it, but it's like again, you need them for us to have enough food to supply to all the people we have. So
Exactly.
you know.
I fully agree. I'm very pro science, and you know,
Mm-hmm.
I also don't. I tend to just sort of approach things from a very, I
Scientific
don't know.
thought process.
Yeah, I don't like just sort of meh da da da, go for it. Like, no, sit down, read through,
Well,
figure it
again,
out.
it goes back to my thinking where again, like, there's so many scientists that have developed these seeds and do whatever, right? Like, some might be
Mhm.
corrupt and horrible, whatever, but like, there's so many of them. Like, at one point, somebody would leak it out. There'd be a whistleblower. There'd be something, more tangible than just we know that these chemicals are kind of bad. Like I said, obviously, what is it like? There's like 20,000 chemicals in a woman's umbilical cord now, and it used to be like 100 or 200. So I mean, it sounds bad, but like there's a trade-off. We're eating food way more than we ever used. We're eating food so much that we're fat now. Like that used to never
Yeah,
be
I
the
was gonna say, I
problem.
think that's a lot better now, is the fact that not only are we as a society, we're dying, we have to find ways to not die of we have to find ways to die of sorry, let me reassemble that. We have to find ways to keep ourselves skinny because we're dying of having too much food, which has
Yeah.
never happened ever
Yes.
in the
Never
past.
happened. Yeah.
We're dying of being too fat, and that's completely historically
Fucked up.
like without precedent.
Yeah, I always jokingly said, like, dude, if you're like 250 pounds back in like the 1600s, you probably had all the chicks because they knew he had money. Because only people with
Exactly,
money
yeah.
had that much food,
That's
like,
why, what's her name? The freaking goodness, I keep thinking, what's it called? Bridgerton. The one girl who's in Bridgerton, who's like a much a bit of a bigger woman. I don't know anyone's name from that,
yeah, neither do
but
I. I know what you're talking
I
about, though.
remember thinking to myself, yeah, that tracks. That's exactly the kind of thing that would be attractive then.
It would be. It means it was in a weird way, right? Like, at least you knew they came
Yeah,
from money. That's the whole thing. If you're one of those people that, the gold digger of that era, that's what you're going for, right?
precisely. And so, it's kind of
Yeah, so that's kind of my mentality with a lot of that kind of shit too, because I just try to remember like it's a trade off.
yeah, it's
There's never
fantastic
gonna
for
there's
dying
never
from
gonna
this
be
food.
there's never well, I guess can't say never, but like the odds of us ever having a perfect system is pretty much impossible because nothing's perfect. But like you got to learn to have some trade off. It's the compromise factor kind of thing. Like you can't get everything you want, but if you can get like 70% of what you want and lose 30%, I can live with that.
Yeah, basically.
Mm-hmm.
And it's how do I put it? Sometimes you just sort of got to take the best you can, kind of thing.
Well, yeah, and also with like science shit, like it's always changing. So like like it would suck if like they had some like horrible chemicals that are gonna kill 80%, whatever the fuck, like, but like it, they would learn from that and they would adapt and change things. That's the whole thing. Like science is forever changing. You can't just it's not solved. Like people always want to say like we haven't solved this issue. It's like well because maybe it can't be solved. Maybe just get better and better and improve and improve. That's all you can do.
Yeah, and I mean, we've solved a lot of things. Like, vaccines are freaking awesome. I like that shit.
Mm-hmm.
Like, small of juice in vial, put it in body. Now you don't get sick anymore. Fucking fantastic. Love
Yep,
that shit.
for sure.
It's such a simple idea. I love it. I like that we figured that out of just like if you get a little bit sick, you don't get deadly sick, which is very unintuitive when you actually kind of get right down to it.
I know.
Yeah,
It's
you
like
had to
if I was
understand.
back in like the 1800s, that's not the idea I would come up with.
Right. Yeah, just a little bit of exposure, and then your cells get memory of it.
Yeah, never the kind of thing I would have thought of, but someone did.
Dude, that's what I'm saying. People are smart, but that's the thing. Like, people are so fucking smart, especially when you put like clumps of them together. Like I'm saying, like you, like there are some like evil geniuses, but like I always tend to believe that most people are good. So like they would want to use their powers for good, like
Yeah, most
not
people do this,
nefariously.
yeah.
Yeah, I often think like that's a big thing with computers because a lot of times when we have an idea and an intent, we can't see all the possible outcomes, but computers can help us see that with greater foresight
Maybe that'd be
just
the.
by
I would say that'd be the
yeah.
good thing that AI could do. But like, type this in, be like, what's the like actual projection, like long term of this? Is this actually a good idea, or is it just like a short term fix? Because I mean, that's kind of the other problem with America in general is we band aid things. We don't actually try to fix issues that we know we have. We just slap a band aid on it and move on.
Yeah. Yeah, that's like because I always think China, I feel like always has a long game in mind,
Mm-hmm.
and like that's why they're going to become,
I'd,
I think, superior.
I mean, I would not disagree, just primarily because the amount I've seen China make very good tactical decisions. They never make very good strategic decisions, and it's the best way I could put it. That is to say, they can think in the medium term. I've not seen them think in the long term very effectively.
Well, I mean, what China didn't start getting like big power to like the '90s, right? They done quite a bit in 30 years, like of growing.
That is true, but the point I would say is they also have basically no allies, which is not what you would expect from a country that's meant to be, a global power of some sort.
Yeah, but this goes back to where I'm saying the might makes right world. I think we're going back to that world where if you have the money and the power, like America wants to own the West, so they don't care if Russia owns Europe, and they don't care if China owns the Pacific. Like I could see that world coming in the next 50 years or so. Like with the mentality that people have it nowadays. Because like I said, people cheer it on now.
True.
I mean, yeah, to somewhat, but I don't know. I tend not to be quite so cynical, primarily because, well, U.S. interests still point them in a specific direction. So,
True, but I'm saying that's the universe where America legitly falls and China takes over, like monetarily, especially.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. It would take probably like 50 to 100 years. It's going to take a while, but there is there's a universe or whatever different dimension where that could happen because we keep fucking up, and we're not again
I
like
mean,
right now like we're not helping Ukraine out. Like so when China takes over fucking Taiwan and or Australia later, and if we have the same mentality like we're not going to help, well, what's going to stop them? Nobody's going to stop them. Not Australia or none of these countries have the military might to withhold them. So that's kind of I'm saying that there's so many people in America that are cool with being isolationist and they don't care.
yeah.
But here's my point.
I mean,
In 1990, China's GDP was $360 billion, and now it's $17.9 trillion.
yes, I mean, economic growth, yes, but that does not equate to superpower status. You need, global influence for
True,
that,
but
and
they're
I've
getting
yet to
there.
see.
They got the BRICS countries. They're working. I'm saying there's a lot of things they're doing to fucking point themselves in that way.
They get my respect.
IS BRICS, the incredible competitors in NATO: Brazil, Russia, India, China, and I forget the other one
There's a
actually.
bunch
South
of them now.
Africa.
Yeah, but there's more now. That's what I'm saying. It's becoming. You start off with 5 countries. I think it's up to like 12.
I mean, yes, but also none of them are doing very well, and also most of them are fighting. You have to remember the
10.
BRICS includes China and India. They don't like each other very much.
True, but the thing is, it's one of those the enemy of my enemy is my friend, right? Like India and China both kind of are hating on America because we're kind of trying to fuck them over in certain ways. So guess what? You might link up. Maybe it's not long term. Maybe but it could be it could be one of those things that it just binds you. You're like fuck it. After you work on something
Do
long
you
enough
see
and
the
you become
binding between China? Because I don't see a great deal of it personally. Like, where specifically are you talking about this?
What do you mean?
Like you keep saying the enemy of my enemy, etc. India's been making quite a lot of deals with the US. So like, what specifically are you referring to?
Well, because we started putting
Like
all those
genuine.
tariffs and shit on them, and that's India was never a part of this. India and China, they're starting to allow people flying into each other's countries for the first time, like in 30 years. Like, there's a lot of things that they've been doing, and I feel like the common denominator is that they both don't like America's foreign policy, so they're uniting because we are unstable right now with our current leadership.
I mean, yeah, my point was still, to be fair, that China does not have a great deal of global allies. And I just personally don't see it taking over anytime soon, and I don't see how it ever could. The other thing as well is the demographic crises are not looking good for them, which is going to be an issue that's going to bite pretty hard in most of East Asia, actually, if they don't figure out a solution to it.
What? Because of the one kid thing? Is that what you're talking about, basically?
Yeah, demographic problems are
Yeah.
becoming a bit of a calamity, actually,
Yeah,
in the sense that
that could be an issue for sure. When's their fucking basically like their version of the baby boomers? When do they all go out? Are they like 40s now? Are they 50s?
now, technically, South Korea now, basically. Japan's been dealing with this for the past 3 decades, and China's probably going to bite in about 15 years.
Demographics. What's China's age demographics? Nearly
Look up
30.
a population.
Well, I'm saying nearly, at least Japan, nearly 30% are 65. Shrinking youth segment driven by low birth rates, around 1.2 women, leading to. The average age right now is almost 50 years old
in Japan.
in Japan.
Yeah, sounds about right.
What's America now? Now I want to know.
You don't want to look at average age. That's not very
No,
useful.
I did.
You want to look
I looked
at
at more. Like I said, it says 30%
the
are 30% are
population.
65, 11.4 are 15 and under, 15 to 64 is 59.5%.
Yeah, and the main issue you have to look out for is you have to have more people coming up to replace the people going out. Otherwise, you
Correct.
don't have
Yep.
the ability to service anything.
Well, again, that's kind of one of the negatives of being more educated and more like Western or whatever you want to fucking call it. You have a lower birth rate. Women going to work more have less kids because they have a career.
See, I actually am just of the opinion we need to find a new way to calculate it, because the number of people nowadays that aren't having kids, it has nothing to actually do with wealth or freedom or anything else. Here's an example. 2 countries which do not treat women very well, those being Saudi Arabia and Iran.
Mm-hmm.
The very wealthy Saudis are having 2 children per woman, that is to say, at the replacement level. Iran really isn't. You'd think they say, it's wealth that means you stop having kids. I don't agree. Another good example
There's
is
there's 2 things I would say. If you come from a wealthy family and the woman never has to work, that's different than the woman actually working and having her own career, though. So in Saudi Arabia, those women aren't working. They have a bunch of money because they're husbands, but it's not their money. That's why they have to have a lot of kids.
Okay. Well, pardon if well, let me interject. Okay, don't Saudis get checks for oil?
Maybe
also,
the big
that
ones.
is you get regardless of gender, so it's not just the husband's money. No, you get those no matter what. So
Okay, so that's a huge thing we have to factor in. If you know you're getting a check every
yes,
month.
yeah. So remember how we were
Yeah.
talking about how it's wealth that means you stop having kids. Well, I mean, here's a good
I
example.
didn't say necessarily wealth. I'm
No.
saying that it's careers. I said education. Women are having more education, which means they're working more, which means they have a career, which means they're not having much kids because they have a career. They're focused on doing whatever the fuck their career is. Could be nursing, could be anything.
Yeah, how does childcare work in Saudi Arabia too? By the way, I have no clue.
Specifically, no, but my point is I don't think it's just wealth and education, because they're relatively wealthy and they have plenty of kids.
But
Another good
they're
example
uneducated
is
though. I guess
another good example is Israel. Also, quite a high educated and relatively high income country, also with a high cost of living and total legal gender equality. I think about 2.7 children fertility rate there. despite all stats to the contrary, despite all stats basically pointing to the fact that that they probably shouldn't. Basically, I just think we need to rethink what the causes are, because one thing I'm noticing is it's just becoming completely random. What's
Like birth rate.
it's becoming completely random what causes people to stop having children. At least I'm not detecting as much of a pattern as there was in the past. Personally.
And actually, I think it's funny. I think it's actually like the poorest people that actually have the most kids, if I recall. I haven't looked it up yet, but I think that was a stat I read one time.
Yeah, but even in that case, countries like India have stopped having children at the same level. So, they're not tremendously wealthy, and yet
Is that government? It was like the Chinese thing. Is it government based because they have too many people currently? Is that what they're?
No, well, that was before with the one-child policy, but that's obviously come back to bite them.
I
But
know. I'm saying, did India do the same thing, or are they just
no, they're
like
just not having
the
many
people
children.
decide? Okay.
Yeah, basically, which is why it's kind of confusing for a lot of people, because, you'd
Yeah, like what memo got passed around amongst poor people to stop having kids?
yeah. So like, basically my point is I just think we need to figure out a new criteria, because I don't think it's the same as it was before.
Okay.
Like, and do I know what the new criteria is? No, I just don't think I think it just needs to be re-examined, because it seems to be completely random these days, to me at least.
Sure. I guess I don't know because I mean the thing is obviously like in Israel they're not going to have the same culture as like America, which is not going to have the same culture as the UAE, whatever. So I mean like I'm guessing they
Yes,
probably.
but previously we noticed it was due to economics, and we're not anymore. That's one of my point.
Well, I'm saying that might be the thing in America, but it might not necessarily be
No,
some.
no, globally.
Oh, was it
That was what
global?
we were noticing. Yes.
Because the only thing
Hence why
the
I'm
only thing
saying,
that makes sense to me is that women are having more careers. So like, why would they want to take a year to two off to raise a baby and ruin her career or
yes,
whatever, slow it down or
I
stop
mean,
it?
yeah, that would make perfect sense. But what we're seeing is plenty of countries that are wealthy enough that people could just choose to have careers. For example, in the case of Israel, they are still choosing to have children. And in countries that are not terribly wealthy, such as say India, the fertility rate is dropping hugely. So globally, it used to be a wealth trend, and it isn't anymore. And so I just don't know what the trend is anymore. But it is clearly different now, and it's quite fascinating to look through. I don't know what it really is, but it's changed. It seemingly changed quite substantially.
Yeah, I guess.
Do you have a sense when it changed?
What was it?
Do you have a sense when it changed?
Last 15 years, I'd say. Last 10 years,
15.
maybe.
Okay,
Last
so
10 years.
15.
I honestly do think it's one of those
2010?
nebulous, about 10 years, yeah. I honestly do think it's one of those nebulous points of just, it is a cultural point, regardless of the money. If your culture doesn't really want you to have kids, you probably just don't care. Whereas if your culture is supportive of children, you can call up friends to help with it. You can do those sorts of things. Whereas, you know, if that's just not how your society operates, it just can't really happen. I do think
Okay.
it's one of those points that's so nebulous, because how do you define cultural support for children, etc., which is a fair point. But
Mhm.
I do sort of think it's mostly a good chunk of it could just be that, because if countries like excuse me, if countries like up in Scandinavia can somehow give women the amount of support that they're able to, because they're incredibly wealthy and they're still not having children, I think there's something else happening.
Just looking at
You know,
this study, in 1990 we had a birth rate of 2.1 per woman, and then it's kind of slowly been trickling down since then.
who is we? The U.S. or is this
Yeah, the
global?
United States. Yeah,
Okay, thank you.
in the United States, yeah. So 1990 was like our last best year.
Yeah, and so it's like
So again, this is like a 30-year trend. So what happened, I suppose, or what's the thing in 30 years, I suppose, like that's kind of what you have to try
I,
to figure out.
yeah, like I said, I would say it's genuinely just nebulous culture. If you're supportive of children as a society, people will have kids. If you're not, they won't.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
think daycare is really expensive for most families.
Yeah.
Well, it's not. My point's not. It was being missed, I think, but
No, just say there's a lot of factors. I mean, the thing is, there's never going to be one. Like all these things could be a reason for somebody, but not necessarily for like the mass group. Because I don't know if there necessarily is a right answer for like.
Yeah, I can't speak for Israel, you know?
Mm-hmm.
well, my point
Yeah.
is that that wasn't ever the specific countries were never my
No.
point. The specific point was we used to be able to exclusively track it by wealth, and
Mhm.
now we can't.
Yeah, I'm saying.
And
Yeah.
now
Yeah,
we
I'm saying
need to
there's not.
probably find a new.
I'm saying, but it might be just a variety of things. It might not be. There might not be a single answer.
Hmm.
That's kind of what I'm getting at.
Mhm.
Like, because you say
Yeah,
that,
no,
that,
so we're-
that used to be the answer,
We
but it's
used to assume
wrong.
it was a single answer.
Hmm?
We used to assume that it was a single answer.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
saying,
that too.
we're saying now that
Mhm.
we're probably more educated on it, so we're starting to realize that it's probably a spectrum of things. It's not just going to be, oh, this happened, therefore everything happened. It's probably like, well, this happened for 5% of people, and this is the reason for 20% of people. This was a reason for 15% of people. Then you get your number. But like, I don't know. This is just
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, Wally, do you agree with me? Do you think daycare is really probably the thing that's driving US to not
I wouldn't
have
say
kids?
it's the only thing at all, but because I mean, I think government does help subsidize some of it, but it does suck. I mean, I know people that fucking deal with that shit all the time. It is like like intuitively, I feel like it is the money thing, but it's not obviously for everybody. I get that,
Mhm.
but just because like I know like a bunch of my friends that don't have kids, that's the main reason why they won't. They're like, fuck that, and they like they say they want to go on vacations. They want to go do stuff, and when you have kids, you just don't have you lose that freedom to go wherever you
Yeah.
want, anytime you want. That's so at least in my fucking anecdotal, fucking primitive, easy way, that seems to be the most
Mhm.
common reasons. But
Yeah.
again, that's just people I know. That's not the masses. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I can't imagine there ever being one answer because there's so many fucking people for so many different reasons.
But again, the point I was getting at is there used to be clearly just one answer that we
Mhm.
could track, and
Yeah,
now
for
it's
sure.
gone up in smoke.
Yeah, I
And
get
now we
that.
have to figure out what the new
Yeah,
one is.
I'm agreeing with you. I'm saying I understand that's what it used to be. I'm saying, but what could be causing it now? I'm just trying to like spitball ideas
I don't know.
and shit.
Yeah, but I think it is changed, and that's the difference.
It is
And I don't know
changed.
how you figure it out.
Yeah, obviously, it is weird that it's mostly worldwide. There might there's some countries that had to go up in birth rate, right?
I don't think very many. I think maybe I actually don't know of any that have, to be honest.
Hmm.
I don't care about America. Hold on, worldwide.
Hang on. I'm gonna go turn my oven on to go make dinner. Do you want to see my cat? This is gonna come screaming.
That's all right. I like cats.
Would you like to go see him?
I love cats.
Let's see. All right. In bed. Yo. Hang on, how do I flip this dang thing? I don't use Discord ever. Flip. Thank you. Yo.
Oh, hello.
There he is.
Aw.
Cute little guy.
He's a funny guy.
Oh, he's a
Right.
tuxedo.
All right, he's a beautiful.
He is. He's a big goober.
I love
Yep,
it.
yep, yep,
I
yep,
love
yep.
kitties.
He doesn't like gentle pets at all, so he just demands you sort of
Yep.
attack him.
It's like a massage. He's like, oh yeah, make it feel
Oh, up he goes.
good. Yep.
You gonna come help me make dinner? Okay.
He's like, I'm gonna wake up for 10 minutes and then I'm going to bed. Just kidding.
No, I'm here. He has to keep pestering me. It's part of his job, I think.
All right, so just a quick search says Iceland, Sweden, UK, and Bulgaria have seen a temporary increase in birth rate recently. Those are your main countries.
That's I'm surprised about the UK actually. That's beyond us. That's actually quite astonishing.
It is.
But in particular with all the stress they've had in the last little while,
Mhm.
Mm-hmm.
with regarding Brexit and such and other
Oh, I
such
know, dude.
stresses, I'm actually kind of astonished.
Yeah, they.
I
Yeah.
tell you what, they've been so nice. Like I have some people online, like with Trump coming in, they're like, they're so nice.
Mhm.
They're like, what the fuck is going on with your country? And
Mhm.
we're sorry, and yeah.
You know what though? I will tell them though, because England has a problem too. They have a Trumpish problem with the Reform Party with Nigel Farage and all those fucks. So they,
I do. Sorry, I want to. I've always been a big fan of British politics. I always followed them more than US politics.
Mhm.
Nigel Farage and Donald Trump are two of the most unlike personalities I think you could
Yep.
possibly compare. They sort of collaborate in the sense that they're on the same side of the political spectrum.
Mhm.
I could not consider them the same, in particular because
No, but just
one
the
far right in
populism.
Britain and far right in the US are two very separate things.
True.
Also, I consider Nigel Farage to actually have an ideology. Donald Trump very much does not.
Well, no, he's open about it. He just says he wants British to be white and whatever. Like he wants to get rid of all of them, like anybody. That's his main
I
platform. Is
I get the impression he's a lot more of a cultural chauvinist, and that definitely tracks more for the UK. If you know anything about the UK, it's always been much more of a class-based system than a race-based one.
yeah,
And I mean, I don't deny that he is definitely a racially prejudiced person, but if I'm being honest, if you were to get him in a private room and it wasn't he wasn't in politics, if he cares more about the cultural element. If you asked him, if you found someone who had the same political views as you but was Indian, would you be willing to have them in the party? He'd probably say yes.
probably. But
That's just a more of a
I think
British
just to
point.
use
The
them though.
idea that race decides politics just doesn't make sense there. It's always been class.
You're
That's
right,
why the way you
but not
speak
anymore
has always
because
mattered.
with all the Middle Eastern immigrants that now it's became because I have a buddy who listens to all this shit and like I said he's going to all these rabbit holes and he says to me all this shit. I'm like, dude, no, like stop thinking that a group of people is inherently evil or wrong or whatever the fuck it is. They're just people. Like
Al-
some are gonna suck.
Also,
Yes.
last thing regarding this with Europe compared to America, the North America generally. Everyone says Europe has lots of immigrants. Remember this as a North American. We have about, 20 to 30% of an immigrant population.
Hmm.
They're sitting at about 8%. Their
Really?
immigrant population is not very big.
Hmm.
It's
Wow.
quite actually astonishingly small. That's why whenever I hear news about, oh my goodness, there's so many immigrants, I thought it was sitting at like 30. It's barely in double digits
Yeah,
across most of Western Europe.
it's 10.7 million foreign-born people in the UK in 2022.
Actually, wait, no, sorry. I'm thinking Muslims. That's in single digits. Actually, the
Yeah,
foreign-born population point might
yeah,
be different.
yeah. I
Go
get what
look
you're
up the
saying.
Muslim
I'll
population.
get there too. It says about 16% of the total population is immigrants in the UK. Hold
That
on.
makes
Oh
more sense.
wow.
No, look up the Muslim
Yep.
population. That actually, the 16 would make more sense.
Yep. Hold on. Oh, yeah, Muslims is 6.5%.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought it was
Wow.
way higher.
It's a little shy of 4 million people.
Hey, buddy.
Mostly Pakistani, Bangladeshis. That's
Oh yeah, former Raj, not a shock.
Yeah. But yeah,
That's why when you say Asian in the UK, you mean South Asian, not East Asian, unlike in the US and Canada, because we've had long-standing East Asian populations and they've had long-standing
not
South Asian populations.
okay. I guess that makes sense. I
Fun
mean, yeah,
little
you gotta
quirk
think
of the English
that's where
language.
they owned that whole area. I mean, what's the joke? That's like 80
Yeah.
countries have fucking Independence Day and it's all from England.
But they might actually be in triple digits, but yeah. But no, I was more just making a fun little joke about the English language quirk.
Mhm.
How if you're in North America, Asian means East Asian because we've had a lot of Chinese people here for
Yep.
centuries.
Yep.
But in Britain, Asian means Indian, or well, South Asian,
Yeah,
Indian,
like
Pakistani, Bangladeshi,
Cambodia and shit like that. Yeah,
which I just think is kind of cool.
it is kind of cool actually. Again, it's just different perspective. Like I said, especially like here, we have American exceptionalism. We all think we're the everything in the world and everything. So it's always that's why I love talking to people from other countries and shit, just to get the outside perspective. Like, oh, this is what everybody else thinks about us. That's neat.
Yeah. Well, even keeping on the language point, here's a fun fact for you. British Columbia is the only province in the Chinese language that has its own name, natively made. All the other ones have names that the government of China just made up because obviously it's a bunch of symbols, so you have to just have rules to make it up.
Yep.
And BC doesn't, because all the Chinese immigrants who came here in the gold rush made up their own name, and it's called Gold Mountain. I can't remember how to say that, but it's the only one that does, and I think that's kind of cool.
That is kind of
Hmm.
cool. Yeah. So like my I'm half Lebanese and fucking my mom's side when they came over they didn't know how to say their name so they just gave them Soman. Like here Soman go goodbye. That's your
What
name.
does Soman mean?
So that's what my parents, my grandparents, and then my mom, they're all Somans because They didn't
What
know
does Soman mean?
I don't know. It's something that the person in Ellis Island or whoever gave them. Origins. Let's see if I can look
Yeah,
it
we
up.
dropped some letters too when we came to Ellis Island.
Yeah.
I'm not sufficiently old of an immigrant to have any experience with such. So
Soman name. Soman means the moon or Lord of Moons. That's its origin.
Nice.
in Arabic specifically,
In Indian, actually.
the language of Indian. That's an amazing sentence.
Well, in India, it would be like Tamil Nadu, technically, which derives from Soma.
Yeah, but if you're from Lebanon, or if your family's from Lebanon, that would be in Arabic. So what does that mean in Arabic?
I guess I could look that up, see if it says anything. In Arabic. It means price or value.
That makes sense.
They were doing what all the Chinese immigrants do when they call themselves richer. They were calling themselves rich.
Yeah, that is funny, actually.
Hey, actually, fun fact. Did you know in Canada, whenever the Chinese would settle somewhere, they would always call it rich something? So in Toronto, it's called Richmond Hill.
Mm-hmm.
It's the big Chinese center.
Okay.
In British Columbia, it's the city of Richmond. In I believe in Winnipeg, it is Richmond Center. They all called it rich something because they all wanted to be wealthy. You could actually track this. Go track the Chinese population across Canada and look up the city name. It's actually hilarious.
Yeah, there's something to it. It's called nominative determinism.
Nominative determinism. Yep.
Yeah, like if you name your son Dennis, he's more likely than not to become a dentist.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, it's just a what's the word superstition, but I still think it's kind of funny.
For sure.
I just find it funny that across this entire country, this vast distance, no matter what, wherever you plonked the Chinese population, they always called their town rich or like Richmond of some variety, and I think that's hilarious.
Yeah.
It kind of goes.
And like the thing is, like when I say that, because like they would have been these happened independently of each other. They weren't these.
Yeah.
They weren't. This was very much pre-modern communication. They just did this on their own, which I think is quite amusing. That all these separate cities independently decided, let's do this.
Well, again, they probably all came from the same culture, so they have that same idea, mindset, whatever you want to call it, going into the new world or whatever.
I mean, yeah, it is still amusing though, because it's like 75% of the population.
No, I mean, obviously, it's still funny and amusing and shit like that, but just saying it does kind of track with making sense of like. Why.
It's like, what the fuck do you? Yeah, it's like, what the fuck do you mean the fastest man on earth is named Usain Bolt? No, the fuck he isn't. No, that is some bullshit.
That is some
no, the
ironic
fuck he
shit,
isn't.
Right?
Fuck off.
Nominative It'd have been better if his name was Lightning Bolt.
Yeah. Well, like fun fact that when the Belgians went to Africa and the Congo, the bank that was financing all the operations was founded by a man by the name of W.B. Money. And you know what? I would put my money in a W.B. Money bank. I'd do that. I'd trust that guy.
That's Warner
W.B.
Brothers.
Money
Right.
Bank. I'll keep it safe. Yeah, I trust you.
That's what I'm saying. It's Warner Brother.
That made me think of a great book. Leopold's Ghost was about I think it was a Danish mad ruler that came into the Congo. It's a great book.
I know who you're talking about. I know I've read it. It's a Dutch fellow, but yeah, close enough.
Yeah. Yep.
Same cold, wet, tiny countries.
Mm-hmm.
But yes, no, it's but I just find it funny. The WB Money Bank.
Mm-hmm.
It's like how another good one. A lot of the Civil War photos, especially like the one who was accompanying President Abraham Lincoln, he was taking photos of like all the battlefields after the battles had finished, and and after all the dead. And his name was Alexander Coffin. Taking photos of all the dead.
I did know that. Now that you mentioned that,
yeah,
thought about that
Alexander
forever,
Coffin.
I did
Was
know
it?
that one. I'm saying I haven't thought of that forever.
That's some nominative determinism, isn't it? Like, I'm gonna take photos of the like battlefields after everyone's died. What's your last name? Let's not talk about that.
Well, the other crazy thing is a lot of people have their vocation as their last name.
In the past, they did, yeah.
Yeah.
Not anymore, obviously, because people, get new jobs these days. But yeah.
But yeah, like there's so many Smiths.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because to be fair, it mostly just happened. The government went out and said, "We need you guys to give us last names, please." And nobody could really think of what to do, so they just said, "Oh, fuck it, make it my job." Unfortunately, that just ends up with a lot of people with the same name.
Yeah.
But yeah, it happens sometimes.
hmm
I mean, better than the Scandinavian countries, which I think just have the laziest system on earth, where it's just you add son on the end of your father's name if you're the son, and then dottir at the end of your father's name if you're the daughter. That is so lazy. That is such bullshit. At least make one up. Come on.
I always say that it's like narcissism. It's like people that name their kids after themselves, and like I'm the fourth and the fifth, and so it's like, dude, no, dude, you just let this person have their own identity and be their own person. Like, fuck, man. Because like,
no.
there's this one guy that comes to our bar. His name is Dean, and like he had daughters. He named him like Nadine, Ladine, you know, like Deanna. Like he's like, I'm like, really?
That's like Lyndon Johnson. Lyndon Johnson had every single his initials were LBJ, and
Yep.
every single one of his daughters had the same initials as him. After that, it's like that makes me think of that. I forget if I remember. It was Linda, Betty. I don't remember the names, to be completely honest with you, but obviously one of them's easy enough because the last name's going to be shared anyway.
Yeah.
But the fact that he made all of his children have the same initials as him.
I know, it's crazy.
Incredible.
I know. I'm saying, to me, that's just like almost like narcissism. Like, dude, you're
Almost. Do you know anything about Lyndon Johnson? I said there's no almost about it. No,
not
it's
with him.
raving neurotic narcissism.
No, with him, yeah, but I'm saying even with other people, like it's just, man, like, why is your name so important that you have to fucking put your name in all your kids' names? It's so fucked up.
It's also never that interesting either. Like Robert Downey Jr. Those are not terribly interesting names.
No.
Like Robert? Really? You were so attached to Robert, you had to pass that down? That's a bit shit.
I know. He can be Bobby. He can be the next Bobby.
I don't know. I mean, I didn't have kids, but I thought about like if I ever would, I would definitely want them to have their father's name.
Would you?
Yeah.
What draws you to that,
At
though?
least if your dad's name better be another Civil War example. You better be named Ulysses or something dramatic. You can't just be named Robert. That's fucking shit.
Yeah,
Like, you gotta be named
you can't be
Ulysses or something.
Steve the Fourth. Like, okay.
No, or like the former World War II Secretary of the Navy, whose name was Cordell, which is a good name, and I have actually mentally taken note of it.
Here, random fact. You guys might appreciate this, but when a baby is in the first year, it looks more like the dad, but then in the subsequent years, it looks not as much like the dad. And I think that's biologically for the male to like actually claim, oh yeah, this is my kid.
Sorry, babies don't look like anything. I call bullshit on that one.
Well, no, I mean this isn't me. This is evolutionaries.
I
Geneticist.
mean, again, I don't know where you read that from, because babies don't look like anyone. They just look like a very adorable lump, but a lump nonetheless. So you know.
Yeah, I always say they look like aliens, kind of.
Well, they look like 60-year-old men, hairless men sometimes.
With the important distinction, I'd say that they don't have any wrinkles, though. I don't know. I want to have kids, but I'm going to give them interesting names. That's why I like the name. I wouldn't name my kid Ulysses. That's a bit too much. But Cordell, I've mentally taken.
Cordell, yeah. I named my daughter Evie.
Also, I find I just remembered another case of nominative determinism. World War II Secretary of the Navy, in the U.S. Her name was Cordell Hull. What do ships have?
Oh wow,
that is funny.
Absolutely amazing.
It is. It's funny.
All right. My cat's having a little chat.
well, I'm about ready to hang it up. My battery's getting awfully low.
Yeah, I'm getting my dinner too.
Yeah, I'll probably head out. It's fucking 2 in the morning here.
Woohoo!
It's only midnight here.
You guys are, yeah, I was gonna say you guys are 2 hours. So.
Are you in Mountain Time, Mel? Or are you in Pacific Time?
Nope, I'm Pacific.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, you guys are the same.
Wasn't sure.
Yeah,
Wasn't sure.
How
no.
far east of Vegas is it before your mountain time? Because I know it's not that far.
Probably just one. Probably Utah, I'd imagine.
Yeah, Utah. Just 1 hour difference.
Yeah. Okay.
Or as in one state, rather. But yeah.
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 I was thinking it was part of. I thought it was maybe going to be part of Nevada.
Nope. No, it's
Yeah, especially
weird.
since
Like,
they have the Sierra Nevada mountains. I thought that Nevada would be in mountain time, but I guess not.
no, nope. We're Pacific, but yeah, it gets weird because like you hit. If I go north, I hit Arizona, and then I hit Utah.
I would never go to Utah.
Wait, what? Sorry?
There's a tiny part of Arizona you hit before you hit Utah. If I go due north.
Oh, is there? Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
Oh, yes, I have seen that weird border quirk.
Mhm.
You guys, have you ever? Oh, actually, one thing. Have you ever been to that? Is there like a museum or like monument or freaking something built to that that one slightly ill-fated expedition that went through the Sierra Nevada mountains from Missouri, and they all
Yes.
died in
Oh, the
Nevada and had
the
to resort
Donner
to
Party?
cannibalism?
Yeah, the Donner
Yeah.
Party.
Yeah.
It was famous because included within that party was former governor of Missouri, whose name I forget, but he was the governor of Missouri who tried to kill John Smith, the guy who
Wow.
didn't know
founded
that.
Mormonism.
Uh,
It was his name John Smith. What was his name?
yeah, John Smith.
Was it John? It can't be John. Hang on.
Joseph Smith.
Joseph.
Joseph
Yeah.
Smith. Thank you. Yeah, I was like, John Smith doesn't sound right.
I know.
Yeah, Joseph Smith. He it was the Missouri governor who tried to who signed the executive order to have Joseph Smith killed.
Yeah.
And which I think is kind of interesting. Do they have a
for
thing for
sure.
that? Is there like a setup
Oh,
whatever
yes.
for that?
Yeah, I
Huh.
mean, if you travel, yeah, because we love to go to the national parks any chance we can, and yeah, we'll go all through that terrain, and like there's all kinds of like roadsides, the little signs of the history of the
Mm.
Donner Pass. Yeah.
Yeah, I might go to those. I don't really like going to parks just randomly. If I went to anything, I'd want to go to like, I don't know, Civil War battle
History.
scenes or whatever, just
Yeah,
because it's like,
history.
I'd like to go do something. I want to go see that White House of the Confederacy because I've heard it's really funny because it's like the White House but just not very good. And I feel like that'd be amusing. I kind of want to see what that's like.
Yeah.
But-
Yeah, there's all kinds of stuff like that.
But yeah, I would like to try go to like southern Pennsylvania, northern Virginia, see the Civil War.
Yeah,
Civil War
it's
stuff.
crazy. Yeah, when I lived in Columbus, Ohio for like 16 years, but there's Underground Railroad houses
nice.
still that are preserved. Yeah.
Yeah, there's a few of those in Ontario because at the destination points, but
Mhm.
obviously, we don't really care as much because basically they just showed up in Canada and then went off and built lives. They didn't really have a railroad past Canada, so
Yeah. Cincinnati has a big museum.
nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, most of our
check it
stuff
out.
for that would be in Nova Scotia because the Nova Scotia black population is a very different one. It's the oldest standing one in Canada because what it was black British loyalists who basically during the American Revolution the Brits made a deal with the black population and they said, if you support us, we will grant you land and we will grant you your freedom. And that was where they ended up, was in Nova Scotia when the Americans lost. Everyone who was able to escape ended up there. As those mighty patriots fought against you tax evading rebels. But
Yep.
but yeah,
Hey,
most of
I'm
the
in a
museums are
tax-
going to be there.
Nevada's a tax-free state.
What was it?
Nevada, no income tax state.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, what's the property taxes? Because every no income tax state has the most insane ones.
It's not too bad.
No, but they
Really? 'Cause
they usually have to pay taxes on clothing and food though. That's like the trade-off usually.
Do you not have to do that generally?
And so
Mhm.
with states that have state income tax, you don't pay taxes on food and clothes. Yeah, all your
At all?
Yeah,
At all? You don't have a general service? You don't have a general goods and service tax?
No.
No.
That might explain your.
if you pay a state income tax, usually you don't pay taxes on those things, on the necessity things, I think they call them, or whatever. Anything that's essential.
Okay. Take away like the necessity point. What happens if you're buying I don't know, a phone or something? Do you have to? Is there no GST? You don't have a general goods and
there's a
service
tax,
tax?
No.
no, there's a tax on like phones because you don't need that to live. But like clothing you need to live, and food you need to live, and a couple other things. I can't remember what the other things are.
That might. Oh my goodness! Everything I learned about the U.S. is a bit enlightening. This might explain your revenue problems.
Well, again, because also it's every state's different too. That's the thing. That's kind of what. It's always the good bad thing. It's good.
I know. I'm talking about the federal taxes because aren't the federal taxes more important anyway?
No.
Depends on who you're asking, I suppose. You pay
As in, okay, more important. Sorry, larger in quantity or in like dollar amount. Do you have to pay more federal tax or more state tax on average?
Well, so we have a scaling federal tax. So like let's say if you make like 50 grand, you probably are going to pay a little bit more to the Fed. But if you make like under 30 or 20, you're probably paying more state.
Every man, that's very enlightening because man, everything I learn makes me go, this is why your governments have no money.
Yeah, again, and the problem is, so like I was saying, we have a scaling income tax for federal. The scale stops at 650,000. So I always say a person making $650,000 is getting taxed percentage wise as much as like Elon Musk and everybody else. Like we act like these people are the same amount of rich, like level wise. They're not.
Mm-hmm.
That's the other.
Yeah, well, I mean, when you get to the Elon Musk rich, you don't have an income. You just you get your money different ways. But
of course, but the thing is, it's like anything. Like he shouldn't be able to use the loopholes of fucking taking loans on his stock money that's not money that you can't tax, but you can take loans out and buy things and do things that he wants to do. You know, like.
Everyone can do that. People with mortgages do that all the time. You borrow against your house. It's not really a loophole. It's just the fact that he can do it at a larger scale.
I guess,
but like the thing is, everyone can do that. People who have houses, like own houses, they borrow against their mortgage all the time. Like it's a perfectly reasonable and a common thing. I think you just need to tighten up the quantities because he's not those things specifically. Those aren't loopholes. They're perfectly reasonable. You just do them with a lot of money.
Yeah, I guess.
Well, no, I guess it just is. Like, it's very normal.
No,
people do this constantly, especially small business owners. The whole borrowing against your stocks, if you're a small business owner, you really need that, especially in like emergency times. Like you run a construction company. Oh shit, excavator broke. You might need it now because you're in the middle of a project. And once you get this house built, you're going to have tons of money. You'll be able to pay it back. You'll be fine. They borrow against that all the time. Like that's a very perfectly reasonable thing. It just is done at a huge scale and you should probably tone it down or tone it back. In terms of like the quantity by which you can do it. But the problem is if you get rid of that, it means you can't borrow against your stock, which means that being a big company means you can't, borrow money to expand without selling stock, which is an issue.
Yeah. I have found that people have a very different conceptualization about money and like what you can do with it at different levels.
I mean, yeah, that wasn't really the discussion, but like my point is like these aren't really loopholes; they're perfectly reasonable.
I guess you're right; they're not really loopholes, but yeah, it's the level. Like you can take.
And if you did close them, what would you do, or what would you do to the people who need them?
You talking about close it completely?
Yeah, exactly. Like if you just said you can no longer borrow against things that you own, oh boy, that's gonna fuck up a lot of people.
I guess I don't know how many people. I guess I don't know. I never borrowed against my house, so I don't plan on doing that. I guess so. How many people do?
I mean, that's reasonable. Lots of people do, though. To be fair,
I get that. I'm saying I'm just gonna look.
Even just for something simple like a house expansion, like you want to build a big like a whole second room. Maybe you're having a kid. Your house is a bit small. You don't want to move because you like where you live. You like live right by a school or something. So you just want to expand your house. You borrow against the house to expand it, kind of thing. And then that way, you're gonna earn more because now the house is bigger, so the property's value's gone up.
Yep, 60% currently are taking loans against their house.
Yeah, wow. I didn't realize it was that high. I was expecting it to be more like 30 or 40.
I know, that's what I was...
But there you go. Yeah, so basically 3/5 of everyone, if you close this, oh shit, now what?
Well, I mean, I guess in theory, it would stop people from going fucking so much in debt and fucking maybe make sure
they're not in debt. That's
well, kind of. Thing is, you're taking debt out against your house. It means you got to pay more for your house again, right? It says your house payment has to go up like 4%, 4.5%.
Yes, but if let's, for example, say it's an expansion of your house, but then the value has gone up. So even then, at the end, especially, and because you took out a mortgage for a certain amount, you buy the house for 400 grand. now, just due to time, maybe your house is worth 500, but with that expansion, now it's worth 570,000. You're still only paying the 400 grand that you, or the 400 grand that you paid at the start.
Well, plus whatever
So
you
you
took a
know,
loan on. Let's
and
say
then
you took a
maybe with
50
that
grand.
increase, maybe with that increase, all you're paying is like 460 grand. You're still 110 up. Like that, you can make this work. It's pretty easy to make it work. That's why getting into the housing market is so good, because having that several hundred grand to swing with really benefits you.
I suppose I'm a person that just never wants to go in debt. Besides my house and a car, that's the only debt I have. I'm trying to keep it that way. I hate bills.
I go into
Personally.
debt that I can pay off, and that's why my credit score for someone who's like my age is weirdly good. That's why my bank's always surprised. They keep giving me like credit card increases because they're like, "Why? You're like 21. Why do you have
Yeah.
such a decent score?" I'm like, "Okay, whatever."
Yeah, if I use a credit card or anything like that, I pay it off the next month. Like, I think the
Yeah,
credit
so
card.
I mean that's how you're supposed to use them.
You are, but that's another big problem with America. We go into debt so much, and people don't. They just pay minimums, or they pay barely anything, and they just keep
Yeah.
compiling.
Banks
Yeah.
banks love me because I went to school forever. So my credit score is like great, but
Yep.
it's like no, I owe a lot in student loans yet. Don't give me all these offers.
Hmm.
I mean, you can just take them. You don't need to spend the money. Just take the really good credit card, and bam, now it's yours.
Yeah.
Yeah, you don't have to do that.
Yeah,
I get that.
I've had banks call me and I'll be like, no, thank you. No, thank you. I don't need that temptation in my life. Thank you. Goodbye.
Oh yeah, no, I don't have any sort of temptation to spend money I don't need because I don't know what to spend it on. I'm a weirdly uncreative person. Like if you just gave me like a lottery like $75 million or whatever, I have like 5 things I think I could buy off the top of my head. And
Mhm.
outside of like other ancillary stuff, like you buy a house and obviously you need furniture for the house. But outside of that basic shit, I just don't know what to spend the money on.
Yeah, I'm
So
not.
like
I'm not a bling person.
I don't
or
get
nothing.
tempted to spend it. What was
Yeah,
that?
I'm saying I'm not a bling person. I'm not a fucking car person. I'm pretty much the same way. Everyone always asks me like,
I am a car person, admittedly, but
"Oh, I'm just saying," but like people always ask because I bartend. They're like, "Well, how do you have money to go on vacation or do whatever?" I'm like, "Dude, I don't spend money ever unless like I have to, or it's like something really big, like a big thing that I have goals. Like if I want to go on vacation or if I want to, put new windows on the house, whatever. Like I save up for like a half a year, and just put money aside and just don't spend money. I don't have any. I don't have an expensive habit.
the only expensive, quote unquote, it's not really that expensive, but the only habit I spend money on is just like buying snacks occasionally. Like, go to a cafe, get a nice drink kind of thing.
Hmm.
And do that like a couple times a week. That's about it. It's like the
Yeah.
only thing I really waste money on.
Yeah.
And outside of that, because I'm like, yeah, for me, if I won the lottery, I'm like, buy a house, buy a few nice cars, get some tools to work on them. And then, you buy furniture for the house, etc. You make sure your house is like livable.
Hmm.
And then I'm just kind of out of ideas.
Yeah.
Like I just don't have very many. I'm just not that creative.
I'm a
Like I don't know how people burn through their lottery winnings. Like I just don't have ideas to spend my money
Here you
on.
go.
Like, I just don't know.
I can help you.
All right, go.
Yeah, well, so my other half, he's in hard money loans. So he's around wealthy people constantly
Mhm.
because they need to hedge all the risk with people that have wealth. But yeah, so he's gotten burned like twice. So the one time he got burned was he went in with Walmart and he was going to put dental offices in every single Walmart that would accept
I would
it.
not go to a dentist in a Walmart. That sounds horrifying.
Well, hear me out. They have at least 2,000 people come through foot traffic a day. So if you're a dentist, I mean, like dentists pay for real estate. They pay for foot traffic. So it makes sense that way. But what happens, I don't know if you guys know the Walmart kind of way they operate is they really squeeze you out. They really don't like someone else coming in. Yeah, because they always just feel like we'll do it, because they have enough muscle to do it. So yeah, he bought all these different retail spaces. It used to be Subways. You know how like Subways used to always be in Walmarts?
Mhm.
So he would take that space and he's like, okay, I'm going to start slowly converting all those Subways to dental offices. But Walmart got wind of it, and of course they close him out. So we're talking like No, not
sorry,
good.
this is
Not
so
good.
funny.
Don't laugh. Don't laugh because he lost his ass. But what happened is he would have all this equipment like dental chairs and exam rooms and and it would be situated, ready to go, and Walmart just pulled the rug out from underneath him. So like we're talking like millions lost.
Mm-hmm.
So that was one way he got burned. Another way was in social media. So it was TSU, the social I forget what the U meant, but it ended up being
University? I don't
Display.
know.
Yeah, it got bought by Display, but that went under too. But yeah, it's not so good to go beyond like maybe owning property or things you could touch.
I mean, you keep saying purchases. These aren't really purchases. I'm talking like if I was like lottery winnings handed like a ridiculous amount of money in cash, I would never burn through all of it. I don't know how people do it. Like I just don't. I don't have a temptation to spend money
Yep.
because I don't know what to spend the money on.
Here's the
Like, it's
thing.
not even necessarily that I'm opposed to. I know some people are like frugal and they're proud of it. I'm not necessarily frugal and proud of it in the sense that like I'm willing to spend good money if it's worth it. That's why I spend money on like reliable cars because it's like, no, I'm gonna spend, $7,000 now instead of $2,000, so I don't have to spend $2,000 again next year, kind of thing, right? I like I'll spend money when I need to, but I just don't know what to buy. Like I don't have any ideas. I'm just really uncreative with that. You know?
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I use this thing. Let's say you have a drug problem, a gambling problem, whatever kind of problem,
Okay.
right? But I'm saying, but when you get handed millions of dollars, if you have that problem, the money doesn't cure it. You just have more of a problem, like an alcoholic problem. Like if you're an alkie, well now you got $1 million. Guess what? You're not just buying booze for yourself. You're buying for everybody at the bar and everybody around you and shit like that. So like that's how people.
Okay, but I
lose.
don't have any addictions, so
I
like
don't know.
that doesn't
I'm not
really
saying, but
work.
you were saying like you wonder how people do it. That's how people do it, kind of thing.
Oh, right. I see. Yeah, fair enough. Actually,
Because I'm saying,
I'm
I'm like you, dude. Like if I got $1 zillion, dude, I don't care. I would, at most, I would
well.
just
Okay,
go.
no, I
just,
would care. Like I would spend the money well. I just
No, I know,
like
but I mean,
I
like,
just
I'm
don't
not.
know how to burn through it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like that's kind of my point. Like I would get my necessities, and like I said, the most money I would spend like on random shit would probably just be going around the world and traveling. Like that's like the money I would spend. That's random. Like.
I would buy like a really nice house personally. Like I'm not frugal in the sense that like I want to spend as little as possible. I just kind of do. But like if I had 75 mil handed to me, it's like, oh yeah, nice, really really nice house on a hill, couple really nice cars,
For
and
sure.
then what?
Yeah.
Like now fucking what?
Like I said, for me, the now what would be I would travel. I would try to go see the world.
Yeah, actually, I probably would do that too. That's fair.
Because like I always say like, it's one thing to see like the Pyramid of Giza in a picture, but I can only imagine what it's like fucking going there and actually witnessing it.
Oh, don't go to Egypt.
Sure,
Go to Morocco if you want to go to an Arab state.
True. I have my former cousin-in-law, I guess. My cousin married this guy. He's Moroccan, so I literally have a trip anytime I want to. He's always like, "Hey, buddy, you could always come with me." I'm like, "Dude, one of these days, maybe I'll take you up on that."
What's the American travel policy to Morocco? I have no idea what the visa policy for that would be.
Assume fine because we don't have bad relations.
Like, what would be the visa policy, and how much would it cost you to get it, if there is one?
I don't think it's an issue.
It was all on.
Probably not an issue, but visas can sometimes be expensive to buy, even if they're not an issue to acquire. Like if you get approved, it might still be, $1,800.
The State Department says you must have at least 6 months of validity at any time of entrance. Blank passport page, okay. Tourist visa, no, not required for stays under. You don't need a visa unless you're staying there for over 3 months, 90 days.
Oh well, there you go. My personal travel place, I really want to go to Taiwan personally.
Taiwan.
I love Chinese culture. I love Chinese culture. I really want to go to Taiwan.
I want to go to Japan eventually. That's if
I don't want to get groped on a train. But...
Yeah, but that's where Nintendo comes from and Godzilla.
That's where Godzilla comes from. Yes, that real creature.
Hey, I love Godzilla. Okay, and Godzilla did come from goddamn Japan.
In my head, you think he's real, and I'm choosing to let you live in that world.
Hey, bro, he is real, dude. Back when I was a kid, I used to have fucking dreams about this motherfucker. Like it would be nightmare kind of shit. It was funny. I grew up with
Oh,
that
it's
shit.
like
I
the
love
cow
that.
all over again.
Dog,
Are you gonna get your cow and you're gonna feed it to Godzilla?
dude, he wouldn't even notice a cow. That's the thing.
Yeah, if you got it into a trebuchet and launched it up, you might eat it.
Maybe I'm saying the cow looks like a fucking a flake, like a seasoning flake.
I mean, if somebody threw a thing of popcorn at you, you'd eat it still, wouldn't you? It doesn't matter if it's small, you'd still eat it. I built it. Me and my mates built a trebuchet once in the middle of winter because we were bored, and then we launched a bunch of fireballs into a wall, and then we lit the trebuchet on fire because we didn't know what else to do with it.
I'm gonna train my cats now to fucking work a trebuchet to fucking throw popcorn into my mouth. Get on it.
Yo, you got a cat? Let's see. If they're in the room, don't like wander around your house. I don't want to make you just like
No, I
meander
gotcha.
about, but like
Hold
if they're
on.
around,
Let me see here.
I don't want to inconvenience you.
Can you see
Google.
this little guy right
All
here?
right, guys. I'll talk to you all later.
All right, Mel, have a good one.
Toodaloo.
Bye bye.
You see,
Toodaloo.
you see my orange big cat right here?
I know. I see the Google homepage.
Oh, look in the corner. If you can find the corner, 'cause I'm streaming.
Hang on. I'm trying to see if I can zoom in. Oh, I see.
Yeah,
Yo, it's a creature.
yeah, it's a creature. It's my big little guy.
It's a big orange thing of some sort.
It's a big orange cat. He likes to hang out when I'm fucking around up here. Sleeps
You actually have viewers? Do you have like? Are you on Twitch?
I'm on Twitch. I usually go on YouTube. I mean, I promote my YouTube more than Twitch. I have a Twitch, but
Do you have consistent viewers?
not consistent. I get like maybe 2-3 live randomly, and then like there's a few people that like watch me that hang out at the bar and shit. So I'll maybe get like 10-12 viewers per episode. Or
Oh, neat.
whatever.
Do you have any now? Have you had any this whole time?
I had one earlier, and then that's it.
Fair enough.
But yeah,
Hey.
like I said, I just try to pump the Aligo kind of thing. It's one of those things. He's got to do it every so often. But I think my highest view, I did, like I said, I did this debate with this one dude. I think I got like 80 views. I think that's my high.
Who was it?
He on Twitch. He's like Sweaty Orangutan and the Looker.
It's a very Twitch name.
Yeah, and the Looker, some number, Looker 1330 or something. But yeah, that was my debate. I debated them on RFK because, like I said, they were pro RFK and shit. I was like, "Are you guys?"
What do you debate about RFK? He's just bonkers.
Don't worry. Well, because you know he has all these great thoughts and all this shit, and I kept just telling him like, "A, it's wrong," but I'm like, "B, you guys think that he's gonna have any kind of independent thought when he gets into the government? He's gonna be another yes man, and then what he became another yes man, just like I said, like." Like they all be like, oh no, he's gonna come in with all these ideas, he's gonna push back and do this and this. I'm like, he's absolutely gonna do none of these fucking things. And then yeah, I mean, I probably still have my debate notes. I looked up a bunch of shit like carcinogenics and fucking dyes and all that. You know,
I mean, I just don't even know how you begin to debate about him because he's just so clearly mad. It's just like,
I know.
What do you say?
All
What
right.
do you talk
I'll
about?
tell you right now. So here was the prompt questions that we went over. It was how does
Off you go.
how does RFK stances compare to past HHS secretaries? Okay, that was one prompt. Would his nomination have been possible in another political climate? Does his vaccine stances have any merit to them? How could his leadership impact public trust in vaccines? What could change for schools or workplaces if he rolls back vaccine mandates? What does he think of the COVID vaccine? How would RFK lead to a shift in how pandemics are handled in the future? Was he right about big pharma influences on medicine? And what would a health-free approach be? aka less regulations. Those were the prompts.
You know, those are pretty good prompts. If you wrote those are pretty decent. But
I did not.
It horrifies me.
We all did. Like
it horrifies me that you have to debate this regarding this fellow, because the answer should be whatever is the negative answer for all of these. Because it's just.
And that's what it was. It was great for me because like I don't mind talking, so it was a 2v1 because they're both kind of, like it was supposed to be a 1v1, but the one dude's like, "Can I push back on you in this?" I'm like, "Absolutely, just keep asking questions. I'm just keep telling whoever, because they're bigger people than me. They get like 300 to 500 viewers per episode. I'm like, all right, I'm gonna tell your fans how fucking stupid you guys are, and this is why." Like,
Well, there you go. No, it's I worry for U.S. politics, to be honest. They concern the shit out of me. I'm glad Canadian politics have the fun little old trend, circa, as quoted by Peter Mansbridge, that being Canadian politics trend towards whatever the least exciting option is, and they can basically always be trusted to do that. I don't know why our voters are like this, but we just don't. We don't like excitement. It's really quite funny.
yeah, I mean, honestly, I always say like that's what Biden tried to do in the sense he was trying to be milquetoast and boring, and nobody here liked it.
And that's what we basically elected. It's like,
I know.
central banker. Fuck yeah.
Well, yeah,
Take a little nap now.
Yeah, it's structure. I did a like a 2-hour documentary kind of style thing about like the beginning of America. Like in the very beginning, we had the Articles of Confederacy, and we had problems because each state was fucking different. So separate that they couldn't unite when they had real issues with like the English was bombing our ships outside of Africa. They were fucking. There was a couple other things, and we couldn't unite. So we found out we make the fucking whatever the Constitution and do all this shit. We can work together and actually do things together, and that was like the beginning of us actually being a real country. But people now think
I hate the Articles of Confederation because they're what all the sovereign citizens use to like quote their bullshit whenever they talk about on the police body cams. Oh no, I was traveling. That's why I was driving without a license.
I know.
They always cite the Articles of Confederation, the ones that are now defunct, and I'm always like, oh, for God's sake.
I know. And again, like, it's one of those things like you just. That's why I always stress like if people like just learned history, you can see how history always repeats itself, or rhymes, copies, And we're going through another stage of the same thing we just went through in, like I said, the 1780s, and we did it in the early 1900s. Like why are we doing these things? These things are over. Like here we are.
I mean, the difference is, at least in the past, you could claim that they hadn't learned the lessons yet, because half the time it was the first time they'd done it.
Yep.
Nowadays, you have.
Yep, that is the big problem.
And I mean, the big difference as well is in the past they didn't have other sources of taxation. That's why tariffs were a thing. They had basically import-export taxes. They didn't have an income tax until 1913. No, it was under Woodrow Wilson, so it would have had to have been between 1912 and 1920. So whenever, somewhere in there.
I'm guessing 13.
Possibly. I wouldn't. If you happen to know, then that's probably it. But it was under Woodrow Wilson.
Oh, it was 1913. Bam! I was right. I thought
fucking A. Good for you.
They said they did their first temporary federal income tax was during the Civil War to help fund for it. So Lincoln put one in for a couple of years.
Yes, this was the permanent one, hence why it was a constitutional amendment.
No, I know, I get that. I kind of think
I actually didn't know that one about the Civil War, to be honest.
I think I heard that at one point, but I didn't remember it. That's why when I read it, I'm like, oh, I guess that's kind of cool. They did it also in 1894 for a while. It's called it said a new peacetime income tax was passed as part of the Wilson Tariff Act, but it was ruled they tried to do it in 1894, but it was unconstitutional.
What Wilson would it have been? Because it wasn't Woodrow Wilson yet, so what Wilson would it have been by 1894?
I don't know. Hold on. Wilson.
I'm actually kind of curious.
Wilson Tariff Act. It's called the Wilson-Gormer Tariff of 1894. Was a U.S. law that significantly lowered tariffs from the McKinley Tariff, which Trump loves, of course. It's funny. Well, who is this?
Yeah, if it's 1894, first of all, McKinley was only in 1896, so I think you might have your dates wrrong, but
that's what it says.
Actually, I have no idea then. But
it says a McKinley Tariff. Yeah, I can look that up next. I was trying to find out who these people named after William L. Wilson, representative from West Virginia and chair of the United States Ways and Means Committee, and Arthur P. Gorman of Maryland, who were both Democrats.
Sounds about right. That's what happened with the American South, is all the Democrats would sit on their seats forever and have huge committee posts.
McKinley Tariff Act was in 1890. Who's it named after?
Was it William McKinley? I wouldn't have thought he was terribly
It
relevant
was.
yet.
It
But he
was.
was.
Yep. This was a big thing.
What?
They got
What was?
1890.
What was he doing? What was he doing in 1890? Was he governor of something? I think wasn't he governor of Ohio?
He was House rep. He was
okay.
a governor of Ohio. Then he became a House rep, and then he became president.
Okay, thank you. I wasn't quite sure.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, he was doing a 49.5% tariff. He raised it 10% in 1890. Jesus.
I like how it goes up from 39. That's hilarious, actually.
All right, that's fucking wild. But yeah,
But again, when you don't have any income tax, it does make sense why you're performing these huge import tariffs.
no, and I mean, yeah, that was the world they lived in. That's fine. I mean, again, it's like we were saying, it's the best with what they had to deal with, but we're not
Yeah,
in that
it was
world.
basically the main thing.
That's why I try to
The
stress
way
people,
most
we don't
countries
live in- we
operated,
don't
just
live
not
in these-
anymore.
Every country ran off tariffs at that point. I'm pretty fucking sure.
Yeah, except the one exception basically being within most empires. Whenever there was an empire, the imperial monopoly took place, so they could only trade within with that empire, but it was totally free trade. That's about it.
Who is the first central bank?
The first central bank, I don't know,
Yeah, like-
Roman maybe. I don't know.
Well, no, I'm trying to think like how when we switched from being like a tariff system, like how we did it in 1913. Like I'm assuming other countries.
Whenever well, that wouldn't have been the taxation. Whenever the Federal Reserve was founded, which is basically your national bank.
Yeah, but we didn't copy it from somebody else. No, a different country didn't have a centralized bank like that where we're like, oh, that's a good idea. Let's copy off them.
Oh well, no, well, yeah, they did, but I was just talking about the U.S. Whenever the Federal Reserve was a thing,
Yeah, I know. Yeah,
that's
I
up to
know.
the central bank.
I was just trying to look at like the history of it, like because like anything, because like I was in that documentary thing. They were talking about James Madison. His whole concept to come up with the Constitution was he was reading all the Greek democracies and the Roman like all these great democracies from the past, and he kind of just tried to pick and choose the little parts of every one to make the Constitution that we have.
Yeah, that sounds about like the Founding Fathers. Of all the Founding Fathers, I have to say I find John Adams to be the only one who wasn't completely insufferable. But yeah, I find, to be fair, actually, George Washington didn't do as much writing, but
No.
I find people like Thomas Jefferson and Madison specifically to be just very, very... I've read a lot of their writings. I find them not terribly pleasant.
No, they are dry. It's like lawyer talk. But yeah.
Well, no, as in, I find them not terribly impressive. Like, they're just, like, their writings aren't... They're not what I would expect from a founding father. John Adams reads like somebody who's actually a lawyer, because he was.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't finished them, but I started reading some of the Federalist Papers. I read like 2 of them.
Oh, goodness. That's a 2 out of like 79, I think.
Yeah. Well, because like
way
I said,
too many.
I'm trying to get to the point where like, because like I said, these people understood that like camaraderie amongst ourselves is better than individual. Like I'm trying to stretch that to people. I'm trying to just like get the facts better so I know like when people talk about this shit, because like I said, everyone wants to do states' rights and this rights. It's like, but no, dude, if we work together under one union, it's gonna be best for all of us. Like, we gotta stop thinking such divisive ways a lot about it.
Yeah, I don't know. I still think the U.S. kind of needs. I think he's still personally. I think the president the U.S. kind of always needs is basically Lyndon Johnson. You need a drill sergeant to, crack things into line 24/7 and make sure some bills actually get through. And sometimes I think that's the kind of person the country needs. It doesn't need a unifier. It needs a quite ruthless leader. Sometimes still, elected but very effective, for lack of a better term. Not obviously referring to Vietnam. I know that's what people bring up. I'm just referring to his legislative success.
No, I know what you're saying.
And at the end of the day, I'm a very cynical person. I don't believe in, good feelings. I believe in getting the job done. And sometimes you got to crack the whip and get moving. And that's just kind of how I view it.
Yeah, but I guess my thing would be like, if you don't have the will of the people, it's gonna be hard to win, right?
Well, the GOP manages it with the minority of the popular vote every single time, so clearly not.
Sadly, not this time. They got the majority because fucking dumb.
Well, they did this time, but most of the other times
in
they
general,
didn't.
yes, I know what you're saying, but yeah.
So evidently not that hard. But what can you do?
Yeah, I don't
But
know.
no, I don't know. I'm a very cynical person. I just sort of see it as the best case scenario to just
I guess,
get
but
involved in
I guess that
politics, run.
the whole problem would be is like if the other side gets in, then they can do the exact same thing, right?
I'll just make sure they never do. It's what we do.
I guess, yeah. We don't have. It's about every 8, maybe 12 years we switch back and forth.
Yeah,
between
that's
powers.
an interesting thing. You guys really get fatigued with parties. The Liberals govern for 20 years at once.
Yeah, I don't know why that's true because it's think about this, dude. Like Bill Clinton was probably like the best president in recent memory, where it's like the economy was doing good, people's money was good, all these things, and then they switched to Bush. Like, what made people go like, I need George Bush now? Like,
Well, go looking back at the 2000 election, well, probably because he was a big change from the Gingrich era Republicans that were really turning people off. That's why he went for his compassionate conservatism message. It's because Newt Gingrich was this sort of nasty what's the word I'm looking for here? Who were all those Fox News radio personalities that were constantly shouting? Well, all of them, really. But
like Rush Limbaugh and all them.
yes, that's the person. That was the one. Yeah,
Okay.
I was trying to remember his name.
Mhm.
Like those sort of inspired people, very sort of hyper partisan and quite unpleasant. And he was a huge divergence from that. And a lot of people at the end of the day in the US are relatively conservative, but didn't want to deal with someone who constantly was,
Sure.
ranting harshly to an empty room.
I mean, you're right.
So at the end of the day, that's a huge big shift. Is a lot of people aren't in the U.S. are just not that liberal. But when they have someone like Bush, who in his first run was a relatively calm conservative fellow who wasn't this off-putting, indignant personality, and unlike the Speaker of the House, wasn't texting his 14-year-old office staff. It worked naturally. So of course, like it makes sense, especially coming off the '90s GOP.
Well, yeah, but I mean, I get all that, but like, what was so bad in the country where people switched votes from the Democratic, like, hey, the fucking Clinton era to the Bush era because things were good. Their money was good. Everything was gas. I remember here, like I said, the cheapest I ever seen gas. I was like in 4th grade. It was like 77 cents a gallon in like 96 or whatever the fuck it was. Like things were fucking
Well, I mean,
amazing. Like for all
well,
that
a good chunk of it, I'd say probably was the probably just the big part was I watched the Al Gore campaign. It was very uninspired. Although to be fair, the 2000 election also, as you said, because it was a good time. Funny thing with good time elections, they're really, really uninteresting. So it just comes down to the personalities in a lot of ways.
Yeah.
And George Bush actually seemed to have a personality. Al Gore came across like a rather intelligent robot.
Yep.
And well, that's the thing with boring elections. Boring elections come down to the people, to the candidates. And at the end of the day, going back and looking, yeah, if you ask me to vote just based on the candidates, I'm voting for George Bush. He actually seems like he could hold a conversation for more than 5 minutes without putting me to sleep.
Sure, but like realistically, like shouldn't you vote with like the actual like evidence? Be like, oh man, the
I
last
would,
8.
I would, yeah, but not a lot of people do.
I know that's what I'm getting at. Like, why can't we just go like, oh man, this was really good. Like the last 8 years, let's try it again. See if we can get
Because
another
most
40.
people are not that logical.
I know that's what I'm saying. Like that's always my problem. It's like I'm saying, even when, like I said, Biden was a good president. He fucking did so many bills, bipartisan. He got fucking people to work with him that shouldn't work with him. All this shit, and everyone's like, "Fuck that guy. He was a piece of shit." Like what?
Yeah, I'm a big fan of Joe Biden. I think he was a lot better of a president than Barack Obama, which I know is a
agree.
controversial statement among American Democrat circles.
That's stupid. Yeah,
At least in terms of legislative success.
For sure. I'm saying Obama. I would say that guy should have done so much more. He had all the power. He had what Trump has right now. He could have done shit like maybe not with the executive orders, but I'm saying like he had the House and the Senate, the presidency, everything. He should have done way more.
Yeah, it's what happens when you elect a person who's basically been in the Senate for 4 years and has no legislative experience outside of that. And you get somebody who can't really pass a bill because he doesn't know what he's doing.
And that's Trump's problem too right now. That's why he does everything executive order wise, because he has no experience.
Is Trump's problem that he doesn't? Is Trump's problem that he has no experience, or is Trump's problem that he's an idiot? I think it's more the second.
Oh yeah, it's both.
I think Obama's problem was his lack of experience.
I mean, yeah, that's definitely more true. But the whole idea of Trump being the great negotiator shouldn't matter, right? To an extent, like with that idea,
exactly.
like, oh man, he should be able to negotiate with anybody. He's the great negotiator, right? Like,
Yeah, which I think is dumb. But
he
as
is
well, I
dumb.
also think that Barack Obama was far too conciliatory with people who hated him, and he basically fell right into specifically McConnell's hands. McConnell was
Uh-huh.
played him
He did.
really effectively.
Yeah.
He would always try to be conciliatory, and he kept getting knifed in the back and then in the front. And at a
Yep.
point, you just have to toughen up and start punching back. And he didn't. And that's kind of the issue.
I agree. Like I said, that guy had so much power, and he could have wielded it more, but he didn't.
Yeah. That's why I do think, people need to study Mitch McConnell more and like learn from him more because he's a very effective man, and I think that
So
stuff needs to be
so is Nancy
studied and looked
Pelosi. Like
into.
at least Nancy Pelosi, when it comes to like getting votes and fucking raising money for the DNC, she was very good at her job. That's why people hate her. Same reason
Yeah,
why
there is
same
that.
reason why people
I will say
same
that
reason why they hate Mitch McConnell, because he's good at raising money, he's good at getting votes.
I will also say regarding the Senate though, just based upon how your Senate works, if you can keep your Senate moving, you're in for far fewer headaches. The House is a lot easier to get moving. The Senate is
Uh-huh.
excruciatingly slowly, so keeping it ticking over is kind of mandatory because the House is pretty easy to get ticking over.
Well, yeah. Well, the House is every 2 years they vote for it, so there's a lot of turnover. Versus the Senate, six
Well,
years.
it also just votes more often, and can't be
Yes.
held up by a single person until they give up the floor, a la the filibuster, where you can just debate literally for infinity.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
But because and all those rules, and the House can't be held up by one person, so it's just a lot easier to get it moving.
For sure.
Which is, just to be fair, that tends to be why I focus more on McConnell, just because I view having a functioning Senate to be more difficult and therefore more important, just because you need it.
Well, yeah. If you're gonna do legislative work, yeah, you need them. That's what I'm saying. That goes back to why I always say I give Biden the most props. He had fucking a not majority and shit, and he was able to get like 6, 7
A
big bills
majority of
passed.
like two on a good day.
Huh?
Like a majority of like two in the House on a good day and zero in the Senate.
Yeah, I'm saying, but he was able to pass 6 to 7 fucking big legislation bills.
Oh yeah, it's very, very
That's what I'm
impressive.
saying. Like I always tell people, people laugh at me all the time. I'm like, you know, like in 150 years from now, when they look back at history, they're gonna look at Biden and go, "That guy did a really good job with the fucking cards he was dealt."
Yeah, of all the one-term presidents, he'll probably be looked at the most positively. Trying to think of all the other one-term presidents,
There's
and
Bush.
I'd
There's,
say
I guess, Lyndon
Bush
B.
Senior.
Johnson.
Actually,
He was a. I mean,
what was it?
Lyndon B. Johnson was a one-term president too.
In technicality, I suppose, but
Yeah.
yeah, he was in from 63 to 68, which is a decent length of time.
Yeah.
Or 63 to 69, I guess, if we're counting the technical end of his presidency.
Yeah.
I mean, that was a very effective, very, very eventful,
Hmm.
very eventful few years, but
For sure. I mean, then
but
like technically Nixon was a one-term president, but because of the Watergate shit. But I mean, so
he was reelected, though. He
he
was
was.
elected in 68 and
That's
reelected
yep.
72.
That's why I said technically, because I mean he did win, but he didn't. I think he only served like not even a half a year that first term or the second term.
He served 2 years. He resigned in 74.
Was 74 Watergate?
Oh, well, that was when his resignation
Oh,
was.
okay.
Watergate was sort of a creeping thing for like 13 months.
Mm-hmm. Well,
It's actually surprising how long it is. That's the bit that shocks me whenever I read into it. I always thought it was like a really big, hot, like 2 months. No, it was this creeping like year and a half almost. But
yeah, he was president for
I also
it took a year. He got out in 74. Yeah, 69 to
yeah,
74.
and then yeah. Oh shit! There's my freaking alarm. Hang on, I'm gonna go look at my chicken in the oven.
Gotcha.
But no, it's yeah, I think Jimmy Carter, George Bush Senior, and then it would be Joe Biden.
Yep, that's the last three.
And all those one-term presidents, I think I look the most highly on Joe Biden. Actually, it's funny how as you go back, my opinions are sort of drops. I quite like Bush Senior as well. And then I have the lowest opinion of Jimmy Carter personally.
Yeah, Jimmy Carter was not a very good president.
Or rather, yes, I should say I have a rather poor opinion of his president. Actually, I don't have that high of opinion of his personality either, because when he was in office, he was basically like kind of a monster. He was known for being very verbally abusive with like other members of the Senate that he kind of needs to pass his legislation and just
Oh,
wouldn't work with them.
so he talked like Trump, basically.
That's the reason why Ted Kennedy ran against him, because basically he was constantly like swearing down the phone at him. And it's like, you kind of need this guy to get your shit through, right?
That's what's called.
Apparently not.
Like I was telling you
Right?
earlier, there's 20 people that might be retiring in the next few months, and that's I think of Marjorie Taylor Greene. She did a podcast, and she was saying like, yeah, all these people talk shit behind Trump behind his back and just fucking hate him, but then they put the MAGA hat
Who
on,
is this?
put their
Who
face
said
on, and
this?
shit.
Who said this?
Marjorie Taylor Greene in some podcast recently.
Okay, I mean, with all due disrespect, I don't trust a damn word she says, frankly.
I kind of get it, but sometimes it's one of those a victim scorn tells you the fucking stuff too. So I mean, I get what you're saying.
I
Like,
mean, I don't know. I think she might be getting affected by the Jewish space lasers. They might be influencing her a bit.
oh, they finally got her, huh?
Yeah, that might be why she's suddenly turning. Maybe she was right. Maybe that's why the most hardcore MAGA decides to abandon that party. So yeah,
Well,
they
there's
were right.
there's two things I can think of. I think she might be trying to think like long term politically, like because if you're attached to MAGA like this whole time, like when powers switch, and that shit's not like the populist stuff, or whatever. Like these people need to run for office again, right? Like you can't just keep running on the same hate everybody over and over, can you? I guess I don't know, maybe, but
And technically, your Congress people never really lose elections, to be fair. So
yeah, most people don't even know who's running for Congress till like the day of. That's the problem.
which is weird because they're there for like 40 years.
I
You'd
know.
think you'd have noticed at some point.
I know. It's just funny how that works. But again, a lot of people
It's
have
like,
people have the allegiance. If you have a D or an R or whatever, they're gonna vote for you no matter what. Like, oh, that's my side, no matter what. I don't know who he is. I don't know what he runs on. I don't know anything about him. But he says he's my side, so I'm gonna vote for him.
That is astonishing. Actually, question: do you guys have partisan municipal races? That is to say, do your political parties have municipal branches, or are your municipal branches independents?
Like primaries?
No, your city elections.
No, they're just fucking.
Oh no! What am I saying? I was just watching the New York City thing. Yeah, you do.
Yeah, for the big cities, but like for your smaller, I mean, they're technically, but there's no like the mayor of my city, because we're not that big of a city. I don't think he's a Democrat or Republican. I think he just runs as a person. Like
Okay.
I'm saying most of your littler cities. Now, when you get to like the major cities, yeah, they're gonna be fucking DR, major shit. But
I was wondering because we have you're banned if you're in a municipal race from having a political party. Technically, everyone knows who you are. Like it's one of those pointless laws because it's like you're banned from having a political party that you run under municipally, but also you can just advertise who you support on all your social media. So what the fuck difference does it make?
I know.
So I wondered if you guys have the same, but apparently not.
Like I said, for the major cities, I would say yeah, but not for like I said, your regular local municipalities. It's just a general fund. So like the last mayor election, I think it was like 4 people on the ticket. There was no party affiliation. It was just here's dude, here's dude, here's dude, here's dude. Who do you want to run your city?
Okay, well, fair enough then. That's pretty chill.
But yeah, like I said, like New York, LA, I bet like all those places, I bet they have like mini primaries for Democrats and Republicans running for the mayor of that city or whatever.
Yeah, we do not permit that. My mayor's name is awesome. His name is Victor Cumming. Yes, it is spelled exactly how you're thinking. That's a fucking awesome name. He owns it though.
That is funny. Why wouldn't you? Yeah,
It was like one of the
mine's a John Dietz. Dietz. He's got all the details for you.
Is it actually spelled Deets?
Dietz. Dietz.
That's actually even better.
Yeah.
You can see the German influence there.
Yeah.
The Midwestern German.
Yeah. Last time who ran, it was him and a guy named Jeremy Jones. I'll say nonpartisan because, like I said, we're not major cities, so they don't have no fucking affiliation. Like, I mean, if you want to go to their social media and shit, like you said, you can look up like, oh, I see the memes you share. That's who you are. But
I thought you lived in like St. Paul or something.
No, I'm in the suburbs
of St. Paul.
St. Paul, Minneapolis. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean that's a pretty big city, isn't it?
Well, they are, but like my city's like 25,000 people.
How far away when you say suburbs? Let's just like
Like
get a scale
30,
here.
like
Like
a
how many
third,
minutes?
like a 30, 40-minute drive.
Oh, quite a distance. Okay, fair enough. When
Yeah,
you said suburbs, I thought you meant like 10 minutes from the city center.
no, yeah, that. So like for like us, that'd be like Brooklyn Park, Brooklyn Center. They're like probably like 10, 15 minutes away from like downtown Minneapolis.
Well,
Like I said, if I go to like a Timberwolves game, I'm going straight downtown Minneapolis. It takes me probably 35 to 45 minutes, depends on traffic.
to a what game, sorry?
Do a basketball game downtown
Oh,
Minneapolis.
cool. I mean, we don't really have a lot of sports here, and my town's too small to get any, so I just can't be bothered,
All right. All
which
right.
is a shame.
I think I'm about
Heading
to
out?
head off. I think I'm about to head off. It's 3 in the morning here, brother.
Yep, it's like 1 here, so have a good evening. Bye now.
Yep, have a good one. Bye. All right, guys.